It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers. Here's this young man, 27 years old with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge. And amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there were something like 50,000 people who showed up. But crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. In 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix. And it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we're unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Good. Well, we're about ready to kick off day 2 of the Argetsinger Symposium. We have another great lineup of speakers for you today. And I'm so pleased. I think this venue is working out beautifully. Yesterday was wonderful, and we have another great day planned for you as well. So now I'm going to hand the mic to Chris Lazat with SAH.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Chris Lazat, the newly elected president of the SAH. And it's my pleasure also to welcome you to day 2 of the 9th annual Michael Argetsinger Symposium. Speaking on behalf of the SAH, we are proud once again to partner with the IMRRC to hold this wonderful event. Yesterday, we were treated to 6 memorable presentations. Today's schedule includes 8 more on an intriguing variety of motorsports topics. Once again, thanks to all of you for your support and participation, which has greatly contributed to the symposium's growth and continued success. And of course, thanks once again goes to Eric for his technical wizardry. Turn this over to Kip.
Okay, I'll be the third person to say good morning, everybody. We hope you had a good evening last night. Those of you who went to the reception at the chamber, once again, Nagar, thank you very much for all of that. For those who joined us at the movies, we all had a great time with that. Yesterday, we ended with a great talk by Paul on a depressing subject, fascism. Today, we're going to lighten it up. We're going to open up with a talk on opera, but not just opera. We're going to talk about grand opera. Now, I must admit, when I started reading a synopsis of this program, I've never thought of Caruso in the same sentence as Schumacher, or Maria Callas as the same subject as Ayrton Senna, or the grand opera houses of Europe with some of the grand racetracks of Europe. But I kind of now see how everything ties together. And of course, Skip is going to thread that through to the conclusion. So Skip has been a multi-time presenter here. We're happy to welcome him back. So cue the music, curtain going up. Let's turn it over to Skip.
Okay, well, speaking of cueing the music, I'm really glad that this is an academic conference as opposed to a music festival. Because first of all, it would mean that there are a lot more people in the audience now than there would be under those circumstances. And second, starting out on a Saturday morning at a music festival would probably mean I'm the least desirable act on the program. So. The other thing is, looking at this title, you might think that Mark and I had a contest over who could come up with the least likely connection to motorsports. Okay, this isn't true. This was purely by accident. But take a look at these. Take a look at these images. And what I wanted to do was try to come up with what I felt were maybe the sorts of mental images that people might have for Grand Opera and Grand Prix. Okay? So, looking at Grand Opera, we have an opera diva wearing what I suppose now we would consider a kind of absurd costume. And looking at that image, you can also hear her singing, becoming progressively louder until she finally dies at the end of the performance. On the other hand, we have the driver. And I was listening to Paul's presentation yesterday, and the way he was describing, I think it was the futurist ideal of the Italian man. Could certainly imagine the qualities in our heads when we see an image like that. And not only that, it is connected, I think, to Mark's presentation because that could be the astronaut image. And for that matter, you could probably put a cigarette in his mouth, a hat on his head, and he could be the Marlboro Man. Okay, so this is a very familiar image to Americans. So we have one image that's very, very positive, very, very attractive. We have another image that I wouldn't necessarily say is a negative image. It's also kind of almost a disparaging image. Not something that we really can identify with. Okay, so very different mental images of Grand Opera and Grand Prix. But I think there are some similarities as well. Okay? First of all, when you consider opera, I would expect that a lot of people, if not most people's image of opera, is something that people don't attend unless they're otherwise compelled to do so. Now, sadly, this I don't think is unusual for cultural events. Now, I don't know what the numbers are for opera, but at one point I did read that 90% of the people who are visiting an art museum are not there for the art. They're there for some other reason. Okay? So opera is really not most people's idea of entertainment. Now, I'd also like to make a statement here that might be considered somewhat heretical in this context. But if I had to imagine a less spectator-friendly event than a Grand Prix, it would be difficult. Now, I can expand on where that came from later if you're interested. But we have one event that's really avoided by a lot of people, and we have another event that I would argue is not necessarily at the apex of entertainment value. Okay, so that's one similarity. Second similarity is that putting on a Grand Prix or a Grand Opera is ferociously expensive. And I believe that neither of these could possibly cover all of the costs of the event simply on the basis of entrance fees. You know, even if you're filling the stands or filling the auditorium, it's not going to pay for everything. So if you're looking at these two, what I would say is that society or the economy or whatever you call it is expending considerable resources against the amount of entertainment return. So the conclusion from that is that somehow both of these are supplying something that society wants. Okay? In effect, they're performing some sort of social role, satisfying some sort of need that society has in order to justify really kind of expending more resources than the entertainment that the attendees are getting in return. So what are those two needs? Eric? It clicketh not. Oh, there, okay. I think I just got it. Okay, the first need is kind of associated with place, is places have to or want to have a there. Now the phrase there comes from Gertrude Stein, who in her autobiography had returned to Oakland where she grew up and was disappointed to discover that there was no there. And since then that phrase has just begun to pop up all over the place. The way I like to think of it is for there to be a there, it's kind of like a brand image. A place has a brand image. And places want to create a there. I would assume this is pretty high up on the list of things that the Chamber of Commerce wants to achieve. Okay? And that's the one social role that I believe Grand Prix and Grand Opera both satisfy. The second one back one. Yep. Okay, the second one is the idea of there. Obviously, okay, I'm playing on the words. People want to associate with people they want to associate with. There has to be somewhere for people to hang out with the right kind of people. And I believe that, again, Grand Opera and Grand Prix both provide us with that sort of venue. We want to go to those because they are there, okay? Who's they are there? People we want to associate with, people we want to be like, people who want to like us, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is first look at Grand Opera. Does it satisfy those two social needs in order, again, to justify the resources that are being expended in order to put it on? Now, opera got its start in royal courts, okay, for obvious reasons. It was very expensive, again, to put on even back then. Okay. It was a way for royalty to display its wealth. It was a way to display its culture. Okay, opera is, I think, especially interesting in that it combines music with art, with literature, and of course the courts had to employ or hire, experts in all of those areas. And in some cases, they even perform, now this is not an opera performance, but in some cases, they actually participated in the operas themselves. Okay, so you had this royal beginning. Okay. Now, what happened over a period of time was commerce increased. Okay. Merchants became wealthy in trade. Okay. So the wealth wasn't necessarily concentrated in the aristocracy anymore. It was getting diffused out more into the population. So how do these newly wealthy merchants display their wealth? Okay. And how do these newly wealthy merchants display the significance of the place where they're living, to kind of give their city a there. They built opera houses. So opera had this historical connection with royalty. So when other common folk became wealthy, this was how they displayed their wealth. So this was a way of saying, our city is someplace. There's a there. Now, this is one of the earliest civic opera houses that is still there. This is the San Carlo in Naples. Probably, though, the most famous is Charles Garnier's Paris Opera. Now, honestly, I don't know about you. I cannot look at that image without thinking wealth and culture. This was kind of the epitome of creating a there. And if you look at really cities all over the world, and even smaller towns, most of the cities in Europe, like if you look at the opera house, there's one in Budapest, there's one in Vienna, there's one in Frankfurt. Cities built these really grand opera houses. Other cities weren't quite so wealthy. They constructed opera houses as well. Opera was a way to say, there's a there here. Okay? And that there is associated with wealth and culture. So why is this a good thing? Well, it kind of reflects on the people who live there. People are proud to say, I'm from Naples or I'm from Paris. And it, of course, reflects on the people who, might come there. There's ways of monetizing that brand image. Okay, are we still doing this? Yep. Okay, now, this is obviously one of the more famous uses of architecture in order for there to be a there. I mean, this has become Sydney. No question. And it's still being done. Relatively recently, much more recently than this, Oslo built an incredible new opera house. Okay. Hamburg built the Elbphilharmonie. Okay. So opera is still a way to kind of create a a brand image that has the right connotations. Okay. Now, of course, when you have a grand opera house, you attract celebrities. And there were international celebrities performers in the past and international celebrity performance now. Okay. You had celebrity conductors in the past. You have celebrity conductors now. So the idea is there's a there, and that brand image is created, at least in part, with an opera house. Now, no, okay. Yeah, okay. Now, I want you to take a close look at this. This is a drawing or an illustration of one of the earliest grand opera houses. And there are three things that I'd like to point out. Okay, first of all, you notice the tiered boxes. And you notice how they're shaped. Okay. They're clearly designed with a better view of the people across the way than whatever's going on stage. Okay. This was an excellent way to see and be seen. Now, if you also look, I mean, it could be a more better resolution image, but at the same time, you notice there are floor-to-ceiling partitions between each of these boxes. And the idea was that people would go to the opera, to the same performance, night after night. Because the reason wasn't there to be entertained by what's going on stage. It was to be entertained by what was going on everywhere else. People would go and they would have dinner there. I think there were facilities behind the boxes for preparing meals. People would sit in the boxes and read the newspapers. One thing that you can't really see all that well is that these boxes had curtains, so that there were other forms of entertainment that could be indulged in the boxes as well. Now, the other thing that's a little unusual about this is notice there are no seats here in the pit. Because the pit was an area where people could wander around, you know, where they could meet their friends, they could gossip, and no one was concerned that all of that talk was somehow interfering with the pleasure of the performance, because that really wasn't the point of it. The point was to see and be seen. And of course, there was kind of a presumption that at least right people of a certain sort were there, because you couldn't just walk in off the street. Okay, so these had to be people that were able to afford the entrance fee, the price of a ticket. Okay, now, let's take a look at the Paris Opera House. You notice a couple of differences. First of all, the partitions between the boxes are not floor to ceiling, so there's less privacy than there was. You'll notice that there are seats in the pit, you know, so there wasn't this wandering crowd during the performance. But of course, we still had boxes facing boxes. And this very clearly shows the traditional horseshoe shape, you know, of an auditorium, which obviously is much more effective at looking across at people on the other side and looking across at the VIPs who had boxes at the very end, as opposed to watching what was going on the stage. Now, notice here that the area for circulation is no longer available. Well, what fascinates me about the Paris Opera House is that if you look at the plan, it's in three pieces of the same size. Okay, one piece is the stage and the backstage area. One piece is the auditorium. And the next piece is the entrance lobby, which is as large as the auditorium. And you can see from the design that this is an excellent place for people to kind of display themselves, to walk around, to see and be seen. And as much space was devoted to this as was devoted to the auditorium. Okay. That hasn't necessarily changed. This is from the inside of the Sydney Opera House. And we still have seating, again, on the sides facing across, and very open. And should I try this or just kind of point? Okay. And, you don't have quite so large a lobby, but you do have a very fine restaurant and bar. So if you're interested in seeing and being seen, this is a place here to do it. Now, opera can be used in more dramatic ways to create a there. Okay, this is a Roman Colosseum in Verona, where they stage a performance of Nabucco. Probably not the best place to hear the music, but obviously a great place to be able to tell people that you were there. Okay, next one. I don't know if you're familiar with this. This is from the Bregenz Opera Festival, where the extraordinarily elaborate stage settings are constructed in Lake Constance. Back one. Okay. These are fascinating. Again, is this the best place to hear music? Is there a best place to see performance also? Although they're shown on screens, so you can watch it that way. Okay. But it's to be there. And certainly put Bregenz on the map. Bregenz also, I think, has an excellent contemporary arts museum. But this is Bregenz. The Colosseum with the performance of Nabucco is Verona. And not only is it a great place to see and be seen, it's a great place to kill and be killed. Okay, I don't know if you remember the James Bond film that opened at the Bregenz Festival, where a number of people were shot, one of whom was not James Bond. Okay. So, what I've tried to illustrate here is that grand opera was, and I believe is still, an internationally recognized expression of wealth and cultural sophistication. It creates a there for places, and it creates an appropriate venue to see and be seen by the right people. Now, let's take a look at Grand Prix. And what I'm going to try to do is make the argument that Grand Prix is an internationally recognized expression of wealth and, in this case, technological sophistication. Okay? Now, it wasn't always that, but I'd like to make the case that within the last, 30, 40 years, it has become that. Here goes. Okay? So we're going to look first at whether or not there is a there. Whether Grand Prix kind of create this brand image, now, in this case, not for cities, but for countries. Okay? Now, this is a little difficult. And you can disagree with how I've gone about this, but what I did was I looked at the dates when countries first hosted a Grand Prix. Okay? So these were the charter members at the first one in 1950. So what we're looking for is there some evidence that holding the Grand Prix was kind of a deliberate attempt at brand image management, either image creation or maybe a rebranding to augment or alter the image. Okay? Now, first of all, I would argue that every one of these has a story as to how it ended up on this list when it did. Okay. All you had to do was attend the film on Thursday night, to see the story of how racing came to Watkins Glen. And actually, this was the first presentation yesterday, is how did these things kind of kick off? So I don't know all of these stories. I don't know how many of these stories have even been documented, and I suspect a lot of what went on is not something that anyone would ever want to have documented. Okay? But this is the original batch, and there's nothing on there that's surprising. Okay? These were all European countries that had long histories of racing. Okay? They had established venues for it, so no surprise. Okay, now let's look at the rest of the 1950s. Again, a number of familiar countries. Okay? And they did expand into the United States, but again, large market, history of racing, large automobile industry. It goes without saying, it wasn't trying to rebrand the United States. Okay? The interesting one to me is Argentina. This, I think, was a consequence of Fangio's fame at the time. So that was really the motivation to create a Grand Prix in Argentina in the early 1950s. Again, not having anything to do with the country itself. Okay. 1960s, not necessarily any surprises, although I think, South Africa, we're talking about the essentially European part of South Africa. Okay, we're not talking about the much broader population there. And again, a history of racing. Okay, this to me is where it starts to get interesting. Brazil, again, kind of following on with the fame of a driver, in this case, Emerson Fittipaldi. Okay, so they can kind of capitalize on that by holding a Grand Prix there. The one I find most interesting, now, sincerely, you can disagree with any of these. As I said, I have no idea what the real story was behind. I'm only trying to kind of infer it from what happened where, when. If I remember, Japan, I think, would be interested in rebranding itself. It didn't want to be seen as this just tradition-bound culture. It wanted to be seen as an industrial power, particularly in the area of automobiles. This was when they were, starting in the process of making big pushes to export their automobiles abroad, including to the United States. So I would argue that in this case, this may be one of the first examples we've seen of a Grand Prix effort to kind of rebrand a place. Okay. Moving on to the 80s. I find a couple of these curious. San Marino, that's pretty small. And of course, the race was not held in San Marino, it was held in Italy. Now, again, just guessing, I think Italy wanted to have another Grand Prix, but at the time the tradition was to label Grand Prix with the name of a country. So San Marino steps up to the plate and puts their name on another Grand Prix that's being held in Italy. So that this was not an effort to rebrand or create any sort of image for San Marino. Europe, a little odd. Europe isn't a country. At the same time that this was going on, Europe was creating Europe. You know, the European community, you know, subsequently to become the European Union. So a way of kind of enhancing that image of Europe as a unit, you create a European Grand Prix, which was actually held at the Nürburgring, which hadn't had a Grand Prix since 1976. So it was kind of a way for Germany to take another bite at the apple. I think the real rebrand here was Hungary. Now, even though I was alive and reasonably cognizant of what was going on in the world in 1986, I'm not sure people had much of an image of Hungary. Hungary? I don't know. So Hungary's trying to kind of take a step into the international spotlight by hosting a Grand Prix. So I think that was probably the first step in using Formula One as creating a there. Japan was kind of trying to create the idea of a different there. This is like a there from ground zero. Okay. 1990s. Okay. The Pacific Grand Prix was held in Japan. Again, I've got to wonder if Japan wanted to have another race, but this time they called it the Pacific Grand Prix. Luxembourg. Okay. This race was also held on at the Nürburgring. Now, you tell me, was it a way to hold another race in Germany and Luxembourg tagged along? Or was it a way for Luxembourg to kind of take a step up and maybe get a different image other than a place to park your money, and then tap into Germany to actually hold the race? I don't know. Again, Malaysia, I believe, is kind of similar to the idea of Hungary. Malaysia wants to begin to appear on the world stage, and they do that with a Grand Prix. Well, after that, it all broke loose. Okay. We have at least two of these countries that have been, are of course, very familiar to Americans, but not with images in America that they would have wanted. So this was, I would say, a rebrand. I suspect most Americans had heard of Singapore but had no idea where it was. Bahrain and Abu Dhabi would have been very challenging. So here, clearly, for I think all 5 cases, it's a way of saying there's a there, or at least the kind of there we would prefer you to think of. Same here. 3 countries that I think would want a different image. You know, Russia clearly would have wanted a better image than was circulating in the United States. India would kind of want a certain better image than was circulating in the United States. Korea, again, was looking to sell a lot of cars. And this, again, would be a way of associating the automobile with Korea. Azerbaijan, I'm willing to bet that there were very few Americans that could put their hand on a world map and cover Azerbaijan. I'm not so sure too many Americans would have known how to pronounce Azerbaijan. Okay, so, okay, clearly they're looking to step up. And finally, in the 2020s, again, Saudi Arabia, not a very good image in the United States, as we're seeing in the news. But by holding a Grand Prix, well, maybe people will look at it differently. Qatar, again, Rwanda. You know, just as I was preparing this presentation, I'm reading a news story that, you know, Rwanda's in discussions with the FIA to hold a Grand Prix there. I think that even beats Azerbaijan in terms of rebranding. Okay. So, I would argue that, like we saw with Grand Opera being used to create a brand image for cities, F1 now is being used to create an image for countries. Okay? So I think it started with Hungary in 1986, and then once Malaysia in 1999, then the dam broke. And it was all a process of creating or altering, rebranding a country. So the expense of putting these Grand Prix on was covered by the benefits that these countries hope to obtain by holding the event. And of course, this is way beyond entertainment. It was a much different motivation, which was why they felt it was worth doing. Now, again, are they there? Has a Grand Prix become a place to see and be seen? Okay, so this is a tough one. So I'm trying to figure out a way to kind of get at this without trying to look at celebrity photos of Grand Prix to see who was there. Okay? So what I figured was that if companies are advertising luxury, fashion, and technology, they must expect that there are people in the audience, or spectators, who have an interest in luxury, fashion, and technology. In other words, those are the they, as in they're there. You know, recall, you know, I presented on this topic a couple conferences ago. You know, and when it started out, it was all automotive products, tobacco products, alcohol products. So I think when these items began to be advertised, it was a signal that the firms doing the advertising suspected that those sorts of people would be out there in the stands. They would be there. Now, keeping in mind too, this again, a very, very complicated issue and not one that's necessarily, you can necessarily get at with this approach. But I've thought that a lot of reason that companies advertise is not necessarily to reach the people in the stands. They're to get the access so that they can take their best clients and customers and they can go to those back areas and get close to the stars. Same result. Okay? So let's take a look. Okay, first thing I noticed, and what I've done here is gotten all of the examples of a certain product category that I could find. And it's hard to be too specific about what was accomplished, Because notice, you have some ads that are very large and clearly visible from the stands, some that may be kind of marginally visible, like that, or some that hard to imagine someone there actually seeing this. And in a lot of cases, I'm thinking that the smaller ads here are associated with kind of a barter deal. Longines provides, timing, equipment, and services to, I think, in this case, it were a longtime sponsor, Ferrari. And in exchange, Ferrari puts the name on the car. Not necessarily so the public can see it, but it's there. They're a sponsor. Okay, so this was really one of the first uses of, luxury, fashion, technology sponsorships. And I can't help thinking that a lot of those had something to do with providing services to the teams. Okay. This, I think, was a major, major change, is for a sportswear company to actually become a title sponsor. It's very significant and very innovative. Again, the idea being that there were people out there who were interested in clothing and what they were wearing. Obviously, I wouldn't have kind of fallen into that category. The only real fashion advertiser here was Ted Lapidus, which actually was in the same year as Benetton. And there are all sorts of backstories to these that, I stumbled across. Kalamata was a cosmetics company, and I believe had some sort of either business or personal affiliation with the team. And in exchange for, providing a lot of money to the team, painted the car. This one's very fascinating. Red Bull decides to branch out into clothing, so they rename Toro Rosso to AlphaTauri and paint the car. So I don't know that that's ever happened before, and whether it'll ever happen again, but that's how we got a sportswear company as a title sponsor. There were a lot more examples of wearables that really weren't title sponsors. They just appeared. And again, a lot of those I recognize, a lot of those I don't recognize. I think for the most part, they did kind of fall under the sportswear category. It really, we're really not talking about high fashion here. Although I think either LS or Annabelle, I had to look up a lot of these. Is more upscale. But the names that are familiar, Nordica, Diesel, Tommy Hilfiger, Russell Athletic, are, sportswear. And again, notice that some of the names are relatively large. Some of them are smaller. I was just excited to learn that my new glasses are Carrara. That was not intentional, okay? Somehow I managed to avoid fashion altogether, but the person who was fitting my glasses said, "These look pretty good on you." So I said, okay. Now, my old glasses, I had someone tell me that I looked like an Italian philosopher, especially when I was holding an espresso. That like made my day. So I was kind of shooting for a similar look. Okay? Now, take a look at the dates. They all seem, they all seem to kind of, fill in the 80s and 90s was when this sort of sponsorship peaked. Then technology began to emerge. Okay? So what we had was advertising by companies that I've labeled mainframe computing. Okay, large, computer services from a centralized location. And notice that, these are pretty large. Chris? Then, not surprisingly, following up on that, we had personal computer advertising. And I'm not lingering on these slides, and it's like kind of Where's Waldo is trying to find where the where the ad is somewhere on the car. Next. Electronic components. Computer-related services. And again, keep an eye on the dates. Okay. Other business services. Notice, we're no longer in the automotive products, tobacco, and alcohol era. So this is how I would sum it up. Okay. The idea that this was a place to see and be seen, to me, I think started to emerge in the 80s, and then in terms of wearables on into the 90s. And then the association with the technological sophistication started out, again, around the same time, but then really exploded into the current century. Now, early in my career, I would be talking with a colleague, and his comment to me was always along the lines of, this is a kind of an interesting idea, McGowan, so what? Why should anyone care about this? Why should it matter? What can we do with it? I can't get up here and say, well, yeah, I showed this cool connection between Grand Opera and Grand Prix. Any questions? So what? Okay. I would argue that peak opera occurred in 19th century Italy. This is when opera was its most popular, the stars were the biggest, the tunes were the most familiar, and I would say, sadly, this has remained the core of the opera repertoire ever since. There are others, but this is what shows up in the Roman Colosseum. This is what shows up at Bregenz. I showed you this, that's for Rigoletto. Okay, peak opera. What happened? How did kind of opera fall off its peak? Now, remember, opera is entertainment and still is entertainment, but at the same time, it was the place to create a there for a city, and it was the place to go and see and be seen by the right people. Okay, this is the Festspielhall in Bayreuth, designed by Wagner. And one thing that happened, and I think kind of Wagner was certainly instrumental in this, that the opera became less entertaining. You couldn't hum the tunes anymore, and it became more esoteric. But looking at the design of this, first, what do you notice? There are no side boxes. Wagner said, look, you go to the opera to hear my music and watch the activity on the stage. You don't go for any other reason. Okay. Seeing and be seen just kind of fell off the map in terms of opera, or fell. The other interesting thing about this is, what's interesting about the pit here? There are no aisles. There's an aisle on one side, there's an aisle on the other side. So if you didn't have one of the world's strongest bladders, you were going to see and be seen in a not very nice way. Okay, so you're trying to get from here all the way around to the end. So his idea was, look, no one interrupts my performances. You sit there, you watch it, you pay attention. That's it. But as we saw, that really wasn't the point of opera. It wasn't just entertainment. Okay? Now, opera is still alive. Okay? It's alive with new venues. Okay, the open air opera in Santa Fe. Okay. Glenbourne. Again, still a place to see and be seen, but not with the cachet that it had before. It still creates a there, again, for Santa Fe. It's more than a place to get an authentic burrito. And what could be a better way to see and be seen than here on the lawn at Glenbourne? Okay, we're talking serious cachet here. Okay, so those old rationales are still in play. And they are trying to introduce contemporary themes. This is John Adams, Dr. Atomic. This is Turnage's Anna Nicole. You know, I was reading the New York Times this morning, and they're talking about another new opera that's being performed. But these operas just don't enter the regular repertoire. Okay, it's really kind of frozen in time. Okay, now, Formula One. Well, it doesn't get any more associated with fashion than this. You know, LVMH is the largest, wealthiest fashion conglomerate in the world. And Arnault is one of the wealthiest people in the world. So if there was ever any doubt about the connection between Formula One Grand Prix and fashion, luxury, there you go. Okay. I just saw that article in the Financial Times. Notice how I'm kind of humble bragging here about reading the Financial Times. Okay, I get a free subscription through the Bucknell Library. Okay, so okay. A deal between Apple and Formula One. Now, my understanding from the article is what Apple's interested in doing is acquiring content for their virtual reality equipment. And that's the connection here. So further cementing the idea of an association between Grand Prix and technology. So here's the question I'll leave you with. Have we now reached peak Formula One? Now, we know, okay, first of all, looking back over what happened to opera, in retrospect, we can look back and we can see that there was a peak opera where things more or less got frozen. And the relevance of grand opera and its effectiveness at performing those necessary social functions didn't disappear. It's still there. And it's still entertaining, but it shrunk. And Formula One now is riding the crest. So have we reached peak Formula One in satisfying those social needs? If not, how much longer does it have to go? Where can it go? Or do we already see signs of atrophy and something else out there emerging to take over. Thank you very much.
So, Skip, I'm wondering, as a NASCAR fan, to go back to the opera houses, would my parallel be the Grand Ole Opry? Sorry, just kidding. Anyway, maybe it's too early in the morning for that. Anyway, that was terrific.
Okay.
We have people with microphones in the audience. Does anyone have questions or comments for Skip?
Oh, no, actually, I really want to reply to that. That's a really excellent observation. And as I was going through here, I realized that there are other, I don't know what I should call it, institutions, events, whatever, that also perform these functions. It's just that at the times, these had really reached kind of the apex of visibility. But no, I agree completely.
Before I hand off the mic to everybody else, I finally get to play in my wheelhouse as a musician here. So it's interesting to look at the sliding scales of both of these, and it's a great comparison and a great talk. But I would say they've kind of gone diametrically to each other, where opera at one point in time, again, like it was the seen and be seen, it was the, maybe we'll pay attention. And now, again, like you were talking about, you kind of gloss over the celebrity and all of that of Formula One now. But again, I mean, you look at Martin Brundle's grid walks, they're all just people that are there. They have no care in the world other than, I'm rooting for Mercedes today because they paid me to be here. Yeah.
Wait, okay, let me ask, why did you say they were there?
Because they're effectively invited and paid to be there to be seen. I mean, there's the real fans and the grandstands and all of that, but you have all of these people that, like 17th century opera where it was walking around and having a conversation. They're on the grid just to be seen and to have their celebrity out there. Or, I mean, Louis Vuitton is now sponsoring all of the trophies this year.
Well, I didn't want to overdo it, but at the same time, there was a large popular following of opera at the time as well. People would kind of line up at the entrance to the theater, to see people come in. It's like, every night there was something like, the Academy Awards. So I kind of glossed over the fact that, it was much broader than just that.
Thanks, Skip, for that wonderful presentation. As a connection to my talk yesterday, Giuseppe Campati was an opera singer, and he was actually not so much an amateur. I think he performed in some of the bigger theaters at the time. And just to fill in one thing with Hungary, I think you're correct, that it was trying to build up the image of that country, but it was also significant because it was the first Grand Prix behind the Iron Curtain. Hungary was still part of the Soviet world at that time. So thank you for that.
No, interesting. Okay, short personal story. I broke through the Iron Curtain once, going from Austria to Yugoslavia, and I didn't notice any difference. That I had been fed this Eastern European stereotype, and I'm looking around, it's like, okay, where are the bread lines? Where are the depressed-looking people, wearing ugly clothes? So, it's obvious that, Hungary and many other countries like that really needed the rebrand.
So first, I thought that was really very, very interesting because the parallels are fantastic. However, a couple observations being still involved in the industry today. One is, it's my opinion, having been on FIA commissions and things before 2000, a lot of Formula One races had nothing to do other than how much money Bernie Ecclestone was going to make by having another race. Okay. Two, after 2000, I wonder what your thoughts are. This is the question of the percentage of failures of this process. Turkey, India, China, Korea, they all failed.
Yeah. No,
So there's a lot of things that I think you're making a point, but I think there's going to be more to it to your end point, which in our world here in the U.S., I mean, we have massive partnership deals with people like AMD and Lenovo. It's all business to business. It has nothing to do with the consumer. They don't put their stuff on cars. It's all about enticing people to use their products on a business to business level, which I've seen as a fascinating development of what you're talking about. I agree with everything you said. Don't get me wrong, and don't be critical. There's a lot of stuff going on out there that potentially in 5 years, Formula One on television will be gone. It won't be there. You'll be getting it every other way, easier, better. You might have to pay for it more, but you're going to get better content through other ways, I think. That's just my opinion. But I'm interested in your thoughts on at least the part about the,
seriously, I mean,
the shift in the
that's an
economics and where it
excellent
goes.
point.
Yeah.
I would love sometime to make a presentation, on just one of those cases.
We're at that point.
Yeah, well, I'm at the point where I'm kind of reaching my sell-by date, so. At any rate, when I was listening to your presentation yesterday, you were talking about that you can get a car now and get it on the track for only $750,000. So the idea is that you're right. I thought about that. There are people who are clearly making money on this, but they're also highly subsidized by the folks who are willing to kick in $750,000. It would be kind of like an NFL player buying their own equipment and then playing for free. Yeah, I know I might get a concussion and ruin my life, but heck, I'm there for the fun of it. So if you look at the whole cost, it's not even close. But yeah, I'd like to do what you were suggesting. Really would.
A lot more there, so you're well on the way. It's great.
I'm well on my way to other things. Okay.
So another perspective on this. A year ago, I was at a barbecue, a paid barbecue. I met some people at the table who were Formula One fans. I'm a Formula One fan. It goes back to 1960 or whatever, the first year here. These people, and I try to talk to them about Formula One. We had nothing in common because their Formula One was all Drive to Survive and nothing else. Yeah. And I don't know what that means, but that's a whole other perspective on this thing, that there's another universe out there.
All right, so on the internet, our British friends have been a flurry of comments. Some of them overlap with things that have been said in the room, but one that stands out specifically is in remark to what you were talking about, countries using Formula One to, basically symbolically represent themselves in a better light. There is an opposing point here, and I think it's very valid, which is why I'm bringing it up. It's the flip side of this argument is the South African Grand Prix being taken off the calendar in the 80s when the world was pressuring South Africa to end apartheid. So any comment on that?
I don't know if that's inconsistent with anything here. Well, no, you're saying it was taken off the calendar because of opposition to apartheid. Well, it was kind of like rebranding in a negative direction. It's still, Formula One was a key component in brand image. Its absence was as significant as its presence, perhaps even more so. I didn't just dodge the question.
Yeah, I want to bring this back to, hello. I want to bring this back to Watkins Glen. Yeah, Watkins Glen has an opera house, or did, and it's gone.
Yeah.
Well, F1 was in Watkins Glen, and it's gone. What happened during that time when the rich and famous came to the Glen for natural beauty reasons, and they had an opera house because it was a there. They had to have a place to go. And lots of small towns had opera houses where drama and music and speakers came. Not of great note, but it was a place that small rural places aspired to be like the grand places of Europe and have an opera house, even here.
Well, that's the thing. Opera kind of fell off the wagon, in terms of providing for those social needs, and replaced by something else. Movie, you can't mingle or gossip. You know, it's more like the Festspiel House at Bayreuth.
All right, Jim Miller's the last one, so we got
Thank you. So first, a couple of quick things. One is to underscore Paul's remark about the Hungarian race being behind what in those days was called the Iron Curtain. That looks looking into. I don't know much about it, but it's only 3 years short of its becoming an independent country. The second thing, more important, is where can I get a pair of glasses that will make me look like an Italian philosopher? Oh.
You'll have to ask Carol.
Okay. And lastly, Herbert von Karajan, who led the Berlin Philharmonic for forever and recorded numerous operas, was a major Porsche driver and owner. And I think as an Austrian, he was buddies with Ferry Porsche.
The glasses question sounds like a coffee break discussion to me. We need to wrap this up because we need to move on pretty quickly with Lauren. Skip, that was wonderful. Thanks very much. Always thought.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to try and segue into Lauren really quick. If you want to get out, grab a quick cup of coffee, stretch your legs. Please do it quickly because we need to have people in the audience for Lauren.
Chris?
Okay, folks, we want to welcome Lauren Goodman to the stage. Lauren comes to us from the Revs Institute, the famed Revs Institute in lovely Naples, Florida. Lauren, welcome to upstate New York in late November. What were you thinking?
Happy to be here.
Anyway, I just want to say on a personal note, Lauren, in conjunction with our friend Eric here, and I taped some podcasts earlier this year to air during Women's History Month on women in motorsport. Lauren was very instrumental on being the panel in that. We had some wonderful conversations with some very serious women engaged in some very serious racing history, all of which are on the IMRRC website. Lauren was very instrumental, as obviously Eric was, in doing that. We're very proud of the project, so check that out at some point in time. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Lauren Goodman from the Revs Institute.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I feel very important right now. Thank you very much. Good morning, hello. If we haven't met, my name's Lauren Goodman, and I am here in my capacity as the Associate Curator of Exhibitions at Revs Institute. Here in my representing Revs, I'm very excited because last time I was presenting here in 2022, I was working a different job and just volunteering at Revs on the weekend. So I was only here in my capacity as a huge nerd instead of as an official representative of Revs Institute. I could say this in a room full of car nerds, right, Mark? You know. Yeah, there you go. So I brought along too, for this 1 hour slot. I thought, I don't want to talk for an hour. So I'm going to give you about a 20-minute presentation about some interesting findings I had while working on an exhibition. Then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Arthur Carlson. He is the new Director of Archives and Research, our new Archives and Research Center at Revs Institute. He's been at the job just about a year now, so I'm really happy to be able to introduce him to you, and he could tell you about some of the really cool projects we've been working on. So today's topic, I want to talk to you about French mascots, also known as hood ornaments. Mascots are the fancy way of saying hood ornament, much the way concours is the fancy way of saying car show. Specifically, French mascots of the interwar period between World Wars I and II. Revs Institute is fortunate to enjoy the friendship of Mr. John N. Zoller, and he is one of the foremost collectors of mascots of all types in the world. You may have seen some of his collections if you've ever been to the Auburn Cord-Duesenberg Museum, where he has a lot of beautiful American examples on display. In the past, he's also lent us his lovely glass mascots, so not just Lalique, but Sabino and Retta Shea, just beautiful examples. And Mr. Zoller also self-publishes catalogs of his collections, which is just a real boon to having documentation. So in 2024, with Mr. Zoller's collaboration, our team at Revs decided to refresh some of our display cases with some of his beautiful mascots. And what began as a fairly simple display became instead my own looking glass. And I, as Alice, dug into the wonderland of French mascots from the interwar period. I'd like you to come on that journey with me. I am happy to say that the resulting exhibition is beautiful and even a little bit educational. In fact, you could see here we were able to put all the information on a website, QR codes in the display cases. So if anyone was interested, they could drill down and discover more about each specific piece, see a video about it, pretty proud of that, and even some other materials that illuminate some of the things going on design-wise, culture-wise, economy-wise at the time in France that would have influenced the design of these mascots. Pretty cool. So if you have ever put together an exhibition, you understand that the final installation is only the tip of the iceberg. The bulk of the labor is spent in suffering, or it's also pronounced research. There you go. I thought after I did all that work, maybe I should find a way to compile and share my research so future generations can pull from it, from for their own uses. So I wrote a lit review. It's very fancy and very long, and my mom is very proud of me. Hi, Mom. So more importantly, when I was writing about what I found about mascots, I began to realize what was missing. So that paper, yeah, it's about automotive mascots, but it's also a paper about where automotive heritage is losing time in the corners compared to other heritage organizations and disciplines. Now let me say now up front, I'm not assigning any blame, there's no malfeasance here. We're all passionate about these automobiles and their associated automobilia. I simply used mascot collecting as a lens through which to view the automotive heritage ecosystem. So the paper helped me understand and elucidate my own work and my own mission at the museum. So I'll spend a little time sharing some of the points from the paper. I'm not going to go over the whole thing. But I just want to spark some more conversations about our future and the future of these objects that we love. So first, some clarifications. Since the exhibition focused mostly on accessory mascots, they form the bulk of this discussion. But some of these findings apply to, say, the mark-specific designs for high-end manufacturers like Automobile Farman, for example. And although mascots were produced in a range of prices and quality, I was focusing really on the ones that I was displaying, which are the upmarket pieces. They were typically cast in bronze using the very complicated lost wax process, and then coated with silver and even occasionally gold. They were prized by collectors even then, meaning that many pieces enjoyed a protected life on a desk or a shelf instead of on the radiator cap of a car. And there are, of course, mascot examples that predate 1914. But the golden age for accessory mascots, aftermarket mascots, really began in France after World War I and peaked during the 1920s and early 30s, eventually streamlining. And underhood radiators made the mascot an old-fashioned accessory. So by 1938, the Paris Salon had practically no mascots on display on the automobiles on the show floor. So where does one begin researching these objects, especially in the English language? I identified 3 major works published in the late 70s that became the source for most of the later literature in English. And you're probably going to recognize some of these names. We are indebted to these authors, and the literature in the 80s and 90s relies heavily on these works. But to paraphrase Don Capps, if you'll allow me, Don, the difference between fiction and history is footnotes. So in these 3 books, for example, you're lucky to find a list of sources at the end, let alone an endnote. But the absence of those things actually makes sense when you consider the following. These authors were creating the literature. No one had bothered to write about it before. It was either tacit knowledge, it was trade know-how. So those who were writing about it, especially if they wanted photos, often had to negotiate access to privately held collections. And these authors had an audience in mind, and that audience was enthusiasts and collectors. These were the people driving the demand for information. They weren't necessarily demanding an academic bibliography. So the next major author, there we go. The next major author emerges in the mid-90s. Michel Legrand is so important, you can really divide the literature into a pre-Legrand era and a post-Legrand era. Although some of his work is only available in French, the captions are really short, easy to read and translate, which is why he's still a major source for those writing in English today. Legrand first began by reproducing period catalogs, period sales catalogs. Then he began photographing mascots and ephemera from private collections. Authors in the present day are still largely enthusiasts and collectors who draw heavily on Legrand and the 3 major works from the late 70s. Now, the magic of the internet allowed me to search contemporary French periodicals for more information about the mascots that I had on display and those who designed them. In my paper, I make some really nitpicky points about provenance. contrasting primary sources with the later English literature. As I scoured the primary sources, I wondered, why hasn't this scholarship been done before? And there are a few major reasons for that. One is the participation of collectors. These are key collaborators, but they may feel they risk devaluing an investment piece if new research casts a shadow on what was said in the auction catalog. There is risk as well in sending their collections out for public display or research. It's reasonable that a private collector would want to avoid risk. The acquisition and maintenance of mascots, like any other collection, represents an investment of creativity, time, money, and the collection itself contributes to the collector's own happiness. The most obvious solution, I think, would be for collectors to plan what happens with their collections after their lifetimes, while continuing to enjoy them in the present. By collaborating today on a plan with a public institution, such as a museum or an archive, the collector can be assured that these mascots will be held in trust for future generations. These institutions have a duty of care for their collections, but they don't assume financial risk or reward based on authentication and research. That is because collection items do not appear on the balance sheet as an asset if you are a museum. I think the next typical barrier is an echo chamber. Now, cross-pollination between automobile heritage and other disciplines from the humanities and social sciences, that would equip automotive historians with better tools and encourage experts from other fields to conduct research on automobiles. For example, the 1970s sources do make reference to the Animalier School of Sculpture and its impact on French bronze production, but the subsequent literature kind of dropped the ball on that, doesn't take up that thread again, which is really interesting when you consider that there are numerous collector guides and art historical texts on the Animalier School of Sculpture and its artists. Such works date back all the way to the 70s, and the most recent major one I could find was from 2007. And finally, I think it's also the novelty of our field. The phrase automobile heritage is itself fairly new. In fact, in the scope of human history, the car itself is fairly new. The Turin Charter, the conservation charter for most historic cars, was adopted in 2013, which is nearly 50 years after the Venice Conservation Charter addressed the heritage of architecture and our built environment. The mascot as worthy manifestation of automotive material culture, that may be an idea that takes time, as opposed to people thinking it's a mere collector's hobby. So here's the crux, and this is why I'm up here bothering you all today. These obstacles, I believe, are symptomatic of a larger issue. Automobile heritage is still the purview of private collectors and enthusiasts. We don't have an academic market for automotive history like other disciplines. I'm talking about the market where the publisher parish imperative creates volumes of peer-reviewed journals and where tenure tracks, endowed chairs, and research grants underwrite the research. Rather, the automotive historian today makes his or her living by teaching in another specialty, by working in another field entirely and devoting his or her free time or retirement years to the topic, or by researching and authenticating for auction houses and collectors. Now, it's this last instance that's the most potentially problematic. Enthusiasts and collectors rely on auction catalogs, which in turn rely on the writings of enthusiasts and collectors, and it becomes a vicious circle. Future scholarship should aim to break this particular feedback loop. I think about this a lot in my work as a museum professional. Museums must maintain the public trust. We cannot state as fact, which we only hope to be true. And if we cannot provide the funding for academics to draw them to automobile heritage, then we'll have to pull information from other disciplines and find ways to apply it to what we do and to cars. So, in my paper, I then turned my attention to other disciplines. Maybe they had something to teach us about French mascots. I wondered what I might find. But surely, it was too much to hope for an art historical book that covers a topic as niche as bronze art foundries in 20th century Paris. Mesdames et messieurs, voila. Here it is. Dictionary of Bronze Art Foundries in France is one of the most important works in this space by Lisbeth Le Bon. It incorporates previous scholarship in French and was made available in English translation in 2015. Le Bon helped me understand something that had been bothering me as I researched mascots. One of the central issues in English language literature is identification and attribution. And oftentimes, the different people involved in making a mascot, that would be people like the artist, but also the modeler, the fabricator, the editor, the chaser, and the retailer, and the associated marks on these pieces would get conflated. English language catalogs have used dubious language when attributing mascots, to the point where a reasonable person might believe the artist was a central part of the manufacture and that the final piece received an intervention by the artist himself. The reality is murkier. So we'll jump right in with one example from Le Bon. In this particular case, the role of the fabricant in French. And I'll just read aloud the quote here for anyone who can't see. This is a quote from Le Bon's book. An editor of art bronzes also called himself a manufacturer, fabricant, when he ran a factory, fabrique, a term which designated a company where semi-fine products are completed for marketing. The casting operations were very generally carried out by an independent foundryman who delivered the raw bronzes to the manufacturer, who would handle either in his own workshops or by calling on molders and the final chiseling and patina operations. Large houses like Continental, Le Lièvre, and Pinedo, which have always subcontracted their foundry work, are therefore excluded from this study. Now, if you are, by any chance, somebody who has read a lot of auction catalogs about mascots, you know the term, the company Continental and Le Lièvre, because they later merged, are often attributed as, as foundries in the literature. And already we could see here in art history, they say that's simply not true. Furthermore, the introduction of the term fabricant to the literature in English is important. There were enough self-described fabricants in the late 19th and 20th century Paris that they had their own trade organization with their own professional standards. Understanding their role sheds new light on issues of attribution. For example, at the premises of the fabricant, the separate pieces delivered by the foundry would be assembled by the chaser, as stated in the previous paragraph. Since several designs were being assembled at a given time, a system of numeration with letters and with numbers would indicate to the chaser which pieces belong together. These numbers are therefore nothing like a print number and do not give us any idea of the number of editions produced of a particular mascot. However, it does stand to reason these small marks could be useful for the authentication of mascots. Le Bon's Dictionnaire addresses the changing relationship between artist and foundry in 20th century Paris. There was an industry of smaller foundries and these enterprising artists who were also creating multiple editions of their pieces. Now, these same topics are actually briefly mentioned by Michel Legrand, the major author in the 1990s about mascots. He even addresses some of these enterprising artist editors, and there were a number of small craft foundries, not fine art foundries, but craft foundries, in the 11th arrondissement of Paris that created both, say, bronze light fixtures and fittings, and also mascots as a sideline. Here clearly is an area where more cross-pollination between art history and automotive history would be very fruitful. Now, historical study is not the only way we can learn more about mascots. New breakthroughs in technology have already been applied to bronzes produced in France in the 19th and 20th century. 2 studies available in English deal directly with the use of new technology to help with the provenance and attribution of French bronzes. They often use the handheld X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, which is a non-invasive and effective way to determine a bronze sculpture's artist, foundry, even date of casting. And I think it's an ideal framework for beginning to apply some of these new technologies to things we already are familiar with and love. And I will pause here to say I'm sure there's a keen listener in the audience who is tapping their foot and thinking, when is the Q&A? Because Lauren is missing some very important French mascots. And I say, fear not, gentle listener. We are now at the automotive mascots of La Ligue. I've saved them for last because they are the exception that proves the rule. Literature on La Ligue glass mascots has long benefited from that very cross-pollination between the worlds of the automobile and fine art. Like mascots generally, the first major work in English on La Ligue appeared in the 70s and was aimed at the private collector. La Ligue made a variety of decorative objects for the home and office, so numerous collectors' guides mention automobile mascots just as they would vases or picture frames and table settings. Yet these guides cite not only previous La Ligue guides, by 1988, they were also citing automotive mascot sources in their literature. Conversely, when G.G. Weiner devoted a 2-volume work to La Ligue mascots, he drew on the wider literature of decorative art collection and art history, in addition to our literature on automotive mascots. This cross-pollination means that La Ligue mascots are better documented than all other French mascots combined. So what? Well, as I began to think about it, I wondered, perhaps the beauty and desirability of the La Ligue pieces are enough to account for its robust documentation. But I also began to consider, is La Ligue so well documented because it is popular, or is it popular because it is so well documented? I'll explain more. McClinton, who is one of the texts in the field, reproduced the mascot listings from La Ligue's 1932 catalog, and this became a major point of reference for subsequent La Ligue collectors' guides. Furthermore, La Ligue's entree to the world of mascots through a Citroën commission in 1925 is well documented, and La Ligue had an exclusive sales agent in the UK from the early days, meaning there was always sales literature published in English. As small objets d'art, mascots are not likely to have sales records, that is, to establish provenance, so sales catalogs are therefore the most common tool for identification generally. If sales literature is the main source for authentication of mascots, and if collectors prefer pieces which can be authenticated, then trends in collecting are driven by availability of information as much as, if not more than, the inherent aesthetic qualities of the objects collected. This is evident in the sheer number of sources in the current literature about mascots that reproduce pages from sales catalogs. So what does this mean for the future of these mascots? Well, I hope I've demonstrated that documentation creates value and that we can create more documentation almost instantly, just by drawing on work already published in other fields like art history. I believe that when scholars in other disciplines see their work cited in our publications, they will be enticed to focus a little more on cars. More documentation will create information, which will drive collector confidence, thereby increasing market demand. The demand itself will create prices that justify spending more labor, therefore money, on research and authentication. Herein is the one caveat I'll say. As with fine art, this upward spiral may put the price of mascots beyond the reach of all but a few enthusiasts. A smaller handful of collectors will become even more important for the research and preservation of mascots as material culture. As the collections become larger and collectors become older, it seems likely that just as with fine art, our public institutions become the necessary destination of these pieces. Anticipating this, collectors and institutions should begin collaborating now in the present about what will happen to these beautiful mascots in the future. Such collaborations between collectors and institutions exist already in the world of fine art. Recipient institutions work closely with scholars who in turn publish work that expands on our collective understanding of the fabrication, history, conservation, and social import of material culture. The collector is not necessarily the first person to own an object, but a collector who plans to give his or her collection to a museum is, in a very real sense, holding those objects in trust for future generations. The current collector of significant automobiles and automobilia is now faced with the same dilemma that has long weighed on the collectors of Titian, Picasso, and Calder. Are these works, purchased for my own pleasure, a financial investment for myself and my descendants? Or are they important material culture of which I have been merely the steward? And if so, who should be the next steward? Thanks very much. I believe now we're actually doing a short break and then moving on. We're going to switch, and then we'll do a Q&A together afterwards.
So Arthur's coming up, and then, so stay put, everybody.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. As my great colleague and friend from Revs Institute, Warren Goodman, shared.
Okay, everybody.
My name is Arthur Carlson, and I oversee the operations of the new Archives and Research Center at Revs Institute. So we just opened up over the summer, so I'm here to share some of the exciting news, talk about what the center represents and the opportunities we hope it can provide for those here in attendance, joining us online, and anyone else that may be interested in furthering the field of scholarship in historic and significant automobiles. So it's very exciting. So I guess to really back up and understand momentous achievement, let's start talking initially about the library program at Revs, which many of you are likely familiar with owing to our Revs Digital Library, which has approximately 724,000 photographs online. So originally the library room started as a supporting element of the Miles Collier automobile collection. So most of the material was related to supporting the maintenance, care, and curation of the collection, or understanding the historical significance of the automobiles that he had collected. Eventually, as they added other things like the Briggs Cunningham archives, the archival collections of several photographers, and then other printed material, including now more than 28,000 monographic books and over 100,000 magazines and journals, we have created what we think is one of the most extensive research resources for this field. We've also added art and automobilia and film and audio. Eventually, we filled our space, and as demand for other offerings, including the new gallery that Lauren will be overseeing at Revs Institute, they kicked us out. So they took me and all the archivists, and they packed us up, and they shipped us 20 miles north of Fort Myers, and they stuck us in the Archives and Research Center. So it's actually a brand new facility, and two facilities, technically, because it is actually a building inside of another building. So we built a archival storage facility to Amazon data center specifications. So it's got 0 vertical penetrations, a full Siemens latex roof. It is Category 5 hurricane rated. There is a Fluoro-K fire suppression system, which is a state-of-the-art fire suppression system. And we were so happy with that, we just slapped another building over the top of that. Built to the same specifications. So it is probably the most environmentally secure building in Southwest Florida. Because our major threat is sea level rise and water, we tower above the local population at approximately 30 feet above sea level. So we will be the last place to flood. So when the next hurricane hits, you can see where I'll be hanging out with the dogs. So it is a full compact storage system, 14 feet high in both the standard stacks and the cold storage room, which is where we'll keep nitrate film and other materials that are at risk for vinegar syndrome and things like that. We're going to implement a full digitization lab that can support up to FAGI 4 standards. So for those of you familiar with sort of digitization standards, that is essentially the highest level of professional digitization. So it would allow our materials and resources to be utilized in any sort of new media, virtual augmented reality purposes, 4K, 8K, high definition, whatever you want. So we're really looking at that, trying to be conscious of future planning for our presentations and things like that. We're creating a visiting researcher area. We're about 25 minutes from RSW, which is the region's largest airport between Miami and Orlando. So convenient for those of you coming down. Now, we understand the expectation of 21st century researcher behavior is initially digital born. So that is actually what we're working to do, is that we're working to create access pathways so that we can really open up to a global audience. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And also, if you'll notice, the bottom shot there is actually our workspace. So it's a fully modular workspace. Every single thing in that room can be moved, customized, put together, spread apart, broken together. So it allows us to handle a variety of things, oversized materials, print, art. As a matter of fact, Lauren has commandeered a few of our tables. She's got the prints of noted photographer and fine artist Jesse Alexander spread out all over the place. So that'll be an exhibit debuting in early 2026. So I'm sure you'll hear more from Lauren about that. So we're very excited for those opportunities it represents. But it is a really wonderful space. So we encourage you, if you're ever down Southwest Florida, please reach out, come down, visit us, or check us out online. So one of the exciting things that we talk about the center representing is it really is a foundational platform on which we can scaffold up our resources. One of the ones that we're most excited about is our AI and machine learning metadata generation tool. So we partnered with the consortium of Metro AI, which is a service of the New York Public Library. And what we are doing is we're implementing a car recognition model, a facial recognition model that uses Insight Face, which is the same technology that powers Apple iOS sort of face unlock. So how the system works, so if we start with the machine learning for the cars, is that essentially we take cars, we upload them with our known metadata, and then we create clusters around them. So for instance, we'll use the example of Porsche. So we can upload Porsches, and then we can upload every single model they make, and then we can make a giant cluster that's Porsche. And then we can take the individual models, 911, 917, whatever we want, 550s. We can make those individual models, and we can make them to that. And then we can do them through generations, phase 1, phase 2, specific races. You can make the clusters as broad or as tightly granular as you want. Once you do that, we feed them into our machine learning system, which goes and it begins to identify those clusters and create relational patterns through the metadata. So if it recognizes that every car in the cluster is a Porsche, it starts to create these relational polygons. So it creates polygons that it overlays over the images to create scaled relationships. What's the measure of the tire? What's the angles of the headlights? What's the angles of the cars and things like that? So it's a pretty interesting thing. And then what it does, you'll see over on the right-hand screen, is it generates a confidence score that these are the images based on similar relational polygons. So we're using 4 different AI models. We're actually using 3. One we run in a grayscale and a monochrome, because we've actually found that the machine learning gets tricked by certain things. The association with red and the mark Ferrari is so strong that any red car gets tagged as a Ferrari. So there are little quirks. So that's why we ran the grayscale programs, to see if by eliminating that RGB element, could we kind of reduce that bias in the AI and machine learning tool. So it's a pretty interesting thing to understand. The other thing that we're finding is that we have a limited sample source. So as we know, with automobile photography and advertising, they take it from, what, 3 angles? You see the front, you might see the side, you may see the back, depending, right? Same thing with motorsports. The photographers stand in certain areas of the track, the cars are depicted from the same angles, and of course it's motorsports, the cars tend to be heavily modified. So they kind of make bad samples. But as I mentioned earlier, as I keep stressing, we use relational polygons. Relational polygons scale. We happen to have over 100,000 scale model cars. So one of the interesting things that we're now doing is we're starting to 3D image all of our scale model cars to use them as a controlled variable group to better train the AI machine learning element. What we will do is once the machine learning reaches a confidence score of 90% on images, we will deploy it to retroactively apply enhanced metadata to the more than 725,000 images we have on our public display and the 1.6 million awaiting full-scale digitization. So what that will do is enhance access and discovery and increase use of our materials and create a better resource for our entire industry and field. Similar to the car recognition model, we're actually employing the same technology that I mentioned Apple uses to better recognize faces, humans, characters, and things like that depicted in the images. I was sharing the example last night that we have an image in our collection, and it says Laguna Seca. All right, cool. It says Laguna Seca, it's got a year. It's not a car in the image, it's a picture of Paul Newman. But nowhere does his name, nowhere does that metadata index. So unless you stumbled across that picture of Paul Newman, you'd never find it. But the AI found it for me. Because we ran Paul Newman's face through the Insight thing, I sent it into the sample store, and I said, find me anyone that looks like him. And it brought back a lot. So this is actually an example of how it works. So it overlays a box over the search. So that's when we did it for Ricardo Rodriguez. I said, find me everything you can of him. And you'll see over on the right-hand side that this is actually, I cropped out a little bit of it, but you actually notice it's got 2 relevance confidence scores. The top one is the face. It thinks with about approximately 85% confidence score that image is Ricardo Rodriguez. You'll notice the relevance score, that's related to other metadata. The relevance score is lower than the confidence score because we had a lack of relevant metadata. So because we didn't apply a lot of metadata to the field, it can't ascertain if that's actually him. Funny enough, the thing's so good, it picks up his brother Pedro sometimes. So we are we're actually farther ahead with training the image learning model than the car recognition model, mostly owing to the limitations I mentioned. Plus, it's a sample size issue, is that if you think of every car that's raced over the last 140 years, it's really just a scale issue. So what we're finding is that reducing the sample size, limiting the scope of the project is achieving deeper results. So we look forward to working more with that. So one of our other things that we're working on is an oral history program. So we've partnered with the Nunn Oral History Center at the University of Kentucky, the nation's premier oral history academic outfit. And what we're doing with them is we're employing 2 new technologies they created, Aviary and Whisper. Those are both AI-related tools that enhance access through live language translation, full text transcription, and linked data. So the live language translation is pretty interesting. What it can do is take the interviews that are recorded in the interviewee's native language, in our case primarily English, but it can convert it to most of the major languages supported by Google AI's translation app. So it makes it rarely accessible. The other thing it does is it runs a full-scale transcription that is time-stamped and that it also creates, if it identifies a linked data agent. So linked data is a concept that really is championed by the Library of Congress, and it's this idea that certain elements and fields have a controlled vocabulary list, controlled elements, and if we can add those controlled elements in, it can talk to other organizations, institutions, or records within our own collections that have that same agent or name authority and tie them together. So for instance, this is actually, ours aren't uploaded yet, so this is one that I stole from the University of Kentucky. That's Steve Zahn talking about bourbon, interestingly enough. But in using that example, so when he mentions like bourbon, and you stop the transcription, you pause the tape, and you pull up the sort of the text, anything that has a link data will be hyperlinked. So then you can click on that and it'll basically tie to all of our other resources. So if you're doing something with Ricardo Rodriguez and you click on that history where somebody talks about his death, it'll pull up anything related to that element. It'll pull up his biography, it'll pull up news stories, it'll pull up images. It'll pull up anything we have, not only in our collections, but anybody tied to our discovery systems. You can actually see there. Yep, so it's pretty interesting. So what we hope to do with the oral history collection, is to really go out over the next year and to kind of try to identify folks, partners, that can help us identify, as we mentioned, that tacit knowledge, that at-risk data, that at-risk material. Yesterday, they let me ride around Bill Green, which was so interesting, and we were stopping just, all through the old road course pathway, and he was just saying things like, oh, you see that green ball up in the tree there? And it's just all, and who else but him is really going to know that? So who else but him is going to understand that knowledge, those things that really talk about the history, the culture, those strong experiences that tie us together, where else can we record that? So what we hope to do by announcing basically the program here to this audience today is to have each of you kind of engage, help send in suggestions. As Lauren mentioned, I'm completely new to this. Up until last year, I went to college in the fall of 1998 and I didn't leave. So I stayed completely employed in academia for 26 years. And so I come out knowing nothing about this. I have no understanding of who we can go out there to capture. And please understand that it is not simply about the most important or well-recognized names. It's at-risk knowledge. So particularly people that represent regional events, local shows, local races, even failed attempts at implementing car culture or supporting it. So please reach out, share your subject, share your things, and these can be as formal as academic, soft conversations. We really just want to create a resource that shares and preserves that knowledge. So I hope that you all can help us with that. Finally, talking about some other exciting things, we're actually resuming our digitization program. Some of you that are frequent users of RDL have probably noticed that sometime during the pandemic that we kind of stopped uploading new images. So we're actually reviving that. So we just sent out the André van Bever collection, who is the noted Belgian photographer. So we'll have over 100,000 new images coming online soon. Following that, we'll send out Jesse Alexander and some of the other collections and things like that. So we're very excited about that. We've begun the migration to integrated online collection guides. So for those of you that have been using some of our archival collections, those old PDFs, I got rid of them all. So now we have archive space implemented online collection guides. So what you would normally find at a traditional academic institution, that same resource, that same value. And again, opening it up to the public. That is the great thing, is we're trying to remove any barriers to access to use our materials that we can identify and eliminate. Another thing is we just required a couple of new collections, so we're working to get those online. The most recent collection that we obtained was the Strother-McMinn collection. So we picked that up at auction a few months ago. Strother-McMinn is widely regarded as the most influential and important American automotive designer. So it's a really interesting collection as we've kind of gone through it. There's concept cars, there's correspondence, and more than anything, it reveals the vast alumni network of his students that have become major executives, major influencers, and entrepreneurs in the field of automotive. So it's a really interesting collection. As I mentioned, the Jesse Alexander collection, the fine art prints will go on display. We'll also add the other collections up to our materials as well. Jack Bullard, which is a really interesting collection. For more than 40 years, Jack Bullard responded to car accidents. He was a tow truck operator, so it's a really interesting thing. We think material scientists, vehicle safety studies, really just trying to open up new and exciting things. We're actually expanding our digital library. So right now, the Revs digital library is primarily photographs. So we're looking to add manuscript collections, digitized on material that is out of copyright. So some of those early journals, some of those things like that. Really, like I said, just trying to enhance access to our resources. And then finally, and this is probably most exciting, we're actually working to create basically a consortium of anyone that is interested in kind of helping create standards of discovery, standards of digitization, linked data resources and things like that. So that's very exciting. We'll actually incorporate that. The articles of incorporation were just drawn up by our lawyer. So it'll actually be a 501c6 incorporated in the state of Florida, which is essentially a chamber of commerce. What we hope to do is create a shared discovery catalog and a shared digital repository. So the idea being that each individual institution that joins the consortium can keep their individual identities, can keep all their processes, but upload their materials into a shared discovery layer. As we mentioned earlier, the 21st century researcher behavior does not want to go to 30 places to look for information. They want to go to one source. It's the Googlification of American discovery. All right, it's that one source concept, and it's something that you find increasingly in academia. It's one source, even if you look at databases now, databases don't get searched individually. They get searched through crawlers. So we really want to implement that same idea, is that if you can go to the consortium website, that you can search the collections of every one of our members. So we hope, for those of you that might be interested, right now there's no obligations, expressions of interest. We've got about 25 organizations across the United States and 2 now in Western Europe, which is really exciting, that are interested in following along. So, if that's something that you or your organization might be interested in at least following along with, please see me or Lauren, and we'll make sure we get added to the listserv. So it's really exciting. As I mentioned, we're incorporating the state of Florida as the Group for Archival Research and Global Exchange, which spells out garage. I thought of that all myself, so you're welcome for my contributions to automotive history already. So that's a really exciting thing, but that's something that we really want to talk to folks about and to really share and elevate the field. So that's something I think that's really exciting and something that I hope that we can work with each of you. And as I mentioned, this is something that we see as building a resource. So it's something open to conversation. In no way do I want to drive what happens with this thing. What I really want to do is understand what are the research needs of our audience, what are the research needs of, what can we do to expand our offerings, to really, as so many of you here have already said, what can we do to increase support for scholarship in this field? And so I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to sort of soft launch that program. So really, like I said, really excited to talk about that, to share that, to build networked interest and things like that. So very, very exciting stuff. So as I mentioned, I thought that this would be more opportunities for free exchange. So I left a little extra time for Q&A compared to some of the other sessions, because I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and I thought that seeing as we couldn't give a live demo, that I might have the opportunity to explain in more detail for any questions that you might have. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you. What I'm really hearing is that you're making my life easier. That's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, that's exactly what we're here to do. I am not an expert in this field, but if I understand what is the information needs that the field requires, we can build those systems in conjunction with our partners, collaborators, friends, and supporters across the world.
So I think now we're open up for a Q&A. If you have questions about Arthur, if you have questions about tiny little French sculptures that sit on cars, we're both here. I'm not supposed to stand too close to you.
I know. So, Lauren's one of my favorite people in the world, but we're just avoiding each other for interference feedback.
Yeah.
So
Question for Arthur.
Yes.
If someone has historical documents to donate, how would you decide where to send it? You have the AACA, the SAH, and the Revs Institute. Are you looking for specific types of documents?
Well, I think a lot of that depends on the donor. In a lot of cases, donors really have a wish list. There's usually a place that either is their home tract, their home region, maybe an association that they have a stronger affiliation with than others. And they may have a natural place in mind. Now, what we aim to do with that consortium is to make sure that if you come to any one of us, that we understand what are the collecting specialties, what are sort of the talent support of each of the organizations in our field to help donors find the best home. We don't view this as a competition amongst organizations in any way. What we see this as is a way to really build in that collegiality that you see in like academic consortiums, academic conferences, and things like that, where they help you understand this is super great, this definitely needs to preserve, but hey, maybe you should go see my friend Joe at Watkins Glen because they have all the SCCA stuff and this is more closely aligned with that. And really, it depends on the capacity. You know, if they're out of room, what do we find? So I think it's really just trying to foster better communication amongst our institutions and organizations. And then the other advantage I see, and this is probably leaning a little over my skis, is one of the reasons that they plucked me down to Revs is I used to sit on the Eastern Academic Scholars Trust Consortium, which that is an organization of academic institutions from the University of Maine down to the University of Florida and all up and down the Mid-Atlantic. And what it was they were the first ones to get into the idea of special collections and archival research sharing. So how can you share these things that traditionally have been so guarded and so maintained that you had to ask permission, then get access to look at them, and then while you're looking at them, somebody was looking at you looking at them. You know, so really, how can we dispel those barriers and create, like I said, better agreement, better thing? But that's a great question and one that I'm glad that somebody asked, because I think that's an important point to make, is that it's all about building collaboration.
Thank you for that. I'm very fortunate that I live close to the Revs, and I've used it many times, and it's been really important in my work. So just a couple of very quick questions. Number one, are you now open for research? Is the facility open?
Yes, so we are by appointment only, but if you want to reach out to, as I mentioned, library@revsinstitute.org, we can support research things and things like that. You'll have to excuse our mess. Like I mean, we're still moving in a little bit. We opened in June, so it took about 3 weeks. We managed to, and gosh, serendipitously, we moved during 3 weeks in the middle of hurricane season in Florida and didn't get rained on once. Right. So we were just smart and avoided the daily 2:33 p.m., 15-minute deluge.
And so, secondly, my institution, we used to have interns working there before the pandemic. So are you going to start that up again? Or?
I'm glad that you asked that as well. So one of the main tasks I was engaged with by Mr. Collier was re-engaging the academy. So I've actually been in consultation with Florida Gulf Coast University and Florida Southwest College. So we'll actually have service learning students from Florida Gulf Coast University that'll begin working with us in the spring. So they'll be with us for about 80 hours each working on basically their pick of projects. Florida Southwest College, we're also hoping to implement the same thing. They have a more formal internship program, so we'll have a few of those interns. And excitingly, we're also hosting a library fellow. So we'll have one of the archivists in training from Florida Southwest College that'll be embedded with us for 20 hours a week for about 8 weeks to kind of help learn digital preservation and things like that. At my prior institutions, I used to host library science and information graduate students from the University of Rhode Island, Simmons University, Florida State. So we're actually in talks with those individuals. We actually have a graduate student from Simmons that's an intern now. We had a student intern from McPherson College in Kansas over the summer. And I'm trying to convince him to move back to Florida when he graduates and work for us. So that is actually, engaging the academy is actually one of the, literally it says that on Mr. Collier's vision board. That is something that we are tasked with doing specifically.
I think Paul wants to know if his people at Ave Maria could come down and maybe do a little.
Absolutely, absolutely. If, like I said, we just really started reaching out to those things in the last 6 weeks. So let me talk, we'd love to have them. I mean, what our founder sees it as important that Revs Institute is not something that supports just the automotive community, but raises educational opportunities for Southwest Florida.
And one last question. Are you going to open the full Joel Finn archive? I know you have a lot of stuff.
That's actually on the list for 26 processing. So I mentioned we have a graduate student from Simmons University, which is a major library and information science school in Boston. So we're actually moving her to full-time. So we're actually keeping her full-time. And in 26, as soon as she gets done on the Pete Byro collection, Joel Finn's up next. Thank you.
All right, Arthur, I'm probably one of the few people who actually understood what you talked about. I'm a models and simulation person. That's been my background as well as a historian of technology. I'm really excited about this. I think a lot of people here, this went right over their heads, but this is where those who behind us, as old folks, this is what's going to make what we have strived for. I know Mark, and I can go around the room, Paul, all of us who have been laboring in the vineyards to make motorsport history relevant. This colloquium, which will, I think, develop, Allison's another one I'm looking at. This this is going to open doors.
We believe so.
I really think so. So Scott George said something to me years and years ago that he had all kinds of plans and things going on. And I've talked with a number of people, and I love Revs, just like I like the Research Center. But this is a step forward, and anything that I think those of us in the room can do something to support, I think we're on board.
Oh, that's exactly what we hope to hear. And I think that you make a very great point. Everything we're doing is building upon, as everyone has made a point, this has not been a traditional academic field. So it's been one that's been cared for by fans, collectors, enthusiasts, hobbyists, people that have a real love for it. And that's probably what I've noticed more than anything, making the transition from academia over into this field, is the enthusiasm, I feel, just how excited everyone gets about this stuff. And, and I think that's that passion, if we can harness that passion and really just implement these tools and resources that already exist in other fields and put them onto ours, I think we could just open up so many opportunities to really elevate everything. So,
Lauren, Arthur, thank you very much. Even though the Research Center and Revs are separated physically by, 1,200-1,500 miles, I've always thought we had a bit of a spiritual connection with you folks. And I think with Margaret's recent visit down there, I'm hoping it becomes more than that. But you folks are at the forefront of all of this, and as you can tell, we're all very excited about it. So thank you very much for coming up here and doing the presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
All right, kids, we've got a 2-minute break, and then we're going to end with our last morning speaker.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right.
Okay, folks. Our last morning speaker, Andrew Beckman. Andrew has been with the Studebaker Museum since 1999. He is the current archivist. Last year he did a fascinating presentation on Studebaker's assault on the Indy 500. This year he's moving west. We're going to talk about Bonneville. Now I will admit the only Studebaker I ever thought was cool was the Avante, and I'm kind of hoping for your Bonneville presentation. I thought the Avante was pretty aerodynamic, so possibly we'll see a picture of that. But
odds are pretty
please
good.
Welcome Andrew. Andrew, we thank you for coming.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and forgive me, so I donned my glasses. Unlike Skip, I was told I look like a guy who buys his glasses at Target, which is actually accurate. So the June 18th, 1950 edition of a local newspaper proclaimed the following. It was a parade of sleek, mostly foreign-built cars in a pastime which attracts the brave, the quick, and the daring. And money helps. In addition to the fair-sized initial outlay, the cost of race-incurred damages dictates that club members know where their next piston is coming from. Now, I imagine you could probably expect to read that probably in a Watkins Glen area newspaper back around this time, or maybe Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. It may surprise you to find out that this was actually printed in the South Bend Tribune for a massive gathering of sports cars from Sports Car Club of America members that took place in New Carlisle, Indiana. If you haven't heard of New Carlisle, Indiana, well, you're about to for one thing, but also New Carlisle is a little wide spot in the road just west of South Bend and home to the Studebaker Proving Grounds. I was doing an archive search for some topic that I've long since forgotten, going through our photo index. The Studebaker National Museum Archives is home to the surviving Studebaker corporate records, and that includes a massive photo collection. We can't quite match Rev's quantity of images, but I can say our collection definitely numbers well into the six figures. And the index simply said sports cars at PG, which it wasn't a PG-rated envelope of pictures, but in fact PG refers to proving grounds in Studebaker parlance. So I thought, well, I like sports cars, let's see what's going on here. And I was not prepared for the rabbit hole this was going to send me down. Because the first negative I pulled out was this one, threw it on the scanner. I'm like, well, those are definitely sports cars. That is definitely the Studebaker Proving Ground, yet there's not a Studebaker in sight, and I got a whole lot more questions than I got answers. But first, a word on our venue. Studebaker's Proving Ground opened in 1926. It actually will be celebrating its 100th anniversary next year, and is the only Studebaker property still in use in its original configuration. It's actually currently owned by International. They changed their name recently as a test facility, but we'll get to that in a little bit here. The site was 600 acres west of South Bend in New Carlisle, Indiana, just off of State Road 2. And you'll notice clusters of trees on there. The site was specifically selected as apparently there were some tax advantages from the state of Indiana if the property, business property, had substantial reserves of forestry on it. So they were careful to maintain that those tree stands instead of clear cutting everything for concrete. Now, this facility was desperately needed. As you can see, Studebaker's original automotive proving ground, a board track that strung along the top of the company's buildings in downtown South Bend. As we see JM Studebaker taking a Studebaker electric out for a spin. Perfectly fine for the Studebaker electrics, but as you can imagine, as the cars got heavier and more powerful, there was probably the potential for some serious accidents. So it was decided a new property was necessary. And indeed, the new property was carved out of the virgin landscape and contained terrains of all kinds. Even before the paving was done, they were out there testing the new Studebakers to determine them worthy for market. Indeed, many standard things you expect to find at a test facility, the 30% grade, so you're going up 3 feet for every 10 feet you're moving forward. You see the Studebaker Larkus testing, great for testing a drivetrain, brakes. Can you get started on a hill? You're going to burn out your clutch. If it fails those tests, it also tests the strength of the rear bumper as you careen back down the hill and into a tree. Tests can be rather destructive in nature, as you can imagine, an automobile test site, and this 1932 Studebaker clip demonstrates that in a fairly comprehensive detail here. Let's see if we can get the video to go here.
The signal and the rock. The car in the foreground is equipped with safety glass, the other with ordinary glass.
No one was injured in the making of this film. Yes, the safety glass did prove to do its job. It did not shatter into 1,000 shards. 32 Studebaker sedans, however, it turned out were not reusable. In 1938, Studebaker decided to add some identity to their proving ground property. In particular, it was a Studebaker executive. They were flying into the South Bend Airport, which is on the west side of South Bend, and a passenger commented, it's like, what's going on with that property down there? It looks like a big racetrack with no grandstand. And he thought, maybe we should do something about that. They actually planted 8,000 white and red pine trees to spell out Studebaker from the air. Those are still there today. If you are flying in or out of South Bend and you're on the 27 West runway, just if you're on the right side of the plane, you can see Studebaker proudly spelled out. As we mentioned, remains there today. Now that part of the property is part of the Bendix Woods County Park, part of the St. Joseph County Park System. To the south of the Studebaker trees there, you'll see that is the Navistar Proving Ground. And as I mentioned, still used actively for testing of all products. But the site of our little presentation here today is the 3-mile high-speed oval. This may have noticed it at the initial picture. That was part of the plan from the beginning. 3 miles, a half mile longer than the Indianapolis Motor Speedway's oval, and banked for high-speed testing. And best part of it is Navistar Prior International, they're very gracious about, especially the Studebaker people. We've been able to have our Studebaker club meets out on the oval. They let you take a couple laps. I can tell you my 1964 Studebaker did make it around the track without incident at speeds much higher than are legally permitted on modern roadways. So as we get into the next part of our talk here, I'm pleased to say a huge thank you to Duke and all the folks at the IMRC. I emailed saying, hey, is there any chance you've got some SCCA newsletters available from the early 1950s? Got a response back right away. Sure, what are you looking for? And I'm looking for these. And I think I emailed right after breakfast, and I had a nice little Dropbox or file transfer in my inbox right before lunch. Can't thank you enough for that. That's, in the Studebaker world, the slogan is always give more than you promise. That is truly an example of that as well. So in that newsletter, which I have a copy right here, it's labeled Chicago Region Studebaker Meet. And it's by, let me put my Target glasses back on here, by Corwith Hamill, Secretary Treasurer of the Chicago region. And this particular invite was a gathering of Chicago region and Milwaukee region SCCA members at the Studebaker Proving Ground. Now, it's not like the Studebaker rented this out for weekend use or anything like this. It was a test facility. Employees couldn't just casually go out there, even Studebaker employees, even engineering department employees. You needed to have business or reason to be on site. Otherwise, it was pretty much closed doors to tourists and other people who wanted to see what was going on. But we figured the Studebaker had an inn, and that inn was through the Studebaker Design Department. And the design department at that time, it was a little different arrangement at Studebaker. Unlike GM's art and color section, which was definitely part of GM, Studebaker contracted with Raymond Loewy Associates for their styling services. And the Loewy account was one of the largest outside accounts Studebaker had. And a lot of the designers were sports car nuts themselves. Robert Burke was head of the South Bend Design Office, and it's from his fertile imagination and skill that brought us the bullet-nose Studebakers in 1950 and the iconic 1953 Starlight Coupe and Starliner hardtop. Jake Aldrich, another staff designer who later went on to a long and distinguished career at GM. Fred Horning and Kurt Bain were clay modelers in the design department. Albrecht von Goertz, an actual German count, that's what they nicknamed him around the studio. He had been a veteran of Studebaker, or of Loewy's design firm in Europe, and had made his way over to South Bend. Tucker Madawick was another staff designer. And thank you to Mr. Madawick. In 1998, 1999, he penned little mini biographies of his co-workers at Studebaker and published them in the Studebaker Club magazine, Turning Wheels. And is there we learn some of the source material for some of our talk here today. And Jim Roberts, leaning up against his MGTC, you may notice crutches under his right arm there. Jim had a bout of polio when he was growing up. That did not deter him from pursuing a career in design, and also his hobby of sports cars. This TC was fitted in the passenger compartment with hand controls. Later on, it would be fitted in the engine compartment with a supercharger. And you'll notice he is ready for action on the track that day. You'll notice the headlights are turned around on the TC. I didn't know you could do that on a TC, presumably to save any potential damage that might occur to his headlight lenses. So the affair was described as such in the Chicago Region Studebaker meet. The proving grounds were made available to the club through the courtesy of the Studebaker Corporation, the officials of which were most hospitable. They even provided lunch, cokes, a tow truck, an ambulance, and 4 courtesy cars, not to mention 4 well-equipped mechanics who worked with the members' motors most of the day. Some additional personnel on hand that day. We have another Studebaker designer, Vince Gardner. Vince was a veteran of Loy for a lot of years, and he actually brought his Studebaker sports car, the Gardner Special. This was a custom-modified 1947 Champion 3-passenger coupe. And Tucker Madwick described Vince as just, he was a capable designer, tremendous talent. He could work in any medium, whether it's sketching, drawing, working with metal, plaster, whatever. He could do it. So he actually drew out what he wanted, the modifications he wanted to make for the Champion. Then he made, I think it was an 8th scale model. Then he actually made a full-scale clay model before rendering the car in metal. And sharp-eyed people will notice, wait a minute, I think that negative is reversed. Yes, it is, and I plead guilty on that because when you were looking at TCs and T-days with left and right-hand drives throughout putting this together, I knew I was going to miss one, and that's the one I missed. The Gardner Special was around South Bend for a lot of years. It still survives today. Last I'd heard, it was in a private collection out in Arizona. Can anyone identify the gentleman on the right, the Silver Fox gentleman on the right, a veteran of automotive design? Anyone? I see Don. Don looking. All right. Virgil Exner, between his stints at Studebaker and Chrysler, he was working as a freelance consultant. He actually had contracted with Studebaker's engineering department. His presence there could have been a little awkward. He was fired by Raymond Loewy in 1947 after some rather not nice shenanigans involving the 1947 Studebaker. That's a talk for another time. And he is talking to Harry Hartz, a veteran of the American Motorsports and also a veteran of Studebaker's engineering department. So the automobiles were just, I'm stunning. This is, I can only imagine, probably the first Ferrari to set rubber in the state of Indiana. Definitely the first Ferrari to appear in New Carlisle, Indiana, I can tell you that. The owner is none other than Mr. Jim Kimberly, Gentleman Jim, and has noted this is the first Ferrari that he owned, apparently one of a number of them. Ferrari 166 Mille Miglia. This chassis number on this one is chassis number 10. It had engine number 8, and indeed, one of the very early Ferraris. And in the car with him is 3-time Indianapolis 500 winner Maury Rose, and on Jim's lap is Maury Rose Jr. I would love to be able to talk to the son and see, do you remember anything about that to this current day? And then things got even more curious. I'm going through and it's like, well, wait a minute, that's definitely a Ford. That is definitely not a Ford engine in this car. And come to learn that, yes, this was apparently a number of people had married the Ford and Duesenberg brands through various hybrids as we see here. Now, this particular example, this is the Ford Duesenberger, as it was sometimes called the Fusenberg, also commonly called Geronimo or the Geronimo Vapor Maker. So shoehorning the Duesenberg engine into the Ford chassis required a bit of massaging. The wheelbase was extended to 122 inches. The body itself was shortened commensurately. And the car ended up being a little heavier than they thought. It tipped the scales at over 3,000 pounds. But the car is incredibly fast. It would later receive some Granatelli sponsorship on the drag race circuit, and it was clocked at 101 miles an hour going around the Studebaker circuit that day. And on this particular case here, I love crowdsourcing with the SAHers and a lot of people in this room. Bob Barr and I were casually talking. He's like, I think I remember seeing something about this. So I emailed Bob, and then he actually found it was actually a post Don Capps had made on an online forum that detailed the information there. So thank you, Bob and Don, for helping me out with that particular idea on there. And that car still survives, and I'm blanking on where it is right now, but feel free to chime in afterwards, guys. Where's that? Oh, yeah, check out online for a Jay Leno's Garage feature on that as well. And some other casual cars, some rather looser definitions of sports cars. We see the Corvette A12 there, but on the left we have a Healey Silverstone. That was also owned by Mr. Kimberly, but not raced by Mr. Kimberly that day. It must be nice when you have others who can drive your many fleets of cars around at various events like this. We had grand ideas. When I first saw these images, I thought, oh my God, we have to get all these cars together. Let's recreate this proving ground meet for an exhibit at the Studebaker National Museum. And then my boss, Patrick Slobonic, Museum Executive Director, the guy who writes the checks for things like insurance premiums and transportation, he pointed out that our insurance liability would about treble our actual exhibit budget for the year, so he thought maybe we should scale it back. So we were able to get the Healey Silverstone in the museum and do a little exhibit on the adventures at the Proving Ground. Yeah, I heard it. Who said Dave Garraway? Yeah. Dave Garraway was there with his Jaguar SS100, and I think this captures probably a lot of sports car ownership, the look on his face, the tools in hand, and I believe some puddles of coolant may be coming out the bottom of the car. Mr. Garraway had some struggles with the car. Studebaker mechanics were on hand, and the South Bend Tribune article also pointed out that Dave Garraway, nationally famous radio and TV star, raced his yellow alligator leather upholstered Jaguar for 2 laps of a 6-lap race before the car gave up after what Garraway explained was an explosion of smoke and fumes. Earlier, he had enlisted Master Studebaker mechanics to help him make a carburetor repair barely in time to make his qualifying trial. After the car conked out in the race, Garraway claimed he wasn't even interested enough to have the car taken back to Chicago. In an award ceremony after the program, he was said to be in the market for a sailboat. I don't think he traded the Jaguar for a sailboat. The car is still around today. It's gone through a number of owners. Congross Wayne Carini was the most recent owner I saw that. I heard of actually owning that car, but a fascinating history on that, but again, that's a talk for another time. So again, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a Muntz, that's the Curtiss, the predecessor of the Muntz jet. And another interesting car is the South Bend Tribune pointed out that this car had a Studebaker Champion engine. Most of the Curtisses had the Ford V8s, and I gotta say, between the two, if you want performance, the Ford V8 is probably the way to go. But this actually, I believe this to be the prototype Curtiss that used some Studebaker Champion components. Kind of the giveaway, if you look at the hubcaps and the wheels, those are definitely Studebaker Champion wheels. They started with, sources differ on this, but Studebaker framework and suspension assemblies, and later they went to more unconventional and Ford-based components, but delighted to have a Curtiss on hand for the event. I always think of the Sesame Street song, one of these things is not like the other. When I see this picture here, it just looks a little incongruous to see the Studebaker bullet nose leading the parade of cars there. And so the format was this, and to be clear, this was not an actual SCCA race like you would have here at the Glen or at Elkhart Lake. This was considered like a rally or one of their tour events, a more social event with racing rather than racing with a social component. So the racing was all done on the 3-mile oval. This is the irony, you have all these sports cars built for handling going around corners, and they were going around and turning left a lot the entire day. You did your first timing lap, your qualifying lap, if you will, a hot lap, and then you got divided up, and it kind of broke down to 1.5 liters and up and 1.5 liters and down. And then they went on to the 6-lap feature race, so the 3-mile oval, 18 miles. Now, would you care to guess which of the cars we've seen here might have actually come in the lead of the Big Iron? Maybe Jim Kimberly's Ferrari, which they said far outpaced the competition. I believe that checked in at 107 miles an hour. Next up was a pair of Jaguar XK120s. One of them just at 102 miles an hour. A third one at just over 98 miles an hour. Yeah, the second one, Marshall Lewis, who actually took care of Jim Kimberly's cars. He was in the XK120. And Stephen Briggs, I don't know if that name rings any bells. He's from the early days of SCCA. His XK120 took third in 98 miles an hour. So I mentioned, in addition to the write-up in the SCCA newsletter and the South Bend Tribune, also got coverage in the Studebaker Spotlight, the Studebaker Employee Magazine. And it was from there, once I found it in the Spotlight, I started going through the rest of the Spotlights for the next few years, and sure enough, found out that this was one of actually 4 SCC events held at Studebaker's Proving Grounds in the early 1950s. Now, another little tidbit here, there was some racing shenanigans. You know, as they say, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. And that was actually the case, as they found this actually took place in the women's portions of the races, where there was some shenanigans involving the actual ethics of the competition for the ladies' races. The last event of the day was a relay race in which all the ladies were divided into 2 teams with a gent or 2 to balance out. The first person on each team ran to her car, a la Le Mans, carrying a bucket full of water. She then circled the track, parked her car, and ran with the bucket to the next teammate's car. Each team was penalized for loss of water from its pail. Everything went hilariously until Joan Hamill went out in a great burst of wheel stint, only to conk out completely. Sorry, forgot my papers out of it. It seems her spouse inadequately secured the radiator hose, which came off after the second race, and Joan's vivid acceleration tore it loose, drenching the motor. The awarding of the trophy for this event was somewhat complicated by the conspiring of the last 2 competitors who stopped at a pond on the backstretch, refilling their buckets, and finished in a neat dead heat. The trophy was finally awarded to the team whose bucket had the most tadpoles in it. I mean, how much more fun would SCC be events if we, gave away trophies based on tadpoles these days? In 1951, invitations were extended to the Indianapolis and Detroit regions, and Studebaker, once again, was more than happy to host. Attendance increased dramatically. They went from 30 cars and about 100 people in 1950 to 60 cars and about 300 to 500 people for 1951. So that's a lot of hot dogs and Cokes, but Studebaker was selling lots of cars, and they were more than happy to go along. And this picture, again, this is when I found the next envelope. I took out this, and I'm like, well, it's not often that you think a Jowett Jupiter is going to be the most common car in the picture here that's staring at us. But I just love, this is just a slice of, early sports car races. You see parts and tools on the ground, straight tires, guys are getting rid of their cars out there. But we see the Jowett, a Fordilac over here, a Simca, I believe Simca 2000 right there. But I was like, what the heck is that? I'd never seen anything like that. And I started down another internet search and eventually found out the Harris Special, a home-built car by Ben Harris in the early 1930s. Very unique coachwork. The engine fashioned after a pair of Austin 4-cylinder engines made it to a common crankcase to make a V8 engine. And it was an ancient internet message board, and eventually it got me to John Yusenko. And if you want to learn more about the Harris Special, check out last year's YouTube feed of this event. A wonderful presentation on this car and an absolutely fascinating story in its own right, and the Harris Special. And if you want to see more of these pictures, Studebaker National Museum has a site on Photo Shelter, our online photo library. We have a lot of the images you see up there as well. Now, also in 1951, this event attracted the highest levels of Studebaker management. This is Harold Vance, the president and chairman of the board of Studebaker, out with his son Billy, checking out the latest of what Porsche has to offer. And I was trying to contextualize this in context of other manufacturers. Had this been a Chrysler or Ford, would even that have word have gotten up to Henry Ford or Mr. Keller that this event was going on? Would he take time out of his Saturday to head on out with his son and check it out? Maybe he would have, but the Studebaker plant in South Bend's pretty compact. This was just, we'll head out there before running our afternoon errands. And I love to, they even there was no casual Fridays or Saturdays for that matter at Studebaker's. Mr. Vance is impeccably dressed with his hat and bow tie. 1952 brought a rainy day to the Studebaker Proving Grounds as things got off to a soggy start, but as you see here, no shortage of automobiles. Czechoslovakian Tatra showed up. If anyone's wondering what you should use as a tow vehicle to get your race cars to the circuit, definitely a mid-50s Jaguar Mark 7. And what was in the trailer? Well, we have a couple candidates here. A Cooper Mark 4 showed up, and that was another one. I was like, what? And then we were able to blow up the photograph just enough to see the Cooper logo on the front and find out that was indeed the case. And again, I'm willing to bet the first Cooper to appear in New Carlisle, Indiana. And just to be clear, if I went and listed all the MGs and T-Series and Jaguar 120s in here, we'd be here till 5 o'clock tomorrow. But just to assure you can see, there's plenty of them there. And this was, again, from the crowdsourcing. This car stumped me. The South Bend Tribune had labeled it as a Maserati. I knew that wasn't right because is it some Maserati knockoff that they tried to get around the name? And I looked, and then we were chatting and said, oh, go ask Bill Green about that. And I literally held that phone and Bill's like, oh, that's an Oscar. So thank you, Bill, for the help with the ID on there. We see pulling some lap time, too. Should also note 1952 was Studebaker's centennial. You've got one of the Studebaker pace cars from the 1952 Indianapolis 500 sitting behind them there. And just a wonderful event throughout the day. Things tapered off a little bit for 1953. Even though we had a beautiful day, attendance was down. They still had a whole host of daily activities in addition to the races. Here, they were doing see who could do the quickest Le Mans start with their MGs. And also a celebrity on hand. Again, we'll put that out there. Can anyone identify this famous motorsports figure? That would be 1950 Indianapolis 500 winner Johnny Parsons checking out a Jaguar coupe. I love that someone thought to get some in-car photographs. They had a little slalom set up as part of the day's activities. And also no shortage of exotic cars. There are actually two Alfa Romeos that were owned by Studebaker Design Department employees. This one is a 1932 Alfa, I think 2600. This was owned by Jim Roberts. He had moved up from the MGTC we saw earlier on. And this is captioned as they were doing a brake test. And I don't know what kind of brake test they were trying to do, but that's what the caption told us. John Cuccio, another Lloyd Department employee, he was actually out at the 1951 race with his 1931 Alfa 2300. Love to find out the whereabouts of both of these cars. Cuccio's Alfa, he actually did a handmade radiator shell for it, custom. And at last report, that car had gone back to England. So I guess the automotive equivalent of the county fair dunk tank is to, if you're on a proving ground and you got the water basin for water testing cars, you were free to take your sports car through there during the 1953 event. Open cars, lots of water, questionable electrics. I fail to see where this could possibly go wrong. We see another big write-up in the Studebaker Employee magazine. And someone had commented, what's with the white walls on some of the MGs? And there was found an online discussion about that. And it's like, well, that's not exactly in keeping with the image. Someone pointed out, well, apparently some people were hip to the fact that some white wall tires actually had softer compounds and maybe slightly larger footprints than the equivalent black walls. So that might explain why we saw some white walls and decorating up some very nice sports cars. What's that? Oh, all right. We'll call that confirmed then. But this was the final event at the Studebaker Proving Ground. So this would have been July of 1953. Studebaker was, frankly, very busy in the middle of 1953 into 1954. Unfortunately, they were busy with losing lots of money. Ford and Chevrolet decided to start a sales war in 1954. Studebaker was having production problems with its new 53 Starliner hardtop. There was a lot of stuff going on, and apparently it was decided they couldn't really afford to host the event anymore. It's also possible they had some extended testing use. They just couldn't get the Proving Ground free for the weekend. And after 4 years in a row with attendance falling off, it's also possible that there was some venue fatigue. Maybe the various regions wanted to go out and do some other things on the weekend. There was also the newly chartered South Bend region of the Sports Car Club of America, too. And actually, they're still active to this very day. But unfortunately, this would be the final time that sports cars would be at the Studebaker Proving Ground. But it wasn't Studebaker's last dance with sports cars. So I mentioned the design department was very much into sports cars. on a personal level, but on a professional level, Studebaker also looked at producing a sports car of their own. It got to the full-size clay. This was under the direction of Robert Burke. We saw him at the outset. Would have been built on a 104-inch wheelbase. The drawings, photographs for this were dated early 1954, late 1953. And, you know, you could go down the what-if rabbit hole all day, every day in this line of work, but boy, this one just hurts. To look at that, and I thought, boy, why couldn't they have built that? That would have been a stunner. But again, Studebaker's financial position was in no place to bring out a new car. And part of it, too, was Burke had designed the car with a mind towards using existing production components. He even designed a way to shorten the Studebaker frame down to the 104-inch wheelbase. You know, you basically chop it, section it, weld it up. You'd have been good to go. But Lowy insisted, according to the tales I've heard, that if they were going to do this, it would have to be all new tooling, and that was just prohibitive for Studebaker in the financial state they were in. So, you know, anyone customizers out there want to try and build their own little miniature Studebaker sports car, there's your template right there. Give it a go. Studebaker advertising, however, continued to kind of lean into the sports car theme. The Lowy coupes that came out in '53 really embraced a European design. Early 1950s American automobile design can be maybe charitably called rather perpendicular, and Studebaker came out with the very streamlined Studebaker Starlight Coupe and Starliner hardtop. I see in the 1955 their new top-end President Speedster, true sports car style and performance. Now, I would quibble with, you know, maybe the veracity of it's some sports car influence. True sports car style and performance, well, it was good performance. I'm not sure sports car was to the level, but that's what was promoted on. The Studebaker Hawkline, which came out in 1956. The new kind of family car conceived with a sports car flair. And in fact, Studebaker promoted their Hawkline as room for the family, sports for the driver. You know, a guy who wanted to take the family, you know, had a couple kids, you could put them in the back seat of a Hawk until they got to be about 10 or 11 years old. As someone who rode in the back of a 1956 Studebaker from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to St. Louis, Missouri in 1981, I can tell you, yes, you fit. It's not very comfortable, but it had a back seat and a fairly roomy trunk, and that seemed to be happy for enough people. Unfortunately, the Hawkline would be the Raymond Lowy Associates' last design for Studebaker. The contract had been canceled in 1955 as Studebaker was looking to cut costs. And this really kind of indicates Studebaker's mid-50s dark period. There were not many bright spots. The Hawk was one bright spot. But it would not be Raymond Lowy's last go-around for Studebaker, nor would it be Studebaker's last go-around with a sports car. Broad definition here, too.
This is the Great Salt Flats at Bonneville, Utah. A landscape weird as the mountains of the moon. An eerie valley where men and machines pursue the elusive goal of world speed records. Humming over this 12 miles of salt speedway, a daring driver sits in the bucket seat of a Bonneville record breaker.
Well now, I promised salt flats in the title, and my gosh, you're going to get salt flats. In 1961, Studebaker was on the ropes. They'd lost money for every year since 1953 except one. That was 1959. It looked like the end was near unless drastic changes happened. A new president came on board at Studebaker, a 43-year-old former Marine named Sherwood Egbert. And Studebaker's management, there's only been two shall we say, Studebaker people that headed up the company, and coincidentally, they were really the most dynamic leaders. Albert Erskine, who took the company from a family-owned transportation business into a modern, automobile manufacturing corporation, and Sherwood Egbert. As I mentioned, he was a former Marine. They had plucked him from McCulloch Company, the supercharger and chainsaw people, to come and head up the firm, and he was like nothing Studebaker had ever seen. He looked around and says, well, your image is in the toilet, your advertising stinks, there is a lot, morale is low, we got to do something. So one of his first phone calls was to Raymond Lowy, and he says, I want you to design a new sports car for us. Now Lowy, as I mentioned, last worked for Studebaker in 1955. And the thing was, this was February of 1961. He says, I want the car to debut at the Indianapolis 500 in May of 1962. So 14 months. That's a near impossible timeline, but Egbert didn't really know how these timelines work, and furthermore, he didn't really care, so that was his mission, was to get a new sports car for Studebaker. He assembled his design team, John Epstein, there's Loey in the middle there, Bob Andrews with the pipe, and Tom Kellogg, fresh out of Argetsinger College Design, with one of the preliminary Avanti clay models. Do not have the names of the two dogs in the picture, but I understand they were a tremendous asset to the operation here. And just 6 weeks later, a full A-scale clay model came into the South Bend studios as Studebaker's design team took an A-scale clay and turned it into a full-size automobile. Part of Studebaker's acquisitions to diversify the company in the early 1960s brought them Paxton Products Division. This also brought them Andy Granatelli. We see this picture is taken at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the Avanti press preview in 1962. And Egbert didn't just want the car, to look nice. This was supposed to be a performance automobile. And having Andy Granatelli in your back pocket as division president when you want to get more power out of your cars, that's a good place to start. Unfortunately, what Studebaker had to work with was their aging V8 engine. This debuted in 1951 in the Studebaker Commander. 120 horsepower from 232 cubic inches, and packed pretty good punch for the day, but by the early 1960s, this wasn't really going to cut it anymore. The engine really hadn't changed very dramatically from 1951 until Granatelli and the engineers began updating it for the Avanti. The Studebaker engine, the engineering philosophy could be dubbed, there's really no substitute for cast iron. If a little bit is good, more cast iron is better, but there is a reason for that. Studebaker's V8 came out at a time when the industry was looking at super high compression ratios, high combustion chamber pressures as a way to get more power. And as such, the Studebaker engine was designed to handle tremendous loads. You have no fewer than 6 head bolts around the cylinders of the Studebaker V8 engine. Gussets carry all the head bolt torque down to the pan rail. Nothing is carried into the cylinder walls. You've got a forged steel crank and forged steel connecting rods in every Studebaker V8 engine ever built, a gear-driven camshaft, easy for me to say, and also shaft-mounted rocker arms. So a very robust engine, but not really a performance engine. That was all going to change under Andy Granatelli. He went about massaging the entire Studebaker V8 for more power. He used aluminum pistons, a big 4-barrel carburetor, hotter camshaft. We changed the oiling because they discovered that when you got above 4,500 RPMs, all the oil stayed up in the rocker arms and the rocker valley, and none was left to pump to important areas like, let's say, bearings. Revised the oiling system. Paxton Products, they produced Paxton superchargers. We mentioned this was an engine designed to handle tremendous combustion chamber pressures, which makes it ideal for supercharging. They added the production supercharger to the Avanti R2 engine, and it worked. The R1, good for 240 horsepower out of the box, has a 15 horsepower bump over the standard Studebaker 4-barrel engine. The Avanti's R2 engine, the supercharged model, that was good for the magic 1 horsepower per cubic inch, 289 horsepower from 289 cubic inches. But he didn't stop there. Granatelli engineered 2 more engines for Studebaker. The R3 engine with its little pressure box on the top there. Studebaker has some large port cylinder heads sitting around that they had been working on a few years prior, and Granatelli says, I'll take these. He redid the camshaft again, more pressure, bigger carburetor, and that was the R3 engine, and that was what was powering the Avanti we saw at the video at the outset. And we can see the difference. The standard head on the bottom, the R3 head on the top. You also got new exhaust headers, aluminum intake manifold. The R3 was rated at 335 horsepower from 304 cubic inches. With the optional high output pulley setup, it was dynoed at 411 before it would leave Paxton. And these were the engines they sent out to the salt flats. Now, they also tried to make the aging Avanti chassis. This was basically a Studebaker Lark chassis with the ends cut off. To accommodate the bodywork, they added radius rods, rear sway bars, stiffer springs up front, and other things to really get a non-sports car chassis to handle as best it could. I'm sure many of you have heard the quote accredited to Ettore Bugatti, I build my cars to go and not to stop. Well, Studebaker very much wanted their cars to go and stop, and they commissioned a new braking system. Now, some of you Jaguar owners are probably saying, wait a minute, that looks a lot like the brakes on my Series 1 E-Type. It is. They didn't have time to engineer a new system. Bendix corporate neighbors in South Bend to Studebaker, licensed the Dunlop system from Dunlop, and they produced it with the little Bendix logo. And that's great as someone who owns a disc brake Studebaker cars. I can still buy all new wheel cylinders and brake pads and all that good stuff as they fit the Bendix system. But enough of me talking. We'll let the video describe how this turned out here. Or we can, trust me, it was great. Oh, I'm trying.
The star of this big effort to clean the slate of stock car speed records is Studebaker's sleek new Avanti from the design studio of Raymond Loewy, built by the craftsmen at Studebaker, skilled vehicle engineers for 111 years. These record assaults are the final tests of the car's safety features. They are far more rigorous than anything possible at factory proving grounds. Here at Bonneville, you never run out of road. In brief bursts at full throttle, this production car will hurtle down the salt at more than 172 miles an hour. These speeds subject engine, driveline, and chassis parts to forces far beyond their normal design function. 3 cars were hauled across 2 states for these tests. One's a practice car, one is in reserve, and the third is the finely tuned but factory stock machine. Tons of tires, tools, and equipment reflect the extreme care and planning which go into this effort. The man in command of this most exhaustive speed test in passenger car history is Andy Granatelli, veteran of nearly a score of years of racing. His feats range from the roaring oval at Indianapolis to this strangest of all racing sites at Bonneville. Andy, at 38, has made precision his watchword in a career that has brought him to the status of corporation executive. Fuel, strictly pump variety, the proper tires, and everlasting checking and rechecking of every item on the car contribute to safety, which is the first consideration of such projects. Still, there are hazards, and Andy Granatelli is well aware of them as time draws near for the final effort at record breaking. Seat belts for safety's sake and precision instruments to check every part of the supercharged engine are typical of the equipment on this record-breaking car. The cautious preliminary check runs are finished now. The really high-speed practice runs are ready to start, leading to the assault on the flying and standing start records, from 1 through 10 kilometers and from 1 through 10 miles, over this table-smooth 12-mile ribbon of salt. Other men are busy with preparations of an official nature on this fateful day. The crack timing crew of the U.S. Auto Club are making last checks on their electronic timers as Andy signals he's ready to start writing new pages in the record books. There's the green flag. That's green for go, and the muted scream of the little 299 cubic inch engine bounces back from the sheer rock walls of the surrounding mountains. Timers call the speeds over two-way radios, and the car is rolling well past the 150-mile-per-hour mark. Andy pulls out every stop. This car, smaller than record holders it will outrun, is clicking through the timing traps at sensational speeds, which are checked and rechecked by this crew, which has backstopped Granatelli over every foot he drives out on that blazing white salt speedway. The records tumble one by one as Andy pours on the coal. He hits the big one, 168.24 miles per hour over the measured kilometer from a flying start. This...
So as you can imagine, Studebaker was pretty happy with their part spin scrounging and minimal investment to record 29 USAC speed records in just 12 hours in August of 1962. Tremendous publication, the Studebaker News, the dealer magazine, and dealers could even get these wonderful banners to hang in their showroom to show that, you know, this Avanti was a 29 record holder, and you should definitely buy one, but do not try and match these records on public roads. Well, the next logical step would be, since Studebaker basically had the Avanti built on the Lark chassis, was to use the Avanti high performance components in the rest of the Studebaker line. So in 1963, they began offering the Avanti engines, and in the spring of 1963, they began offering a special package called the Super Package. And conveniently, they now could be called the Super Larks and the Super Hawks, were available with a lot of the Avanti's high-speed components. The Super Package got you such niceties as bucket seats, seat belts front and rear, floor carpeting, grill badge identification, 160-mile-an-hour speedometer, a factory tachometer. You got the heavy-duty rear axle and all the suspension goodies from the Avanti, and also the heavy-duty springs and shocks. And you got a special exclusive color, Super Red, only available on the Super Studebaker models. We see here the reasonable retail price. Well, if you got one on a Hawk, that would set you back a whopping $345, about $500 on some of the lesser equipped models. Studebaker went back to Bonneville in April of 1962 to see exactly how the Larkin Hawk did on the Bonneville Salt Flats. And they were very happy to come back and point out that not only couldn't do the Avantis 168 miles an hour, but 132 and 140 miles an hour. That's no small potatoes for a factory production car. And minimal chassis prep compared to that too. Studebaker had, an old Kingpin front suspension that dated back to 1951. But again, these are all forged components. These are very heavy duty. They were able to handle the punishment and the rigors of the high speed very nicely. They continued to promote the performance into the 1964 model year. We see you promoting the Super Series Studebakers. Come on. And they returned to Bonneville once again in the fall, October of 1963 with the new 64 models. And this was really a full assault. Not in addition to the V8 powered models and the Avanti engine models, they even took out the little 6-cylinder powered Studebaker Commander. They found some old records that stood since 1939. I think they were set by a Hudson or something like that, but they thought, hey, we can conquer those as well. So a few days, got Allstate Tires as a sponsor too. Studebaker was out conquering this track once again. So we mentioned the Daytona convertible there. That was actually an R4 powered model that had twin 4-barrel carburetors on it. It was basically a way to get the R2's power with air conditioning. There was not enough room in an engine compartment to get the air conditioning compressor. They only made a handful, but one of those was put together by Car Life editor Gene Booth, who did a special feature on Studebaker where he followed an entire Studebaker through the factory, put together everything, did the stampings, weldings, as much as he could that the union would let him, as part of a magazine feature. An irony on that, or actually a disappointment, we'll get to that in a minute here. For more publicity and also to add to the driver arsenal, Studebaker enlisted, or Granatelli's enlisted a couple of new drivers, Paula Murphy, Barbara Nyland. I think in some publications they were dubbed the Flying Housewives, But Paula Murphy, a very accomplished driver in her own right. There's a fantastic documentary that is out there, Women in Motorsports North America, in conjunction with Fox Sport 1, produced that a couple years ago. Barbara Nyland too. They were both strapping in behind the wheel. And I gotta say, this was not just fun. They were out there in their helmets, turning laps out there. And I gotta say, with all due respect to Anna Granatelli too, as you're trying to get top speed, I mean, Paula Murphy was tiny. She probably weighed a good 150 pounds less than Andy Granatelli, not an insignificant amount when you're trying to get every horsepower and every amount of speed you can. This time, 72 USAC marks at Bonneville, and Studebakers established their 1964 models as super performance cars in every price range. And again, more advertising built off of that. And Studebaker had one more trick up their sleeve. They were trying to break the 200-mile-an-hour barrier in a Studebaker Avanti. So with that, they had the 200, and my Italian is limited, but I can tell you that that means 200. And with that, it was powered by the R5 Experimental, a twin supercharged Studebaker V8 with Hilborn fuel injection. The car had a belly pan for maximum aerodynamics and huge tires in the rear. Unfortunately, they came just short. 196 miles an hour was their, I think 96.2 miles an hour was the best they could do. They just couldn't get the power, all 585 horsepower, down on the track well enough. And fortunately, the 200-mile-an-hour goal would remain unsatisfied. But still, great photo op. They actually had the chute on the back, and they made sure to get the photo up against that. I love that. I love that photograph right there. Now, this didn't save Studebaker. Here's the sad part of our tale, and I hate to do this to you every time we talk about Studebaker. With IndyCars last year, I talked about the racing program, then they entered receivership and they canceled the racing program. The Bonneville program, that was in October of 1963. Just under 2 months later, they shut down the entire South Bend factory. They discontinued the Avanti and the Gran Turismo Hawk, transferred production to Canada, and a couple more years, Studebaker would be gone altogether, departing the automotive industry in March of 1966. The high performance program didn't really help sell that many more Studebakers, although it is a reasonable part of the production. They calculated that about 5% of Studebaker's total production was the high performance models across the bread and butter lines. But the fact Studebaker was never able to crack the 200-mile-an-hour barrier with the Avanti really rankled some Studebaker Club members for a lot of years. So in 1988, an Illinois SEC member, Ron Hall, decided he was going to take his wife's Avanti, dump an R3 engine into it, and see what they could do to conquer the 200-mile-per-hour mark at the Bonneville Salt Flats in the newly minted D production supercharged class. It was really ideal for the Studebaker engine, as 5-liter minimum, and production engine. And needless to say, as you can guess by the car right there, they finally did achieve it in 1993. They finally conquered the 200-mile-an-hour record in a Studebaker-powered Avanti. Lots of little tricks of the trade. Again, maybe we'll make that a talk for next year. And the coda to this whole story was after they conquered 200-mile-an-hour mark, someone said, "Hey, Ron, you should call Andy Granatelli, see if you can tell him about that." And he's like, "Yeah, sure. Why don't I call Joe DiMaggio and also see how he liked playing in the 1951 World Series?" But eventually he called and found Andy's offices, left a message with the secretary. He said Andy called him back after lunch and they talked for an hour, and it was the most amazing conversation you ever had. He's like, "Well, how'd you do this? Well, how'd you get around this? We couldn't do this. Well, we did this, we did that." And a wonderful coda to that. And today, the Studebaker high performance world, it's much like a cult TV series. I know that there is tremendous interest. Right now, the Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals in Chicago, there's a Studebaker display of Studebaker's muscle era, which, by the way, was a whopping 18 months from the debut of the Avanti in May of 1962 until production ended in December of 1963. I'm sorry, 16 months. But much like fans of the TV show Firefly or Freaks and Geeks, it's a very rabid fan base, and they are always clamoring for more and very enthusiastic. And to that, we at the Studebaker National Museum are very thankful for, and there's still Studebaker activity relevant on the Salt Flats today. But with that, thank you all very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Andy, that was great as always. We know the ending, which is sad.
With a Studebaker talk, that's always the ending, I'm sorry to say.
It's true. I mean, right. But it's kind of like what happens in Titanic. But anyway, no, terrific talk. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Andrew?
So it's me again. Are you aware that I believe, and I don't know off the top of my head, that there was an IMSA GT car Avanti that ran at the 24 Hours of Daytona?
Oh, yes, that got extensive coverage in the Studebaker Club magazine back in the early 80s.
That's next year's spread. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, come back next year for that.
Okay, I don't think this is unique to Avanti, but you've got a body style there that still looks attractive over 60 years later.
The Avanti is a curious...
But
that
wasn't a question.
Oh.
That was an observation. The question is, why did those cars sit so high and have such narrow tracks compared to the ones today? Was there a technical reason? Have aesthetics changed?
The answer is yes to both of your questions. So when Studebaker engineered a new chassis for 1953 models, in 1953 Studebaker chassis and a 1966 Studebaker chassis differ only in wheelbase, but all the design's basically the same. Harold Vance, who we saw the picture of with his son Billy looking at the Porsche, he was chairman of the board at Studebaker, and his thing was he didn't like wide cars. So Studebakers, if you look at any 53 Studebaker compared to the rest of the industry, you see them going down the road, you look like, God, those should just be 4 inches wider. And that was purely a direction from the top. So they were kind of locked into that. They didn't have the money to re-engineer the chassis when the Avanti came along. But as far as the stance, that was also another management director, Sherwood Egbert, who pretty much took a very active interest in the Avanti's design. He wanted that. He wanted that rake, like the kind of the hot rod look is, like, I think one phrase he used was like a dog tracking a rabbit. He wanted that look for the Avanti. And it really gives it that distinct look. The later Avanti 2s, the post-production Avantis, they took that rake out because they wanted more of a, less hot rodish look, more, executive car look. And in fact, the early Avanti 2s, you can see, they actually had to make a filler panel for the fender. And if you look at it in the right light, you can see that. Eventually, they modified the fender, but yeah, that's why that is. Yes?
Studebaker also made pickup trucks, right?
They did. They made many of them. We have quite a collection at the Studebaker Museum. You should come see us sometime.
Do you have the pre-war Indianapolis Studebaker?
Oh, yeah, we have the number 34 car in our collection.
Now, there was one that, I can't remember the president of the SCCA, but he had it, and he broke a record on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and it was unofficial. There was a 100-mile stretch when the Pennsylvania Turnpike first opened up, and I don't know whether they'd imposed speed limits then or not, but he holds the record in that car. And I forget the president's name. Bill Milliken also went out the next weekend in his Bugatti and didn't break the record. I think Bill Milliken was 103 miles an hour for the 100 miles, and the Studebaker was 108. The next year, my father in his 48 Packard convertible with 4 people in it on his way to Bridgehampton averaged 98 miles an hour. No, Charlie Lytle was, and Charlie was quite heavy, so.
Any other questions? A great way to end the morning presentation, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we have come to lunch. Much like yesterday, if you are wearing a
Surprisingly, a study of the ancestry of American auto racing reveals that a largely forgotten quarter-mile oval track, located in, of all places, Norwood, Massachusetts, figured prominently in the foundation and growth of today's multi-billion-dollar auto racing industry. What is the connection between Norwood Arena and legendary tracks like Daytona International Speedway in Florida, Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama, and Martinsville Speedway in Virginia? The quest for answers to these questions uncovered a tight-knit fraternity of old-time drivers, officials, and race fans, with engaging stories to share about a bygone era in American sports history.
Norwood did end up playing an enormous role in NASCAR's history.
Norwood was the hub of NASCAR racing in New England.
If you could run Norwood, you could run anywhere.
Norwood Arena, for some reason, was a breeding ground for the best race car drivers, I believe, gone anywhere in the country.
If you won Norwood Arena, you could go anyplace.
You won Norwood? You won Norwood on Saturday? You won 2 in a row at Norwood? You must be really, really good.
This eclectic mix of characters came from different socioeconomic backgrounds, but shared a similar passion for speed, competition, and prize money. They were men who built, raced, crashed, and rebuilt their own vehicles, then did it all again the next week, or even the very next night. Norwood Arena had a way of making champions out of the guy next door.
Norwood was advertised as the fastest quarter mile in the East, and it was fast.
It was just like you were in the middle of a bomb explosion. There was all that noise and fury going on, and you're watching this guy in front of you and the other guy in front of you and 2 guys beside you and 2 guys behind you, and trying to drive where you want to go.
I remember big crowds. The grandstands ran almost the entire way around the track, and they'd fill them.
These were men of steel who lived life on the edge, hurtling hunks of metal around in circles in a death-defying and occasionally a death-inducing drama.
You could get hurt at the Norwood arena.
We had the official racing uniform like this, a t-shirt.
Roll bars were recommended. Nobody could weld, so we didn't have any roll bars. You know. Doors had to be tied closed. Just take our belts off, put them around the doors so you could get in and out of the car.
It was just very scary.
It was, yeah. A few times I saw some awful accidents in Norwood.
I mean, the sudden stop, the potential for the sudden stop was definitely there. More than a few people paid a price at that place.
We'd run Thursday night in Burlington, Vermont, Friday night in Albany, Saratoga, or Stafford, Saturday night at Norwood, Sunday afternoon at Thompson, and then 90 miles an hour to Utica to catch the feature at night.
Always at the end of the day, when I looked in the mirror, I saw myself as a race car driver.
Through this film, you'll meet a few of these American originals, including Norwood Arena's own Pete Hamilton and Don McTavish, both of whom left Norwood for the national spotlight, with one man living his dream of winning the legendary Daytona 500, and the other's dream dying in a spectacular crash on the same stretch of asphalt. This is the tale of the rise and fall of a local short track nicknamed the Little Daytona. This is the story of Norwood Arena Speedway. Norwood Arena, racing through time.
It was my track, I loved it. I'm 65 years old. If Norwood Arena was still there, I feel as though I'd still be racing.
It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers, here's this young man, 27 years old with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge. And amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there were something like 50,000 people who showed up, but crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. And in 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix, and it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we are unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Genza III, better known as Top Hat John. I'm the director of the Henry M. Leland chapter of the Society of Automotive Historians in the Greater Michigan area. This evening, I would like to introduce to you none other than the recipient of the SAH very prestigious award, Friends of Automobile History, none other than Mr. Jack Miller from Ypsilanti, Michigan. Mr. Miller.
Hi, I'm Jack Miller, and I'm very proud and happy and excited to receive the 2015 Automotive History Friend Award from the SAH. It's just leaves you at a loss for words. I was raised in a Hudson dealership, probably as young as 4 years old. One of my first memories was during the war. There was a restriction on cars being sold. You had to be involved in transportation, medicine, or war work in order to get a new car. And I remember one day my mother had brought me down to the garage, and my dad took me, and we went over to the local lumber company where they had new cars stored in the lumber warehouse. And we got a new 42 Hudson and took it back to the dealership, and they prepped it. And later that day, he put me in the front seat, and we rode across the street to the Michigan Central freight warehouse, drove it right up on the loading dock, and he drove it in the boxcar. The Ypsilanti Automotive Heritage Museum was founded in 1995, and its home is the old Hudson dealership in Depot Town area of Ypsilanti. Myself and two other fine local gentlemen who were car collectors, loved cars. We founded it. Of course, they've passed on, but the museum is now in its 20th year. It features, of course, the operations of the old Hudson dealership, and it features local automotive history. For example, this was Preston Tucker's home. They did the advanced work on the Tucker 48. Ypsilanti was home to the Kaiser Fraser Corporation. Kaiser bought the B-24 plant that had been built at Willow Run by the Ford Motor Company, and it manufactured over 8,800 B-24 bombers here. With Kaiser then owning the plant, they were here until 1954 when they merged with Willys and moved the Kaiser operation to Toledo. At that same time, General Motors lost its brand new transmission plant at Livonia to fire, and they needed some place to build hydromatic automatic transmissions. Within 90 days, they owned Willow Run, and it was 12 weeks from the date of the fire to the date they built the first automatic transmission at Willow Run. GM, of course, was at Willow Run until 2010, when bankruptcy and other things that we won't get into caused this plant to close. Next door, what had been Kaiser Engineering and Aircraft Engineering ended up being an assembly plant for what would be special order Chevrolet trucks, later on becoming home to the Chevrolet Corvair. The Corvair plant was greatly enlarged to produce the Corvair, and there was 1,497,637 Corvairs built at Willow Run. I'll never forget that number. But of course, the Corvair disappeared. They built Chevy 2s, they built Novas, they built Olds Omegas and Buick Skylarks there. And lastly, they built the Chevy Caprice, which today there's still police departments that are driving old Caprices. They're just indestructible. A lot of people are just not aware of Ypsilanti's involvement in the automobile being as great as it is. The Ypsilanti Automotive Museum was started by two of my friends who are car collectors and had done very well in business, so they could financially put up the funds to get it going. We opened in 1995, August 1st, 1995, and the focus of the museum is on Ypsilanti's rich automotive heritage, which includes the cars made by Kaiser and Fraser here at Willow Run, hydromatic transmissions, which were also made in the same plant, the Corvair, the Chevy 2, the Nova, the
the Caprice, and even the last year of the GTO 1974 was manufactured here at Ypsilanti. And the world's last operating Hudson dealership has existed in that building since 1927. We're still using the shop. We're restoring one car back there. We use one of the stalls for maintenance on the collection. Ypsi is also home to a very famous person that a movie was made about, Preston Tucker. He wanted to build a car after World War II, got very close to getting it in production. They built 51 prototypes, but his home is located about 5 blocks from here. And one of the members of the team that worked on the museum, and he's still a big part of it, is Preston's grandson, John. We, of course, are one of the founding venues of the Automobile National Heritage Area called the Motor Cities. And the Motor Cities covers about 10,000 square miles, about 17 counties of southeastern Michigan. We're kind of at the ground zero of auto history, auto heritage, with all these other fantastic places surrounding us. And there are a lot of private collections that number 40 to 100 cars, which is mind-boggling.
I really want to thank the Society of Automotive Historians for bestowing this great honor on me, 2015 Friend of Automotive History. It's something that, you know, I would have never imagined in a lifetime, and it wasn't the result of just one thing. I guess it's the result of a lifetime of nothing but Hudson cars.
Now, when I read a lot of the things that are written about this area and about the early post-war racing, a lot of times they say, well, people just wanted to get back to normal. Okay. So, yeah, okay, we want to get back to normal. But the people who were getting back to normal weren't the same people. Second, people wanted it fast and loud. I'm not sure that this is anything new, but the war had been fast and loud, and people wanted to continue with the fast and loud. And this is the one I think is maybe the most subtle, but the most significant. Is people came out of the war as adrenaline addicts. It was a continuation of the wartime intensity. You know, they just weren't the same people they were during the war, and racing might have been an activity that was as close to recapturing that emotion as anything else they could do. And this is the one I think is maybe the most subtle, but the most significant. Is people came out of the war as adrenaline addicts. You know, there was, you know, life was just never as exciting. You know, I remember reading about like the settlement of the West, you know, after the Civil War. You know, and I can't help thinking what it was. A lot of people came out of the war saying, look, running a general store in Connecticut just didn't have that thrill anymore. Okay? So I'm going to go out and do something a lot more interesting. And I happened to run into this in one of the emails that I get from the Veterans Administration. So maybe this wasn't just a post-World War II phenomenon. You know, someone thinks that there is still such a thing as an adrenaline addiction out there. Okay. What did it look like at the end of World War II? Okay, so we have this classic image, and yeah, it maybe looked like that for a few days, you know, maybe even a few weeks, okay? Or it looked like that in New York City. But there are other places where things were very, very different. The end of World War II looked like this in Britain. It looked like that in France, Germany, Italy. But what surprised me was that within weeks of the end of World War II, there was an automobile race in the Bois de Boulogne. So the question I had been asking myself, or maybe it's two questions, how and why did this happen? So first of all, there's the question, how? So my underlying argument was that despite what literature often says, people just want to get back to normal and do normal things, racing was not a return to post-war normal. It was a continuation of the wartime intensity. It was a way for people to capture the best years of their lives. So what happens in the movie is he ends up in an aircraft boneyard, you know, where all of the surplus equipment is being scrapped, torn apart, scrapped. So he climbs into a B-24 and he sits down in the bombardier's position. And you kind of get the parallels there, is the aircraft was post-war surplus. But in a sense, he's kind of looking at himself as post-war surplus as well. And the foreman in the scrapyard comes up to him and says, what are you doing there? And is, you know, subsequently kind of, you know, sympathetic that he's returned to the best years of his life, which was sitting in a plexiglass canopy, dropping bombs. I mean, probably the only person in greater danger than he was the tail gunner. But it was the best years of his life. Okay. So you come out of the war with actually some profits from the war. You come out with some good places to race. Okay? You know, you come out with kind of a desire still to compete. But I think there's more. And I think it's a little more subtle. Okay? Well, I don't know how accurate some of these characterizations are. But first of all, we turned into Gearhead Nation. Okay? Face it, everyone in the war, to some extent, had to deal with something mechanical. They had to know how to take care of it. They had to know how to repair it. So we had a nation of people that were really mechanically inclined and mechanically interested. We need to consider that the people who wanted to get back to normal weren't the same people that were normal before the war. They came back differently. And I chose this image because, there's a suggestion that, the original biker gangs after World War II were made up of GIs. So, yeah, okay, we want to get back to normal. But the people who were getting back to normal weren't the same people. Okay? How are they different?
I thought I knew a lot about that period of racing, but never heard of O'Neill Shell, until I read the book. Do you have any theories why historians have pretty much forgotten about her?
So in a press clipping that I had up, and I can bring up again, it had mentioned, basically the reporter mentioned everything about the creation of her new Grand Prix team and talked to everyone, Monsieur Charles, René Dreyfus, and her husband, and never actually mentioned her. Even when in the article, Monsieur Charles said, this team isn't mine. The woman, the madame, she created it. And the reporter still never bothered to talk to her. It was kind of incredible to me, and I can't make sense of it, because to me, it's like trying to tell the history of Mercedes F1 and not mentioning Toto Wolff. It was everything, because money created access. Women didn't have Now, there were a lot of women driving at that time, but women ownership, it really was her money creating it. But it was while I was there, I encountered this beautiful 8-cylinder Maserati that was entered in the 1940 Indy 500. Now, you can see on this car the French flag, the American flag, and then very curiously, this name painted on the side, the L.O.R. Shell Special. And when I learned that the L there stands for Lucy, I had to know more. And it became kind of a passion for me. And I'm looking forward to sharing her story with you. Oh, that's not working. So today's presentation, I'm going to give you a brief overview of her life and accomplishments.
When she got Dreyfus out of France, he was already in the French army, and I understand that they let him go because he was going to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
How much of that was a plan to get a Jewish driver out of France before the Germans caught him?
That's a really interesting question, and it's something I haven't found yet, but it doesn't mean the answer is not there. There's in fact stacks of her letters that just have never been digitized. We know for sure that Dreyfus himself says, my friends told me not to come back after Indy. He didn't say which friends, though.
She was a confirmed anti-fascist at the point that there were certain French who were pro-fascists.
Yeah, and I think I love so much the little news clipping about her work as a nurse and talking about the French battle against the Germans, and really the arrival of the French drivers for the Indy 500 was a media spectacle. And Dreyfus actually gave out headshots of him, signed headshots of him in his military uniform. So it really was there was public pressure against the Minister of Information to release these two drivers, René Dreyfus and the other man I didn't mention, René Lebesgue, as sort of promotion for France and for the French war effort, and it was important. But the big test was yet to come. You see, adoption of the new formula for the Grand Prix was pushed back to 38, and Delahaye still had to prove itself against German teams. At the 1938 season opener at Pau, it was the little David of Delahaye with its Jewish driver and American money against the Goliath of Mercedes with lots of money from Hitler. I can only imagine how René Dreyfus felt about when he crossed that line in first place. He then went on to win at Cork, and this would be a pinnacle for this new Grand Prix team, Les Carriers Bleus. The general director of Delahaye's factory, Charles Weifenbach, known to everyone always as Monsieur Charles, had grand plans to lead this company into a new era. Key to this plan were his engineer Jean-Francois and a plan to break into the market for high-end, high-performance sports cars. She wanted the bigger engine of the 18 chevaux put into the smaller chassis of the 12 chevaux. Monsieur Charles said, no, not possible. The reason he said it wasn't possible, it was because his engineer Jean-Francois was trying to figure out how to do just that, so Delahaye could start its own factory works team. However, I will point out here that as this loads, when Monsieur Charles went to test his factory works team specials, Lucy still managed to outperform them in her regular car. So he decided, you know what, maybe she is, after all, the best owner for one of my specials. I'll also note here that Delahaye wanted to further prove the merit of their new cars by showcasing one of their specials in a few world record attempts. They were actually able to set a few world records at Mallory, one for the 10,000 kilometers and one for the 48 hours. It was going really, really well. They were beating records previously held by Renault. And this was enough buzz that before Jean-Francois could finish constructing Delahaye's first real sports car, the 135, Lucy had already ordered 6. And she called on 6 of her wealthiest friends to order some as well. And that ready cash enabled Delahaye to build a works team. So by way of thanks, they built Lucy a compétition spéciale of the 135 CS, which would become one of the most important race cars ever to come out of France. As Écurie Shell battled rain on the speedway, Paris fell to the Nazis. After the 500, Lucy instructed the team to sell the Maseratis, and she herself decamped to her home in Monaco. She did not return to motorsports after the war, at least not officially.
Sur la droite, s'il vous plaît, les gars, serrez bien sur l'autre, laissez un passage au cas où, s'il vous plaît.
Guys,
let's go.
Ready? Are you ready?
Oh, of course. Tires are a little cold.
Yes. Down up. Down up, cap. Too cold, tires.
It's a lot narrower through there than it looks.
Yes. Yes, do that for it.
260. 270. 270. 280. Big brakes. Bravo, Laurent! It's so tight. It's bumpy.
Police?
Yep, maybe. Open the door now. Yes.
Oh, nice girl.
Also super tight. Porsche cars.
Bravo. Magnifique. Coup de cœur, non?
Yes.
Better than the Porsche. Ouais, 5 quarts. Porsche, BMW.
That, folks, is a lap of them all.
Very good track now.
Yeah,
Wow.
very fast. A lot of fun. On TV, you don't get a sense of how tight some of the corners are, especially Arnage and Mulsanne corner. They're very narrow. Not a lot of room for error either.
Ah, mince. It's my friend. We suppose. Ouais. Sophie.
He's busy. You've done this before, William. What do you think? Is it good?
Best one yet. Good. Best
Good job.
one yet.
Bravo, Laurent.
Best
Excellent.
one yet.
Excellent.
BMW.
And then Bob Volek had a problem. He spun at something on a bush curve, so we lost some more time there. And then we were recovering, but we needed a few more laps. At the end, we were about 4 minutes behind, and we could have recovered that because obviously our car was quicker than the McLarens that won. And the only thing I can tell you, I had a lot of fun because I drove my butt off, and I loved that because, we had nothing to lose, and I was qualifying every lap. And I remember one of my guys, J.F. Thorman was on the side. He said, "Oh, unbelievable the laps you're running. You're turning, So that part was fun, but we missed out. We finished second, but first in class. So I can claim I won Le Mans.
So Grand Touring Motorsports is a non-traditional car club. We started in 2014 based out of the DC area, and we support other car clubs all around the country. So we support, SCCA, Hooked on Driving, NASA, etc. We travel all over the place together. We do time trials, club racing, driver's ed, autocross, karting, you name it, right? So we have a huge presence online, Instagram, gtsmotorsports.club. So you'll see us out and about at all different types of track days. So look for our logo. Follow us on the web, and we hope to see you out sometime.
His full quote was, as was our policy last year, Studebaker is not trying to win the Indianapolis race. We are merely conducting an exacting test of our cars. He went on to say he had a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn, and he also had some land in Florida you might be interested as well. For if anyone believes that anyone entering a race is not trying to win, well, I certainly wouldn't lend them any money. Now, Studebaker is, I realize, not the first name that comes to mind when you speak of motorsports. In fact, it's not even the first name that comes to mind if you speak of motorsports from South Bend, Indiana. The President 8 was really a hot performer for the day, and kind of very out of character for Studebaker's, steady yet solid reputation. And then they immediately realized they had a pretty hot car on their hands. Back they went to the Amatil Speedway with a quartet of presidents. This time the goal was 30,000 miles, in which the Roadster up front there completed in 26,000 minutes. So that's about 19 days. Again, Studebaker was doing things that no other automaker was equally able. I believe Hudson went out and did a similar test, but they counted driving time instead of actually, continuous running clock last time. And you got to think Studebaker was really onto something here. Erskine, in his mind, I think he was looking at going kind of the General Motors route, a car for every person purpose. looking at really expanding into the luxury market and expanded Studebaker's reach and awareness, trying to really rebrand Studebaker from that old horse-drawn era manufacturer to someone who's really bringing you some exciting automobiles. It was a new record, and in fact, Studebaker proudly proclaimed nothing on earth has gone so far, so fast. They sent 3 more commanders back to Atlantic City back in 1928, and the orders were to complete 25,000 miles as quickly as possible. The commander you see right there in front, the Roadster, completed that task at 23,000 minutes. Now, 23,000 minutes is a bit of a tricky concept to wrap your head around. I got to tell you, the grade schoolers I give tours to figure this out a whole lot faster than you guys do here, but it comes out to a little over 16 days. So for 16 days, day and night, these commanders lapped the track, rain or shine, through night and darkness, and it was not running time. The clock started when they started the first mile, and it stopped when they completed the 25,000ths. It was a new record, and in fact, Studebaker proudly proclaimed nothing on earth has gone so far, so fast. From the Speedway comes the stamina, from the Skyway comes their style. They created this wonderful logo of the circling racetrack, car on the racetrack, and an airplane flying. 7 of the first 12 finishers at winners at Indianapolis were Studebakers. How did you have 7 winners at a race? No, you won 3rd place, you won 7th place, you won 12th place. It's all in the copywriting, really. Again, advertisement. Studebaker promoted that far and wide that their cars had been so successful at Indianapolis, and you too could buy a Studebaker with that racing pedigreed engine. The Russell 8 took the pole in 1931. Now, the Duesenberg and Miller guys didn't just stay home that year and say, we're not going to sit there. No, they were there. Russell 8, with his home-built Studebaker President 8 engine, took the pole, finished 5th. Now Studebaker was satisfied. They were convinced that they could really make a go of this. And what a go they did. For 1932, the company commissioned 4 additional Studebaker specials. They went back to Ringling and said, we need 4 more, what you built for us in 1931. And again, they were outfitted in the Studebaker shop. Studebaker advertised these cars as 85% stock. They were really trying to emphasize, again, this is also Depression era too. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Certainly that was playing into their thinking as well. As we saw, one of the privateers actually came in 6th. And you look at the finish here, we had 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 were all Studebaker powered. From the starting standpoint, just over 20% of the entrants in 32 and 33 were Studebaker powered, from the factory teams and the privateers. What that brought was new streamlined bodies. They used scale models just like these, actually with the aid of the University of Michigan's wind tunnel to determine what could be a more aerodynamic shape. And this is where you could tell the competitorship is starting to show a little bit with the Studebaker engineers. Even though they said their cars were 85% stock and everything's the same as last year, they just upped it. No, they didn't. Because we have in Studebaker's part number list here, 92 in Studebaker language means the 1933 Speedway President. Notice the name they applied to their grand model that year, the Speedway President. And here we see Studebaker in 1962. They bought the 22 car back, as I mentioned, for the 2nd or 3rd time with orders to restore it and also have it functional at its racing capable speeds from 1932 so they could show off that at the Indianapolis 500. Joining them was the freshly restored 34 Special from the Brooks Stevens collection as Studebaker was showing off their brand new sports model, the Avanti. They did have some difficulty getting the 22 car back together because as strange as this may sound, when they went to rebuild the engine, no one had any bearings for the big President 8. This was the Studebaker factory. They took to sending telegrams to dealers all over the United States. Does anyone have a set of bearings for a 33 President engine? They eventually found that because the Pierce Aerostraight 8 was also designed by Barney Roos and is identical in many formats with critical measurements of Studebaker. That engine was used in fire trucks until, I think, right around World War II. They actually found they were able to adapt some Pierce engine bearings and be able to get the car going again.
What are you hoping to get, and how do the students find you? Because this is obviously a very unique niche.
Yeah, that is the million-dollar question. You know, because it is so unique, it's hard to kind of go to Google Analytics and select college student motorsport management, let me spend my money. So in that respect, it's a lot of word of mouth. We're starting to find out that a lot more folks, and kind of like myself, originally I came from California, I had no contacts in the industry, heard about this program. You required at the time, 3 internships, and then, you know, you had these connections, and like, hey, I want to get into this industry that's very small and tight knit. They have connections. That's probably how I should spend my money. And that is kind of a recurring theme. So we have people from, you know, got 2 students from New Jersey, 1 from England, 1 from Vermont, some from Oregon and Arizona and, you know, Michigan. And so all these experiences of, I really want to be in it. I know where I have to be to go to it, you know, having that large, we always tell them we never guarantee them a job, but we'll give you the best chance of getting a job in the industry. 90% of all NASCAR teams are based in there. We have the World of Outlaw Finals based there as well. And so there are a lot of organizations and support, Stock Car Steel, Hypeco, you know, just a lot of support industries that are around our areas too, that some of our students have ended up in as well. If we can't have 100 people, how can we guarantee them jobs? If 50 people are graduating to get into the industry, that's kind of probably unattainable. But currently, you know, we just had a rise we had 9 incoming last year, 15 this year, and so we're seeing our numbers definitely increase dramatically, and we're ready and willing to accept them and teach them. We traveled. We created a class, we took 10 students, put them in vans, and we drove down to Florida. So we drove down to Florida and we got to experience, you know, we met with George Levy, who runs the Motorsport Hall of Fame of America, got a fantastic tour from him. And then we mentioned that we were actually going to the North Turn Grill, and he said, you know what, you know, if we say things like Watkins Glen, Sebring, Circuit de la Salle, Brooklands, Monaco, just the words and names themselves kind of conjure up images, but what is it about these places? Is it the surface they actually race on? You know, is it the asphalt, the dirt? Is it the banking, the chicanes, the apexes? What makes them so special? Why do people keep returning to them? Why do whole families and generations of people kind of follow through and always attend the same events year after year? And even places like Darlington, you know. So, you know, how do you condense all of NASCAR's history into just a few presentations? Well, I try to break it down in 3 key modules, I feel as. There's the 1936 to 49, where you really have the first family of racing, the Flocks, 3 brothers and a sister who would go on to compete and be the only family of 4 really, or 4 siblings that actually competed on the same track. Their sister won, by the way. And, you know, would go on. World War II would intercede. There's so many, you know, so much technology as far as training and such, you know, it kind of came out of that for the mechanics that would come back from the war and use their skills to improve the vehicles that they raced in. We talk about the second family of racing, the Lees, and how Winston cigarettes, how they lose TV advertising, but they got NASCAR, you know, and then so that was a big change to our sport as well. 1972 to present was that last kind of big block of time where a blizzard brings NASCAR to the masses. Lights, you know, under one hot night, all of a sudden go night racing. Professionalism in the pit crew with the Rainbow Warriors. Of course, Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s death, Jimmy 7-time, and development of the Cup car, NASCAR media, and the Frances. We have roughly over 100 graduates or so in that time span.
And I was curious, as far as job placement, what is there any type? Do you have any type of figures as far as job placement? Like what percentage of your graduates wind up landing positions in NASCAR, or if they're finding positions in other types of motorsports? And then finally, what are maybe 1 or 2 the types of jobs that they're being hired to do?
We have roughly over 100 graduates or so in that time span, and about half are actually had made it to the industry, or we're still in the industry, I should say. About 3/4 made it to the industry. Some spent a year or 2, 3 years or so, then moved on to another job. You know, but the majority seem to are still enjoying themselves. So it's a wide variety of grads all over the industry. I think what we're focusing on for the future is really kind of that re-engagement of the alumni. that we have a lot of success stories who are out there in industry already. I think there was a lack of reaching out to the alumni earlier, and so just re-engagement of them, kind of bringing them back in the program, and a focus more on that team building aspect, so that once you graduate, those juniors, sophomores, and freshmen can reach out to you and then say, hey, I'd really like to come shadow you.
What a crowd we got here, just terrific. What a tribute to Brian. But for me personally, it's a thrill to be honoring this man who 60 plus years been a champion, a giant in our beloved sport, motor racing. And he has long been a hero to me. Now, it would be a serious stretch, a mistake if I said he was my boyhood hero, because we're the same generation. And but he was the first of our generation to achieve what I could only dream of. That was to win, and to win big, and to race. I only wish that my father had let me have a supercharged bread truck. I might have been a contender too. But Brian was as much a part of the British invasion that we all know about, more so than perhaps any long-haired musician. He came to our shores, he saw, he looked around, and he conquered American road racing, earning legions of fans. And as we know, and we've heard, tributes and wins and adulation for the whole country. But unlike most of our generation who have retired to their armchairs, Brian, as you see, is still with it. He's going at it full bore. I can think of no other person who more deserves this award tonight for outstanding contributions to motorsport than Brian Redmond. And I'm so proud to be here, Brian. Would you come on up?
Over a career spanning nearly 30 years, Brian Redmond won 9 major road racing championships. His first in 1968 was trailed by 2 more in the 1969 and 1970 Manufacturer Championship of Makes, and a third with Ferrari in 1972. 3 mid-1970s Formula 5000 championships followed with Chaparral in the mid-70s, and in 1981 the IMSA Championship. During these years, Brian also took 5 victories at Spa-Francorchamps and an overall win in the 1970 Targa Florio, 3 more at the Daytona 24 Hours, 2 each at Kyalami, Brands Hatch, Watkins Glen, and Sebring, 1 with the legendary BMW CSL Warhorse, the Imola 500K and 1000Ks at the Nürburgring, Österreich Ring, and Monza, plus 2 class wins at Le Mans. Championships in that era didn't come cheaply. Between 1965 and 1975, 28 of racing's top-level competitors were killed in their cars. Brian Redmond survived, but barely. In a 1968 Formula One race at Spa, Brian's steering broke, crushing his right arm between his Cooper and a guardrail. During the 1971 Targa Florio, his Porsche's steering failed, throwing the car into a post where it exploded. Brian escaped as a human torch until spectators snuffed the fire with coats and blankets. At St. Jovi in 1977, he actually did die. Briefly, breaking his neck while skidding upside down at 160 miles an hour in a Can-Am car. His death was short, but the 2 months with a halo screwed onto his skull were painfully long. 2 attempts to change careers both ended in failure, and Brian was forced to return to motorsports, doing the only job at which he ever succeeded, driving racing cars, brilliantly. It is a tribute to Marion, his charming and brave wife, that James and Charlotte shared a relatively normal family life. In 1989, Brian retired from professional racing, but not from motorsports. He drove in historic competitions, organized 3 Porsche Rennsports, participated in multiple Goodwood revivals, headed a quarter-century of Jefferson 500 races, found time to write a funny and poignant memoir, and with son James still actively runs his Targa 66 club meetings. Inevitably, awards have followed, but it's peer accolades that count most. A Targa Florio teammate put it this way: "Brian, you are a great driver, almost as fast as me." When honored by the Road Racing Drivers Club in 2013, his Sebring-winning co-driver wrote this: "You always read that he's underrated, but there's another word that encompasses Brian's raw speed, character-defining persistence, and love of the sport: champion." In the foreword to Brian's memoir, an esteemed competitor wrote this: "When I raced against Brian, I felt safe, knowing his will to win was never more important than his life or mine. We brought out the best in each other." Brian treasures the email he received when feted at the 50th anniversary of the Long Beach Grand Prix. "During our time in Formula 5000, you were absolutely the best in the world. I'd rather have you in our car than anyone." In 1983, a promising young driver suffered a devastating crash that left her hospitalized, bankrupt, and saddled with insurmountable surgical debts. When her insurance ran out, Brian built a fund to pay her medical expenses, then convinced the SCCA and IMSA to increase their coverage for all drivers. Wonderful people rallied to my support, but one stands out. People like Brian Redmond are the true heroes of our sport.
Yeah. Cluck, cluck. That like being in Miami, seeing a rooster.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. I'm in Miami. I'm at the Fairfield Inn Suites. Oh, my camera's already falling. You're gonna have to hold it. I was gonna try something different, have it on a thing, but I'm at the Fairfield Inn Suites over by the Miami airport. Fix my hat. What'd you think of that rooster in the beginning, huh? Last night coming back from dinner, that bad boy was at our front door of the hotel, just hanging out. So, I mean, gorgeous. I mean, the color on that thing was unbelievable. It's like, that's got to be someone's rooster. But the guy at the front desk said, nope, they're all over. So I guess there's a lot of wild roosters running around Miami. So anyways, it is Wednesday. We are getting wet. It's going to be a little wet day potentially. But I am down here with my dear friend David Beatty from Slot Mods. Check out the link in the description. And we are here to check out a few collections of cars that rarely get seen. So stay tuned because it's going to be some really cool stuff. One of the stops, yeah, you're going to know who they are. They're very well known down here in the Miami area, but the world. So you'll know them. But the other two, people don't really ever get to go in and check these things out. So stay tuned because it's some really cool stuff that's going to happen today. So appreciate you guys watching. Hit that like and subscribe button. More to come. All right, everyone. I wanted to welcome you to our private tour of Garage 26, which is technically the Gables Auto Vault that is down in Miami. It's above a Tesla dealership. It's an outstanding place. Big shout out to JP for giving David Beatty and myself a private tour of this establishment. So I'm doing a voiceover on this stuff because I didn't do much audio in a lot of this because I was just in absolute awe of what they had there in regards to cars. And I should say a majority of them were Ferraris, which is my dime, my role, as you should know. So as you can see, the collection of cars that they have in this facility is unbelievable. As you saw in the beginning of the video, you take that private elevators up to get there. There's actually like a single elevator for like just some people, but then you have your car elevators that you can go up as well. As you can see right here, my man David Beatty, and that's JP right there on the left. That the gentleman that got us and gave us the tour. Everyone should know David Beatty from Slot Mods. Links up above. He creates some of the most awesomest tracks. At the end of the video, you see the one he did for Adrian Fernandez. But you can see what they had here. Two. You had an SP1 and an SP2. 812 comp. And a 812 comp paired to 812 Superfast paired to. Then they got the 488 race car. They got an F40 LM, one of 19. And then you'll see the Enzo, the FXX Enzo, or however they say the Enzo one, the private track only one. And then you got one of the Holy Grail F1 Ferraris. It was driven by Michael Schumacher. I think it was an F2003. I think that's what that one was. But yes, that one was raced by Michael Schumacher himself. So, and then you got that 33 SP next to it. I love watching those things race, especially down at Daytona. Seeing them on the high bank, everything like that back in the day. Those things were awesome and unbelievable to hear. So as we walked around some more, I said, I'm going to try and do my best here with this commentary and kind of showcase stuff. Because like I said, I did not do much talking because as you can see, I mean, it's just, oh my Lord, you need like 2 hours just to decompress once you get in here and just check everything out. I mean, look at the wall art, that cool wireframe of the F1 Ferrari F1 car. They got the Amaglam, whatever, how you ever pronounce that, race car model right there. That one thing right there, we really didn't get a glimpse of it, is almost like a concrete sculpture that was really, really neat. It was kind of like, it's three-dimensional in regards to like breaking apart and stuff like that, but it was so cool. But this place is so neat because once you come out, it's made to have people have private garages, so to speak, but it's almost like showrooms because you came out, you have that hallway, and then each segment here is a private garage. So unbelievable stuff. So, but keep watching. Cool stuff. Keep watching, please. This is an unbelievable collection here at Garage 26. Not many people get in here. So this is just spectacular stuff we got here. So yeah, the commentary wasn't the best on that, but I was just kind of in awe on all the cars. As you saw, there's an F40 LM, the 333 SP, the 2 SP1, SP2, SP3, all that stuff. But this is spectacular. You would not know this is here, but you come off the elevator and you get to see all this. Unbelievable that you get to check out. And then you get the Dolce Cylindric, and then the dual car company. Unbelievable. Crazy. All right, guys, so here we have another garage. I'm going to put in air quotes that obviously you can see he's got more Ferraris in it. You got a 512 TR. I'm sorry, that's a 512M sitting there. You got the 550 Barchetta there. I mean, just unbelievable cars that are in this collection. Now, this whole floor, this first floor we walked on, well, fifth floor, I guess you could say, is owned by one family, one gentleman. These are all their cars. So they took over the whole floor. We go on to a different floors. There's some smaller units that are owned by a couple other individuals that have space in it. They got, like 2, 3, maybe 5 cars or whatever. But these are all owned by one family. So, I mean, you want to talk about just a family that loves Ferraris. I mean, look at what you have here. I mean, it's just absolutely insane the quality of the cars they have. I mean, just absolutely nuts. I mean, that TDF there. I mean, just, oh, a 360 Challenge race car. I mean, it's so cool to see someone and having them in this type of environment. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, it'd be a nightmare to try and move a lot of these things around and get them out of there. But I mean, I guess that's a problem you want to have, right? So keep watching. Second showroom, or I say showroom, second owner, or whatever I call it. But look at this. Now we got, look at that cool thing. But we're gonna go in this room.
This is one race. Then you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Check that out.
962. I mean, that's just,
And then after that, Bob kept using delivery. Like, hey, my friend, this is a company. You cannot just use delivery.
I want to get a picture of the full car, and I'm just going to stand. I have this slot car.
oh, that's right, you do.
The one that you open? No.
No, I just have the slot car. Just take a couple of them.
There you go.
I'm stuck. Yeah.
Here. All right, you're gonna take a picture of me, JP.
Absolutely.
Standing here.
Yeah,
There's some good stuff.
this is crazy. This is and then this guy after that, Coca-Cola came with him and said like, hey, we need to get some business element because you cannot just keep using our name.
Is this like the Saks livery?
So this would be the 935 that they did, the 935 special edition that they did, in remembrance of, for kind of like anniversary of the 935, regular 935.
Yeah.
It's a J3 basically.
This is amazing to see that car.
Yeah.
It's just my all-time
We
favorite.
took it to Rensport last year.
Do you know Dale Miller?
No.
He does a lot of curing for cars for Rensport.
Okay.
He's with Porsche.
Okay.
And just a super, he's an older gentleman, but
Yeah.
he's the guy when some.
All right, you have to check this out. I'm doing a voiceover for this because, again, I didn't do much commentary. This is this is a race simulator. This is their sim rig, which is an actual 488 race tub chassis. So, I mean, they took the front end off, took the back end off, as you'll see. They got 2 seats in there, but this is what they use for a race simulator. Now, this is just for your closed cockpit race sim stuff. As you can see, it goes everything. I mean, just unbelievable. But here's a cool thing. You guys see JP, a gentleman that showed us around this place, kind of explain it with his hands, but they also have an F1 chassis, an F1 carbon tub that's just, they roll this one out, backs out, unplug everything, and then they just roll the F1 chassis in. And it's just crazy. So you can either have like your closed cockpit, like you're doing a GT car, set it up and hook it up to the sim, or then you roll that one out and you got an F1 sim in there. I mean, crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, unbelievable. And it's crazy. Now, this is the terrace that is up on the top floor. So they do a lot of fundraisers, obviously events, parties, whatnot here. But I mean, check this out. Look at that view. So if you're someone that's going to be building some private garages or something like that, you need to go see this space. Now, this we're walking into, this is Adrian Fernandez's private office in this building. He's on the 4th floor of Gable's Auto Vault. But this is his private office. Those of you that are big IndyCar fans will know Adrian Fernandez, huge IndyCar racer. I mean, he's awesome. But this is his private office. That's Mr. Beatty right there. But this is the track David built for him. So in the end of this video, you'll see the nice little whole detailed video of the slot car track Dave built for him. But as you can see, Adrian's got all his memorabilia. He's got all his helmets. That race suit was actually cut off him when he was in a real bad accident. I think it was in Montreal or something like that. But
So he's got that hanging up. It's all cut up. They re-sewed it back together. But as you can see, he's got a IndyCar chassis there on the wall. And then he's got the one sitting on the ground. This is JP talking about that well that they cut it out of. So, and then here's the one he has under. That thing's fully functional. It's got an engine and everything in it. So technically, if he wanted to, he could wheel that thing out and get the motor running. Now here's David's slot car track that he built custom for Adrian Fernandez for this space. And you want to talk about fitting in there perfectly. I mean, the aesthetics, everything like that. It's very minimalist, but it is just awesome. I mean, it fits in there perfectly. Everything's smooth, understated. The drawers are all hidden, how they're power operated, kind of slide in and out like those soft closed doors. So, I mean, it is just unbelievable in regards to the detail and everything on this. So, I mean, it's really cool. David's very proud of this. This is something we wanted to showcase as well. So enjoy, enjoy, enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Adrian Fernandez Raceway. This is a track that we built for Adrian about 5 years ago. Custom to his liking, custom leather drawer inserts, custom paint job, and can't thank Adrian enough for the opportunity to build it.
So thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate the support. Please remember to hit that like and subscribe button. We're trying to build our subscriber base so we can do and take you guys to more cool places like this around the world. Appreciate it, everyone. Have a good one. God bless.
Okay, welcome everyone. Hello. We're going to open up our afternoon session with Team Belmont Abbey, Quinn Beekwilder, and Lucas Lager. Quinn is the assistant professor and coordinator of the Motorsports Management degree program at Belmont Abbey. and Lucas is a student in that program. I was intrigued, very intrigued actually, by part of Quinn's title here called Advancing Motorsport History Education, which is something that on a somewhat non-academic level we try to do every day at the IMRRC. I can say that when we get Professor Green involved, it does go to a more academic level because Bill is a de facto student of the sport. But I'm very curious to hear what these gentlemen are going to tell us about their program. We welcome them. Thank them very much for making the trip.
Hey, Mark, you made it in time.
And
You're fine. You're
okay,
fine.
just a quick announcement. Someone has left a cell phone out on the table outside. Please check your pocket, whatever. And don't wait too long. Come get your program. Anyway, Quinn, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kip. Thank you. So, like the introduction said, my name is Quinn Beekwalder. I'm a professor over at Belmont Abbey College. I sort of found my way into this role, I guess quite strangely. I had a political science degree. I found myself in real estate around 2008 and then found out that, well, the market crashed. So revamped my whole life and found this program actually in a small Catholic liberal arts college in North Carolina. And they had just launched, and I moved my family out across country and did the program, graduated in 2010, and then went straight to work at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I did tickets and I did digital marketing, and after about 10 years, was looking for a slightly different opportunity, and they said, well, you know what? The director of the coordinator of the program position's open, why don't you apply? And so I did. And I find myself in the last 6 years teaching college students, being able to help guide them on the passion project that is their life. Because motorsports isn't just a job, it's a passion. You have to have it. It doesn't really make sense to get into something that you're going to lose money at, but we all do. I mean, we have 130 plus years of history of motorsports that shows that you lose money on this. It's not a money-making operation. But in the end, we're all here for reasons of our own, but we all have a passion for it, a drive for it. We get really excited when people start talking about motorsports, talking about particular cars, particular drivers, particular tracks, series, and so on and so forth. And it's really heartening to be around that every single day. I don't teach English, I don't teach philosophy, which are subjects that might be like pulling teeth for a lot of younger people. And so most of my students are all really excited about motorsports, and they're really engaged in the class, in the classes that I teach, and they genuinely have an interest in pursuing it. So for me, it's a dream job. And I kind of want to just give a little recap. When I first came to the symposium several years ago, thanks to Paul Baxa, who pointed out this program to us. Who was down at Ave. As Catholic colleges, we kind of talk with each other, and he was like, "Oh, have you heard of the Symposium?" "No, haven't. What is that?" And so we've been coming ever since. And this year, a little bit later, we actually have a student who will be presenting as well, so we're proud of that. And so I'm going to give you a brief history recap about this program and kind of go on from there. And yeah, all right. So a bit of background. Oh yeah, move this way. So our founding was really with Humpy Wheeler. So Humpy Wheeler is kind of instrumental in the sport. From a very young age, he was selling tickets to bicycle races, was doing promotions for the early Charlotte Motor Speedway, which is originally outside where the airport is currently located, before it moved to its new location in 1960 up in Concord. But he was a lifelong resident of Belmont, which is the town where our college is. His father was an instrumental coach in our early days of sports at Belmont Abbey, and so the Wheeler Center is kind of the gymnasium name. And so he grew up around the campus. He went to the kind of parochial school that was at the campus at the time too, and graduated from it as well. And so he ends up with Firestone, and after that, he comes back to Charlotte in 1975. And basically from 1975 to around 2008, he's the president and general manager of Charlotte Motor Speedway, and basically kind of revolutionizes the idea of having a pre-show and a pre-game almost for NASCAR and kind of making it the spectacle that it should be. So when he was coming to the end of his career, he was realizing there are a lot of business savvy people that come into the industry that don't really have an appreciation or understanding of what they're really getting into. They don't realize the hours, they don't realize the dedication, they don't realize that you can be out there when it's raining, when it's cold, when it's 110 degrees, you're still in pants, you're still in a tie, it's not comfortable, it's long hours, long days, and the family and the people who are around you almost become more of a family than your own family at times. And so a lot of folks were coming into the industry and they're having to find they had to kind of educate them on this, and they were losing people. The turnover was pretty high. And so he kind of approached Belmont Abbey, which had been close to his heart, and said, we should really offer a bachelor's degree. We should kind of open up the doors, invite those that are passionate about motorsports to come here to learn and to earn a degree and to kind of go right into the industry itself. So that worked. 2006, he offered the idea. By 2007, we offer our first class. For the first several years, we offer a concentration in motorsports with our business degree. And then by 2012, we offer a full bachelor's degree in motorsport management. And when I came back to the school after my time away, we had about 9 students in the program, like all 4 years. So wasn't doing the greatest. But over these last 6 years and through some great initiatives and support from the school, we are now up over 60 students who are across our 4 years. So we've had record numbers of people coming in every August, and it's just been a joy to watch. And unfortunately, we did lose Humpy earlier this year. Late last year in September, he was actually able to come out to the college, and that's the photo you see down there. Is actually of Humpy and his daughter Patty Wheeler, who came out to the college, and then all our student body who were just in the motorsport program themselves. So we're really happy that we can make that happen, because we did lose him, not too long after that photo. So he still lives in our mind and kind of is our touchstone to show why we're doing the things we do with the degree. The early intent was really, kind of with a very NASCAR-centric focus. 90% of all NASCAR teams are located in and around the Charlotte region. They all need people to work the businesses. And so we thought we'd be a pipeline and to kind of go traditionally just straight into, just moving forward traditionally into that role and to kind of fill that niche. What we have found is that, I've kind of brought in a lot more perspective to be more broader in scope. A lot of our students do end up starting out in NASCAR, but because of the size of the motorsport industry is what we also wanted to kind of, spread the gospel about as well. We have folks that are in parts and pieces from tires to shocks, to kind of marketing programs where they're supporting either a driver, a team, a track. So there are so many opportunities, and we try to kind of educate students on that as well, and not just say, don't worry if Hendrick doesn't pick up your resume on the first go. There's also the Xfinity's, O'Reilly series now, and the Craftsman Truck series, and then there's all sorts of dirt and IMSA, NHRA, and just open up your eyes, folks. There's a broad world out there. And kind of earlier, I touched upon it earlier, we also try to teach the students that it's not just showing up, that you show up for a day of work, could be 6 in the morning, goes till 10 o'clock at night. So they're not average hours. They're definitely can stretch you by that means. And our internships that we do require, we originally started with required 3 internships that try to broaden their horizons to be able to see what it's like either with a team, a driver, a series, because those are all sorts of different lifestyles that you can have within motorsports. And so motorsports history is kind of a real big passion of mine. And I was really fortunate that I kind of got to mold the program to kind of what I wanted to teach, what I found interesting, what I wanted to kind of put out there. And yes, we do kind of focus on NASCAR because, we are surrounded by so much of NASCAR around us that it kind of speaks to us, just historically speaking as well, because we're so into it. But we do try to broaden everyone's horizon on what is out there as well, because we do, with NASCAR, we're able to teach about, go down to Florida and actually go see the Streamline Hotel. It still stands to this day. We're able to talk, we're able to go see the original Beach Road course area that is down there that so much history was made at. But we're also able to kind of expand their horizons. We talk about Le Mans, we talk about Monaco, Mille, from Senna to Schumacher to Fangio, but also Garlitz and Parks and Foyt and New Villari and more. We definitely try to expand their horizons and show that this is a tapestry. It's not a silo. Motorsports is not just one thing. It covers the entire globe. It spans 130 plus years of history, and there are so many niche areas of it that you can get excited about a lot of different things. And it really helps kind of expand the minds of our students so that when they approach an NHRA team, they understand what they're talking about there. If they approach a NASCAR team, they get it. If they talk about F1, they talk about World of Outlaws team, an IMSA team, they have an understanding and a background to kind of say, oh, okay, I know where you're coming from, I know where you started, and it's not just like an unappreciation of kind of what has come before you. So that's what we believe in. I really believe passionately in sharing that history with them. And then what's also really exciting is that we're able to launch the first in the nation master's degree in motorsport management. And so we have taken, recently the school has been able to be accredited to teach master's degree level courses. We did start with an MBA program with a concentration in motorsport management. And just this fall, we were able to kind of convert that into a full Master's of Arts program in motorsport management. So courses are 100% online. It's designed for a lot of different folks who are working professionals, who may never had the chance to, after their college degree, they went straight into work with motorsports and would like to continue their education, or who are changing careers and find themselves at a higher level and can't just drop down to an intern and go sweep floors somewhere and kind of redo their whole career. That's kind of what we're finding are the folks that are approaching our program. We had a target goal in mind of how many students would show up for the first semester, for the first year of a brand new program. And we were pleasantly surprised that now we have over 20 master's degree students in our first semester. So we were kind of shocked. We're definitely dealing with that, taking it on our shoulders, which is fantastic. And a lot of responses were, is it for real? Because there are a lot of programs out there you might find on LinkedIn, or if you go searching, it might be a certificate, or it might be just not really a fully accredited, master's degree that's, SACS approved. We are definitely setting a new benchmark for motorsports education. Many of us who do have our master's degree in the area have to have it in sports. So it's not necessarily focused per se. We end up, doing our theses on motorsports and being like the most interesting conversation they've had in a long time, because all they hear is stick and ball stuff. So that's kind of nice to hear. With that being said, we're also, we reach out to the kind of a little bit slightly older generation. And we are proud of this one. So that was Chase, who was also able to receive his, he was part of the MBA program, receives concentration. So we were able to give him his degree award ceremony at the Rolex this year in January. He was working with FAF Motorsports. So it was kind of nice that we were able to kind of give him his degree while he was on job. So that was one of our early success stories in our master's program. And we also wanted to kind of reach a younger generation too. We know that high schoolers can be avid motorsports fanatics, and there are not many, there aren't too many high school guidance counselors that are saying, hey, you like motorsports? Guess what? There's a motorsport degree program. That doesn't happen too often. We're about one of only 3 in the country. We're still pretty niche. We feel that we're the best in the country, but still. And so our high school program called Accelerate Abbey. It was a week-long summer camp that we held this past July. We were able to bring around about 10 students, kind of applied and kind of showed up for the first session. that we ran, and we had a blast. We kind of did a mini kind of professional development class that we do. We met with a lot of alumni who opened up their doors. Steve, who works with actually Jeff Gordon Incorporated, so he was able to give us a tour around the Hendrick facility. Went out to Millbridge Speedway, did the summer shootout, saw a lot of the garages with the Legends cars. We went to RFK. We did Ford Performance Racing School with a couple other alum who were working out there. And it was just really gratifying to see a lot of alumni taking their time out of their summer and saying, yeah, sure, go ahead and bring 10 or 12 high school students here and we'll talk to them. And so it was really cool. It was nice to see that we could offer this opportunity to have them live on campus, experience what it's like to kind of begin their motorsports journey, and then hopefully choose us as their college of choice moving forward. So we're excited about the master's program, our high school program that we're now starting, all within the last few years here. And what's also really exciting, and we'll speak to more, is the gifts that we have been receiving along the way. Okay, one more. So, Dawn, this might look familiar to you. These used to all sit in your house. And so, through a very generous donation and through our meeting here at the Argetsinger Symposium, Colonel Donald Capps was able to donate his personal motorsports collection to our school. So our fantastic librarian, Alexis Lynn, was able to take down a 20-foot box truck, spend a day or two packing up his collection, taking out the bookcases, and hauling it all to our own library, which it's now being cared for. It is made it out of the truck. It is up on shelves and waiting to be cataloged and processed into the Don Capps collection that we'll be featuring at our library. So thank you, Don, for your generous offer. So we appreciate that. And that's what we're excited about. We have now even more to offer students a chance to actually touch a lot of material that is out of print, may have only been printed once or twice. It's can be quite expensive to purchase on your own if you can find a copy of it. And so to have this as our collection and to be able to kind of point students toward it and say, hey, you have a lot of first source material that you can now utilize to write papers and to explore with. And so looking forward to what comes out of that here in the future. Moving on, was also a very pleasant surprise is that since my time at the Abbey, I've kept in contact with some other fellow alumnus over the years who have had some great careers in motorsports themselves. And so in talking with them and over the last 6 years having students graduate, enter the industry and start working themselves, but I'm able to actually reach out to them. And just this past semester, I was able to kind of take a day off teaching. And both classes I was teaching that day, our social media class and also our introduction to motorsport class, were taught by alumni. They came back from their jobs and they said, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And they made their own presentations, they spoke, they were nervous, they were like, did I do all right? And I was like, you did just fine. They were able to interact, share stories, and it's a real pivotal touch point to be able to show that it works. If you stick with it, if you do the program, if you work hard, if you keep your nose to the grindstone, the opportunities are put out in front of you. I never promise a student a job. I always say I will put every opportunity I can in front of you, and it's up to you to go ahead and make it happen. But we're probably your best shot at getting into motorsports. And some students embrace that, and others don't. But so it really kind of touched my heart when the alumnus come back and go ahead and offer their time and their knowledge and their experience and want to give to that next generation. And it also really kind of builds this network. We always talk about motorsports being a very small world. Like once you get into it, you're going to be bumping into the same people year after year after year, maybe in different positions, different roles, but usually it's the same group of folks that you'll be spending time with over the next 10 to 20 years. And we want to start that off early so that even when they're a freshman or a junior, they're talking to fresh, newly graduated students a year or two out and are able to kind of have that soft touch point to be able to say, hey, you were just in the program, I'm in the program now, what's it like? Can I talk to you? Can I take you out for coffee? And you can, what was your secret? How'd you succeed? And so, it's been we're really fortunate in that regard. And, that was a big shift in mentality too. I really want to bring more students, back to the Abbey to kind of as alumnus to teach about their positions and what, what they do for a living now. And, there we go. And that was a big shift also. Prior to my coming, the program had attended events sporadically. It wasn't purposeful. It was opportunity occurred. Let's bring students out to it. Let's, show them off, and let's, kind of head and do the program. And so I made it my goal to really take students from the classroom and actually go into the world of motorsports through the trips that we do now, through volunteering, through volunteering at events, through internships, and just purposefully taking them out for very long days and kind of giving mini working days. So that they can get used to it, so they can see what it will take, to actually be on your feet all day, walking multiple miles. Just because you're at a racetrack and you have to go from one garage to another, it doesn't sound like much, but when you have to go from parking lots to garages to infields to outfields, and if you don't have a shuttle, you have to be, you have to have good shoe support. It's a lot of miles. You trek up and down a lot, and just to kind of expose them to that early on, and to say that this is what it's going to be like. Do you still want to do this? We give them every chance to kind of experience that. And so, but it gives them a confidence. It gives them that sense of professionalism, gives them an opportunity that they can go up to an individual who is working an event or working at a racetrack and introduce themselves and talk to themselves. Talk to them and, learn more about their experiences in motorsports and take that back with them and hopefully, gain some insight out of that. And so, I'm really proud of kind of like over the last several years, this is kind of just a sampling of eventually. Okay, maybe not. Slight technical difficulties, folks. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So this is just a shot of some of the trips that we've taken, some of the places we've gone, some of the internships and opportunities that students have had over the last several years. We had a student participate in the Sparks program down with the Motorsport Hall of Fame of America down in Daytona. He interviewed Ken Clapp, and then Ken said, "You did such a phenomenal job. Why don't you come out to the Indy 500 with me?" And that was Severin. So that's a hell of an offer. I wish I could have done that, but so Ken Clapp brought him out and showed him all around. So he got to experience that. And the nice part is, kind of the middle left picture is also Severin, who graduated and got a job with the World of Outlaws. And so just this past, earlier this November, he actually called me up and said, "Hey, can I lead a group of students around the World of Outlaws and kind of teach you about that and show the students around the paddock?" And so, it's great that, he's only a few months out from graduating, and so are already kind of contributing back to the program. We take, like I said, you can see us down at Orman Garage. Take folks down there. We have a class that goes to the Rolex 24. We also do the St. Petersburg race with Indy cars, and we do the 4-wide nationals up in Charlotte. We expose them to all different types of motorsports and people and jobs that they can work in. And we're really thankful that we're able to do this on kind of a shoestring budget, but it works. and then let's see. So motorsports, the whole package with motorsports history, as well as, thank you. It's really the foundation. They have this kind of understanding of where where the sport has been, where it's going currently, Where it can go in the future is still, kind of the big question. But at least they have that. They have that foundation, they have the understanding, the experiential learning that incorporate going out, volunteering, meeting these folks early on in their kind of motorsport careers is also, definitely foundation moving. We also have to take a class out to PRI. So we'll be going out in the next 2 weeks to, the convention up in Indiana. And, involving alumni back with the program, it's creating this just a whole ecosystem of kind of support from the day they get on campus throughout their 4 years on campus to the alumni support post, and, through mentoring programs as well that, we just really try to set everyone up for the best chance in getting into motorsports that they can. Moving on, what is next for us? What would we like to do? Definitely digitizing and expanding our archives, taking what we have from the Don Capps collection, trying to make it an open resource. And, I'll definitely be reaching out to the Revs Institute more and more to try to work on this same process as well. Continue to invite alumni back, seek additional donations and partnerships. Kind of what we were speaking to earlier, doesn't matter where it goes as long as where it ends up, it's kept safe and is used and is kind of broadening the knowledge base for everyone moving forward. And definitely seeking partnerships. If you have a passion and you want to give back, come talk to me. And finally, I just love to keep the conversation going. I show great gratitude and appreciation for the Argetsinger community that has, inspired me over these last 4 years of attending. The friends that I've made here and the conversations I've had, and the support and the, ability to kind of share back with my students and to kind of build from this foundation and to keep moving forward is extremely exciting, and I can't wait for the future years to come. Thank you for your
Thank you. So when Quinn first asked me to come here and present with him, I honestly could not figure out for the life of me what I was going to present about. And after thinking about it for a while, I kind of came to the conclusion that I wanted to present about something that I think is an important thing to all of us in motorsport, no matter what part of it we're from or what affiliation we have, and that's really the fans. At the end of the day, the sport wouldn't exist in its current form without fans. Got to make money somehow, or at least keep your money if you can. I'm sure we're all familiar with the saying that if you want to be a millionaire in racing, you better be a billionaire first. But I think the way that money influences the relationship between motorsport and its fans is really interesting, and the way that kind of develops and progresses in different ways throughout the history is something that I really wanted to discuss with you all, and I'm looking forward to also hearing your feedback afterwards, because I'm sure you're all going to have some interesting stuff to say. So we really start out with the initial kind of well-known organized races being PR stunts, basically. And you might think, what does that really have to do with revenue generation or making money? But it's actually kind of the core principle of doing this. The race organized from Paris to Rouen in 1894 by Le Petit Journal is a PR stunt in the same way that the original Tour de France was a PR stunt. They wanted to have something to make content to sell newspapers. maybe not too far from social media today, but it's kind of where those origins start. You're not really looking for selling tickets at that time. You're not necessarily doing too much of win on Sunday, sell on Monday at that point, because most people couldn't afford the cars anyways. But we see newspapers creating these events to generate coverage. Le Petit Journal actually covers the race for many days before and many days afterwards, including illustrations of numerous of the different vehicles that are featured in the race, covering the winners and losers, and even actually offering prize money to get involvement from throughout Europe. And the Chicago Times-Herald race on Thanksgiving Day in 1895 is kind of a similar situation. It's an exhibition. It's not really a sporting event in the sense that you're not going out there because you want to destroy your competition and come home being the winner. You're going out there to kind of experience it, and of course, competition is always going to be an aspect of it, but very different from the motorsport that we see today, and also very different in the way that we see revenue generation today. But you know, the things that we see today, especially with trackside sales, already come in pretty early. So the initial Indy 500 is obviously organized on Memorial Day because you want to make sure that you can sell as many tickets as possible, and there's not going to be too many farmers attending your race if it's on a work day. So you got to work around that, and eventually you see even later on with Bill France doing the Daytona Beach races, he's trying to find ways to make sure people are buying tickets. He puts up those signs that say rattlesnake danger on them to make sure people are going to the designated fan areas. And that kind of theme of ingenuity and trying to find ways that you can not just engage fans, but also use fan engagement to kind of fuel the sport is something that we're going to see continuing on as we go. But I think something that's also important to cover in this conversation is the development of media and the role that it plays in all of these dynamics. So newspapers being the initial way to spread the word beyond the attending audience, kind of then transitions into radio coverage as well. And we see the first full race coverage that I could find was the 1922 Indy 500, where a local radio station covered the full race, and eventually the last hour was rebroadcast by ABC throughout the entire nation of the United States, which was a first for racing, at least in the United States, and brings the racing spectacle and the imagery, even if it's not in physical images, to a much, much broader audience than it ever had been before, taking a regional event into the national stage. And this kind of continues on with the development of newsreels and eventually with video as well, with live television. And on the right side we have a clip from the London Grand Prix at Crystal Palace in 1937. It was the first race to be broadcast live on television. And actually quite high tech. They had multiple cameras around the circuit that they could switch through. They had live commentary. And this clip is a sort of a newsreel that's developed based off of that following the race. Oh, I don't think it's going to play. All right, well, it's a still from the clip. But basically, it goes through and it describes the spectacle to the fans in very careful wording to illustrate that most people are not familiar with motor racing, explaining the speed, explaining the drivers taking risks, but also it does an interesting thing where it actually covers the sidecar racing that occurred the same day, and clearly that was quite a spectacle even for the announcer who was there. If it's got issues, then I could just keep going. All right, so one thing that they do mention in that video as well is the trackside PA system, where the announcers are keeping everybody around the track updated. And I think that's another really important development at this time, because you have the information away from the track developing, and you also have the information at the track developing. You have fans now being informed about if there's a crash on the other side of the track that they hadn't heard about, maybe their favorite drivers out of the race. And it also creates a really iconic experience for a lot of people. And I think, as previously discussed, I think yesterday, Tom Carnegie at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a really great example of this, with his iconic style, the enthusiasm, the way he would announce every speed record that happened throughout his long tenure at the track. And these things are really fueling that fan experience. There's, I'm sure, many people out there whose core memories of racing are defined by those voices, by those images. And that's something that we'll see later on becomes a key cornerstone of how the sport can kind of build itself off of those feelings and also off of those media presences. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here and bring us to post-war. And I think another important thing, not necessarily directly related to the fans themselves, is this development in technology and in the involvement in racing as a whole. So people who might have been fans ahead of the Second World War might have come back with these new technical skills. There's all of this technology available. There's an industrial boom, especially here in the United States. And grassroots involvement in racing really skyrockets. We see the SCCA, the NHRA, USAC, and numerous other bodies really coming to life and growing on a national level, and this happens across Europe as well, in France and the UK and many other places. And that, again, kind of spreads the motorsport culture and awareness to a level that had never been seen previously. And this boom also includes news coverage picking up more and more of this, both on the local level and on the national level. And also fan attendance, as you can see in the background here. This is from Silverstone, the first Silverstone race. Huge attendance for a race that had never happened before. So obviously the excitement is already there. But of course, we also have sort of the darker side of racing, which really comes through in 1955 with the crash at Le Mans. Really probably the biggest tragedy in motorsport history. We have 84 people who are killed, many more casualties as well. And I think one of the most interesting things about this in terms of the angle of fan experience is how little the people at the track really knew. I mean, if you weren't on that front pit lane stretch, if you were on the Mulsanne Straight, you had no idea that this crash occurred until about 20 to 30 minutes later when the announcers announced that there was a crash. And at that point, you're already seeing a plume of smoke and have no idea what happened. The race, of course, was not actually stopped, for better or for worse. The management was arguing that it was so they could get ambulances in and out of the track. But there's not really any knowledge of what's going on. And a big panic does ensue, especially around where the crash actually happens. So both at the track and then beyond it, following days with news coverage coming out about just how severe this incident was, how many losses there were, there's a large fallout. We see Mercedes leaving racing for almost 40 years afterwards. Foreign countries like Switzerland are banning racing altogether. And the danger kind of becomes a big talking point in the immediate aftermath. With one newspaper even quoting a French World War II veteran who stated he felt he was back on the battlefield standing next to that scene. So definitely resonated very strongly with the people that were there. And unfortunately, this trend isn't going to stop right after this. And we see even the greatest drivers like Jim Clark, who was known for his mechanical sympathy, who was known for his incredible skill behind the wheel, suffering great tragedies. And these are kind of moments that could have stopped the sport altogether. So things that we might never have bounced back from. And I think that shows an incredible thing about the fans as well, that we kind of rebounded. It was almost a unifying moment for everybody. And something that's kind of, we bonded through the grief and we stepped forward with the sport continuing to grow at the same time. It's, in a way, I think, a nice way of honoring their memory as well, that the things that they love are not going to just fall by the wayside. So as we kind of transition from there, trying to get to a bit of a more light note after that, there we go. We kind of see motorsport coming into this new era where that dark side is still there, but it's sort of less present in the minds of those who are involved. In a way, we kind of compartmentalize and pace that backwards. But also, we see this face of racing come back to that sort of commercial mindset where sponsorship starts to really step in and take over, and the money coming into the sport is creating a new experience that really hadn't been seen before. Attendance numbers are growing. Racing starts to step into the pop culture scene with tobacco sponsorships being right up there. And in many ways, racing has this new sort of rock and roll appeal that brings it into a more modern era. Companies, of course, were very quick to jump onto this, looking at companies like Winston sponsoring the Cup Series and immediately taking over, promoting their products, and doing that obviously creates incredible sporting spectacle for us as fans. It's something that we would not have seen without that corporate money coming in. But they wanted something in return. You know, they're activating, they're handing out cartons of cigarettes, and I think a lot of other companies started to see this opportunity as well. You can see Goodyear branding on James Hunt's hat here. And coinciding with this, we also kind of see an increase in TV coverage, possibly because of these corporations that really wanted to boost this. But also, I think one of the beautiful benefits for me as a fan from this era is starting to see the personalities of the drivers come through more and more. We get more and more interviews, more and more moments where we can identify with the human beings behind these wheels, where we can really feel like us as fans could be right there standing next to him having a conversation. And enjoying that human part of the sport more so than ever before. As we progress, we also kind of see motorsport reaching what I kind of term to be the peak of like the raw era of racing, in the sense that, as you can see right here, this perfect picture illustrates it perfectly, that fans are lining the roads, you know, almost within touching distance of this rally car, and that's a spectacle that you don't get anymore today. You could really be immersed in it, thousands of people are here to watch it happen, and that access is something we don't see anymore, but also kind of coincides with a continuing dark theme, which is the cars are getting too fast, the safety maybe isn't progressing at the same rate as the racing technology, and the lack of restriction around fan experiences like this, as beautiful as it is to sort of reminisce about, is sort of quite dark and haunting in many ways as well, because we know of the tragedies that came through from this as well. So as we progress, we kind of get onto this coinciding development of sponsorship and the financial growth of the sport, which again is bolstered by the extremity of the sport at the time, with cars doing well over 200 miles an hour. But the fan attendance is skyrocketing, companies are becoming more and more involved, and we actually start to see full race broadcasts on television. The Daytona 500 in 1979 being a great example of that racing product getting out to the broadest crowd that it's ever gotten out to in the United States. And Formula One broadcasts becoming full-length races, at least in the UK on BBC as well. And we also kind of get a rejuvenation of the fan experience with the voices of the sport as well. Sort of, I think Murray Walker is a great example of this, kind of similar to Tom Carnegie, where you see just how involved everybody feels like they are when you have that voice in your ear narrating the excitement, narrating those narratives that are happening on track, and creating that racing product that sells for the companies, but also creates that emotional connection for us as fans as well. Unfortunately, at this point, I think we kind of reached another area of tragedy. I might have gone too far here. Where we see the untimely death of yet another phenomenal driver, and something that rocks us to the core, just like any other tragedy that happened earlier. But also, I think this image on the left here of Ayrton Senna's funeral kind of shows that unity that it brings to the sport, and human side of it as well, not just the contrasting corporate elements and the financial growth that these companies are driving. And it shows, I think, a really beautiful part of the human experience of sport in general, which is the passion that it develops, but also the relationships it develops too. I personally was not alive at this time, but you know, when I watch the Sao Paulo GP and I see the reverence that fans have for Senna and that emotional connection, it's something really beautiful for me to feel like I can now sort of be a part of as well, and develops a sense of sorrow, but also nostalgia that I probably wouldn't have otherwise without that connection. And sort of on the right side, we have a contrasting thing at the same time, which is that increasing corporatization of the sport, which includes, I think NASCAR depicts this the best, where these identities of the drivers are also starting to become more and more related to the companies that are sponsoring the sport. I'm kind of, as an example, if I'm thinking about Jeff Gordon, I'm probably thinking about DuPont. If I'm thinking about Dale Earnhardt, I'm probably thinking about Goodwrench. And that's something that definitely defines the sport during that era as well. But also, again, this continued influx of money continues developing the sport. It gives us more coverage. It gives us more media coverage beyond just the TV, and it forces the development of track facilities, of fan experiences. We see Humpy Wheeler developing, I mean, even ahead of this time, all of these incredible experiences for fans to create enjoyment, to create memories and wonderful times at the racetrack and away from it. But interestingly, I think that commercialization actually kind of comes back to bite the sport eventually in the 2000s with sort of, I think, a plateau in the development. I'll try that again. Sort of a plateau in this development of the product for fans, and I think a lot of fans, again, I was too young at this point and didn't really follow racing to know, but it kind of hurts the fans to feel like we fall by the wayside in the mind of the sport. I know sometimes when I'm reading articles about what F1 wants to do today, it's like quite disappointing as a fan. And you have situations like the 2006 Indianapolis Grand Prix, which was sort of a total blunder, where the fans clearly aren't really too much of the focus. It's more about the corporate goals. It's more about, maybe in the case of Bernie Ecclestone, lining your pockets a bit. But I think it's something that I can look back on now and say that I think we're doing a much better job, and that fan experience really has become the forefront of the sport again. Which I feel very lucky to have come into racing at a time where that renaissance is kind of happening. And if you look at today, it's kind of convoluted in a way, which is something I find very interesting. You have a strong contrast between F1, which has become this very, very high-end luxury product. It's inaccessible, it's exotic. And then you have something like IMSA, which is very near and dear to my heart, where you can still go on a grid walk and you can still see those cars up close and personal. The mechanics might let your kid walk in and take a picture next to the car in the paddock. And that's a really beautiful thing to me. That kind of brings you back to that raw spirit of racing and that community that's been built around it. At the same time, we have totally different ways of interacting with the sport than we ever did before, and I think sim racing is a really good example of this as well. It creates a racing spirit that, again, creates a stronger identity with the drivers and with the sport as a whole new appreciation with what happens on track and also what happens in the garages. I'm an avid iRacing fan. And having done a couple of 10, 12, 24-hour races with my buddies, I can say there's no way in hell I could do that in real life. Even just making setups, I mean, I changed the anti-roll bar once and all of a sudden I'm backwards. But it's beautiful to be able to look at the racing in real life with that perspective and appreciate much more than just the car on the track, appreciate how much hard work goes into it. And I think it's easy to overlook that with sort of how, for lack of a better term, clickbaity a lot of racing media has become these days. But yeah, so you have that kind of crossover between increased access and in that sort of sense, and also in the amount of information that we have available now. I'm personally, when I watch a race, I'm looking at the gaps, I'm looking at tire strategies, and I'm trying to figure it out as if I actually have any control over what my favorite driver is doing. But it's kind of a fun part of the sport for me, and I think something that's beautiful about it, even if I'm farther away from that product than I would have been if I could have reached out and touched a rally car. Not that that would be a good idea, but. Which kind of leads me to I think, the elephant in the room when we look at the racing experience for fans today, and that is social media. F1 obviously is kind of, the staple as far as motorsport goes, and those numbers on the right-hand side there can tell you quite a bit about the growth that F1 has experienced due to its recent efforts in social media and also sort of things like Drive to Survive. But it's kind of a mixed bag for me in the sense that it's beautiful to see these sports blossoming because of this and creating new avenues for money to come in and continue to generate an incredible racing product. Of course, a lot of racing and a lot of my favorite series, such as IndyCar or IMSA, are more sort of B2B focused at this point. But at the end of the day, even with the B2B, if you don't have any fans, then the companies aren't going to be there either. So it kind of is developing in an interesting way where at days I feel like because I'm such a nerd about this that I might be better than the fans who just follow on social media, but I don't think that that's really fair to say at this point because they're showing the appreciation for something we love the same way that we do, and it's kind of great to see that we have now this new avenue to support that passion. So with that, I think I'll close, and I would love to hear from you guys as well. I'm sure you all have very different ideas about all of this, and I appreciate your time.
All right, Lucas, you struck a nerve online, and
I kind of figured.
We're going to go back to 2006 at Indianapolis. Raise your hands if you were at that race. I was there, one of the disappointed many that were at made the trek to Indianapolis that year. Just a little correction because we were talking about it. When you refer to that race in particular, it's a moment in time that many of us are not happy about still to this day. It wasn't about Bernie, it wasn't about F1, it wasn't about popularity. That was 100% about safety. It was the first time in a very long time the drivers boycotted the race, and it was a problem between Michelin and Bridgestone, and the 6 cars that started happened to be on the competing tire that didn't have the issue. It was a result of Ralf Schumacher crashing the day before. It was a whole thing.
Yep.
In the end, to try to save face, right, they wanted the race to continue because money was sunk into it. But inevitably, for those of us that went, 2 weeks later, you received an apologetic letter on Formula One letterhead with your money back. So in the end, they lost it all on that race. So that one, I just wanted to pull that thread because we were talking about it. That's an exception to the rule, and it's a great thing that you brought it up, but it has to be treated in such a different light. You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, thank you for providing that context because I did not actually come across when I was researching it that they gave the money back. So that's an important detail that I missed. Thank you for clarifying that.
They had solutions. There were no solutions to make the non-points race and give the 6 drivers their points, and everyone else rejected it. So it's not all about safety. They had solutions to overcome the safety issues, and it's rejected by Bernie Ecclestone and the other manufacturers. So it is partly commercial also.
Well, I'll add to that. One tire company tested there, the other one didn't bother. Yes, correct. That's the result of poor management, poor planning by the other one.
Say that again. What's the last sentence?
It's all about Michelin.
Poor planning.
By Michelin, they didn't test.
I don't think they were allowed to. I don't think they had the opportunity. I'm not an expert on that point, but I went away from there. My belief is that because Bridgestone did not test, Firestone tested because they were an Indianapolis tire.
However, they were going the wrong way on the surface, and both companies were given all the technical data of the surface. One of them used it, the other one didn't.
Okay, I know
That's what I would say. There was opportunity, but here nor there. I kind of agree with your attitudes. We should test it.
And there were arguments that we should change the track
Okay, here.
Our final race in Road Atlanta. Last year, or 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago, they actually had to turn spectators away who drove hundreds of miles on Saturday to go to the race because there was no place to put them. So we're living a similar situation of having to fix that because our access has been so good, the response was so great, we had to turn people away because the track was full. There was people parked 5 miles away to get into Road Atlanta, and the police finally said, we've had enough. So we had to shut down on Sunday before the race and turn people away. And it's a similar situation. The only solution is to do what was done there, send them a letter and send the money back, or have them come the next year for free. But it is a very difficult situation when that happens, whatever the reasons are.
So I'm going to go back to the sort of elephant in the room. You were referring to this kind of conceptualized segregation of fans, right? This us versus them mentality. History is not without bias. Research is not without bias. But how do we sort of capture that and study that moving forward, looking back?
Yeah, I think that's a really difficult challenge with sort of any type of history. I'm thinking when I studied history in Rhode Island, all of the history there is written by white settlers. So then when you're trying to think about the experience of even the less, the not rich white people, but especially the slaves or indigenous people in the area, you have a totally biased perspective of their experiences. So when you're looking at more recent history, I think in some ways it's easier because there's living memory and there's more documentation from more diverse groups. But I also think that's why it's important to have people from totally different backgrounds and have input from people who aren't necessarily academic. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to hear all of your thoughts as well, because I've only been watching racing for 7 years. So hearing the wealth of experience and memory in this room is really, really an enjoyable experience for me and something that I've had a great time with this weekend. And I think it's a crucial part of keeping that memory of racing alive and also of continuing our academic endeavors.
Lucas Quinn, thanks. Oh, any more questions?
Yes. Are there any programs to train professional drivers on how to deal with the media, solicit sponsorship, and deal with the fans, et cetera?
I don't know if there's official programs. I know one of our professors at Belmont Abbey has done a lot of work. He works for Ligier's American division and has done a lot of work with the young drivers in the USF 4 and USF 3 series or Formula Regional series to start helping their focus on that develop and really instill a mindset from a younger age of how they should approach those sort of things. I think once you get to bigger series, that's more of a kind of in-house situation, but it's definitely something that's developing more and more.
Just kind of anecdotal evidence in that regard. I was having dinner with Deb Williams from Winston Cup Scene number of years ago, and she related the story of a NASCAR Cup Series driver who was essentially, for the sake of a better word, illiterate. And he was sponsored by a major, major coffee company, and they had to actually send him to charm school to teach him how to answer questions, how to interpret questions, how to even sign his name so that he could make a legible autograph. And they got him to where he could sign his first name. And the instructor said, "Good enough, people know who you are." And then they cut him loose with a multi-million-dollar contract. But that was the kind of training, kind of old school training. What do you do with someone who has raced their whole lives but really hasn't done much else? And then you throw them into this media-rich corporate environment and expect them to survive and support your product and promote your product. It's a real tenuous kind of a relationship then.
All right, Lucas, switching gears back to your presentation. We have a question from online from the UK. Ben asks, you mentioned briefly about going out and touching the rally cars if you could go back in time in your time machine. To what extent do you think having access to physical, historic racing cars alters your perception and engagement with that past?
Yeah, so I think personally, being a history nerd, I'm probably gonna have a different take on that than a lot of racing fans. But I do think that the history of racing is appealing to fans of all ages and from all areas. And I think there's nothing quite like standing around one of those cars. I mean, you can see footage of it online, but when you stand next to one of those cars and realize how small they are and how fragile they are compared to even our road cars today, and think that somebody might have been hurtling down a dirt road, accelerating from 0 to 60 in like 1.8 seconds on gravel, that's kind of horrifying. And then you see it, and it's extra horrifying. So I do think that that's a really important experience to be able to grasp how far racing has come. Well, you could say horrifyingly awesome.
So I appreciated your couple of references to media and racing. And early on in your talk, you begin with newspapers. And I'm pretty sure that in 1895, the first race in America, the first road race in America, was in Chicago.
Yes.
At Thanksgiving.
Yes.
It was part of a newspaper war between maybe the Chicago Trib and the Herald, I believe.
Yep.
And it was quite a spectacle. They had a huge snowstorm, which made a mess of everything. But there it was in 1895 newspapers.
Yep. Yeah, no, and that's it's very similar to. I don't know that the Petit Journal, when they organized the race in Paris, had a newspaper war going on. But I referenced the Tour de France as well, and that was a direct result of a newspaper war between Le Vélo and I can't remember what the name of the other newspaper was, but it seemed to be a theme from that time period.
Lucas Quinn, thanks very much. I just want to mention real quick, on the series of podcasts we did with Eric and Lauren, when we asked the question of all the ladies, what was the best part of their job? Every single one of them said the minute I strapped myself into the car. When we asked them what the worst part of the job was, there were two: hustling sponsorship and social media. So I just wanted to let you know. Yeah.
I believe it.
So we're going to take a very quick break. Thanks very much, Lucas and Quinn. And get ready for our next speaker. All right, if everybody can come back to their seat, please. We're about ready to introduce our next speaker. I think everybody here knows J.J. O'Malley to one form or another. Everybody knows the beginnings of racing at Watkins Glen. We started the symposium off with a great talk by Jim Miller on that. At a busy day at the center, we'll all tell that story 10, 12, 15 times. We're all aware of the heady days of Formula One from 1961 to 1980. Then the story gets a little bit more fuzzy. Possibly it's a little bit more discouraging because now we've got courtrooms and lawyers, no disrespect to lawyers, but we've got all kinds of legal stuff involved. And I've never quite been terribly sure what happened, but then it became a renaissance. And JJ's going to tell us the story of those late 70s into the early 80s. So without further ado, J.J. O'Malley.
Well, thank you very much. Before we talk about the dark years, let's see how we got there, how I got there. My introduction to Watkins Glen and stock car racing came on the very same day, which was July 29th, 1973. I was driving to my first stock car race, the United States Auto Club Acme Super Saver 500 at Pocono International Raceway. And I picked up a hitchhiker. He was heading south on the PA Turnpike in Pittston, Pennsylvania, coming back from a rock concert with the Grateful Dead, the Allman Brothers, and the band, held in a place called Watkins Glen, New York. He told me it was an unbelievable concert. 3 bands jammed together at the end, an incredible crowd, 500,000 people. I think the final estimate was 600,000, which is bigger than Woodstock. Before I dropped off the hitchhiker at the Pocono exit, I told him I wish I had heard about the concert instead of the race. At the time, I just finished my sophomore year at King's College in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, working on my master's, and I was working at the Wyoming Valley Observer. A year earlier, the flood resulting from Hurricane Agnes devastated Wilkes-Barre. That temporarily halted the 2 major newspapers in town. I was a stringer for the Observer. Overnight, we went from 3,500 to 200,000 circulation. That eventually settled down at 30,000, which is still pretty good. I was tasked with covering everything from my usual high school sports to city council meetings. For instance, the sports editor covered the main events at the boxing cards at the Scranton CYC. I covered the undercard, and I was at ringside for Larry Holmes' first pro fight. I covered an exhibition in Scranton featuring former champion Muhammad Ali. I even talked to a race car driver named Brian Redmond. So when the Indy cars came to Pocono in June of '73 for the Schaefer 500, I was along as a support rider photographer, which is very good experience. But that August, there was another big race at Pocono, a USAC stock car event that included the top 2 finishers in the Schaefer 500, A.J. Foyt and Roger McCluskey. The sports editor and the main writers weren't interested. I got to cover it all by myself. Richard Petty came back from a cut tire and a lap down and made it up on the 2.5-mile track without a caution to win the Acme Super Saver 500. Walking back to my car, I found myself next to a 10-year-old carrying the big Liberty Bell trophy, along with his sister. That's how I met Kyle Petty. I also got to cover other races at Pocono, Trans Am, Formula 5000. There was another big race in Wilkes-Barre, the Giants Despair Hill Climb, which I got to cover and got to know the local hero, Oscar Kovaleski, who drove the McLaren he once drove in the Can-Am. More importantly, he owned a hobby store in nearby Scranton. I started writing press releases for Oscar and even a small book, which was called The ABCs of Model Car Racing. For payment, I was happy to receive model cars or racing jackets, and also Oscar sold Auto Week. That's how I learned about Formula One. In 1974, I covered Pocono's first NASCAR race, the Purolator 500, won by Richard Petty. The following year, I even made the trip to Watkins Glen for the U.S. Grand Prix that Niki Lauda won. Lauda had a great battle with with fist-shaking Emerson Fittipaldi. His brother Wilson drove his final F1 race in the number 30. I later worked closely with his son Christian for Sunday Group's Action Express coverage. In between attending grad school at the University of Scranton in 1976, I traveled to many more races, including Alan Jones winning the final Formula 5000 race at the Glen. That's my credential letter for Bob Kelly. And I also helped independent NASCAR driver Ed Negree find a car dealer to sponsor his Dodge for Pocono's 1976 NASCAR race. I started making plans for the 77 Daytona 500. I asked Negree I covered Ed at his home for a few days in Concord, North Carolina that December, and he took me to several of the shops of the independent drivers. I even had lunch at the Apollo with Ed and a few friends, including Dale Earnhardt, who had driven Ed's car in his Cup debut at Charlotte. So I wrote a story. I sent it to Auto Week about Ed's plans for the 1977 opener at Riverside. Never heard back. I also saw a copy of National Speed Sport News on Ed's workbench, so I sent them a copy of the story too. I got a quick response from the editor-publisher himself, Chris Economaki. He said he had an opening for a copy editor. I set up what I thought was an interview the following week in Ridgewood, New Jersey. "Here's your desk," Chris said. Next thing you know, I was heading to Daytona with a brand new job. It was quite a year, full-time racing, learning from the master, Chris. I went to Watkins Glen for the 6 hours, and I don't know how I did that. And the 6 hours, the Porsche Parade. And that was pretty interesting. And I covered Formula One races at Watkins Glen and Motors, and it was a pretty busy year through the following January. And then I got an offer to join the Pocono Record as assistant sports editor. That would get me close to my family and friends while getting to cover a wide range of scholastic, collegiate, and occasional pro sports, and still getting to cover racing, including NASCAR at Watkins Glen and at Pocono. I did make a trip to cover the 1978 U.S. Grand Prix at the Glen. Mario came in as world champion. They had a huge crowd. Mario had problems in warm-ups, and James Hunt won the race. But they took an insurance picture just in case Mario won because they were afraid they wouldn't get him to victory lane. What struck me most was the general atmosphere. It was pretty intense. I was happy to find my Grivlin alive and well in the parking lot near Gate 1. The scene of the rock concert I never attended. So I was one less victim for the bog. Even though that bus burning happened in '74, the results of it lingered on, and you weren't sure what to expect. So over the years, I covered all the action at Pocono. I remember the year Indy President John Cooper also ran Pocono, and he had Ron Mead of the Daytona staff helping in the press room. So it was a great season back then. The Glen soldiered on. The final U.S. Grand Prix was in 1980. It was won by Alan Jones. Then came 1981, and that's where our real story begins. '81 was a rough year for the Watkins Glen circuit, as the Grand Prix Corporation was in serious trouble. The problems were financial and also from public safety perspective. The annual Formula One race was tentatively on the '81 F1 schedule, but was removed in early May due to non-payment to the Formula One Constructor Association dating back to the 1980 event. The 6 hours ran, and it was won by Al Holbert. And the Super V also ran as scheduled, with young Davy Jones among the field. 1 month later, the Grand Prix Association filed for bankruptcy under Chapter 11 of the U.S. Code. The August Trans Am race was canceled, although the Glen Nationals were run as a non-spectator event. A 200-mile CART IndyCar race was scheduled for August 8th and 9th, but was rescheduled to fill the F1 slot on October 4th, using the full course. Winning on a wet, cold day Mario Andretti, starter from the pole, retired on lap 25 of 60 with the broken ring and pinion while leading by 40 seconds. Upside-minded Rocky Moran lost power in his Dan Gurney Eagle while leading with only 3 laps remaining, giving the victory to Rick Mears, followed by Johnny Rutherford and Bill Alsop. That proved to be the end of an era, the final pro race for the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Association. The Pocono record might have even run a few graphs of the UPI wire copy. So 1982 was the beginning of the Glen's dark years. A few years later, I asked Bill Green to do a story for a Vintage Weekend program to explain what happened during the off years. And that became the beginnings of the Griswold to Gordon book in 1998, which I wrote with Bill with plenty of assistance from a good friend, Michael Argetsinger. The Grand Prix Association held negotiations in early 1982 with the Long Beach Grand Prix Association. That's okay. The Bank of New York and the SCCA to hold 2 race weekends, including a Can-Am Super V event on July 9th and 11th, and the Formula One Grand Prix. The Grand Prix never had a scheduled date. Other tentative schedules called for a 6-hour Can-Am weekend, a Trans Am, and a July IndyCar weekend. But all this was not to be. On June 14th, both weekends were canceled due to the extremely complicated and delicate legal problems surrounding the reorganization of the Grand Prix Association. But continuing the legacy dating back to 1948, the circuit did hold several non-spectator races, including the Glen and the Finger Lakes Nationals, and several other closed circuit events, including 2 motorcycle races. That's Michael Argetsinger in action. The biggest action took place away from the track. On April 1st, the Bank of New York began legal action against the Grand Prix Corporation, which would eventually lead to foreclosure and the sale of all property under a $3.4 million rebuilding program. That led to a heralded public auction held at 10 a.m. on November 10th, ironically only a few hundred feet from the original 1948 start-finish line. Some 100 onlookers were on hand braving the November chill to witness the auction. Earl Butler, the court-appointed referee, took only 7 minutes to explain the terms of the sale and actually sell the property. Corning businessman Ted Marks put up an opening bid of $100,000. That was quickly followed by a $1.225 million bid by Kenneth J. Petutius, who was the vice president of the Bank of New York. The auction was over. Sometime after the auction, Bill France Jr. met with the Bank of New York to discuss ISC purchasing the track. However, the availability of Darlington Racing diverted his attention. Only recently, looking back on this, I recall the importance of international competition to Bill France Sr. when he was establishing Daytona International Speedway, knowing that European-style motorsports would help bring attention to his new racetrack. That led to a major event at Daytona in 1962, leading up to a 24-hour race 4 years later. The name of the 1962 event was the Daytona Continental. Remember that name. During the weekend following the sale of the track, the Glen Region delegation attended the SCCA Northeast Division Convention in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Glen Region members formed the Glen Region Green Flag Committee and charged themselves with planning the future of the Glen Region, racing in general at Watkins Glen, and dealing with any potential purchasers of the circuit. The committee felt it had information which would be beneficial to any potential purchasers of the circuit. The members were Chairman Adrian Ketchum, who was the outgoing regional executive, Jim Escrow, region attorney, Norm Glueck, who was the incoming RE, Bob Perry, Jerry Buckby, Dave Davies, Stan Dobramill, Bill Green, and Connie Davies as secretary. After a few meetings, their objective was clear. to find a new owner for the racetrack. 1983 was another dark year at the track, but there was plenty of activity taking place away from it. In early February, the Green Flag Advisory Committee met at the SCCA National Convention in St. Paul, Minnesota, where they sought out the club's feeling about the future of racing at Watkins Glen. They obtained important feedback and returned home with a new ray of hope. Meanwhile, National Speed Sport News lost 2 key employees. Chris Economaki asked me to help out covering a few key events, beginning with the first Charlotte Motor Speedway media tour. The Pocono Record supported his idea, knowing that I would be able to obtain information, helping our coverage of the events at Pocono International Raceway. The media tour took many of the NASCAR shops in getting a look behind the scenes at Charlotte Motor Speedway, including a tour of the road course with track promoter Humpy Wheeler. The tour also rekindled my interest in working in racing. The next event, Daytona 500. Cale Yarborough drove to victory. Ken Squire referenced my cover story for Speed Sport years later when Cale was inducted by Squire into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. But for Watkins Glen followers, the real story was in the grandstands. Corning Glass Vice President and Comptroller Jim Riesbeck was in the crowd. He was sitting with fellow Corning residents Kevin Kuhn and Tim Putnam. Their discussion following the race touched on the lead article in that morning's Daytona Beach News Journal, which was dealing with the huge economic impact the races had on the Daytona area. Riesbeck said he thought it would be pretty neat to have a Winston Cup race that would add economic viability to the Corning area. Kuhn told him there was a racetrack in the area that was for sale. It wasn't too far from Corning, in Watkins Glen. Riesbeck said he'd never been to the Glen. Kuhn said the idea was worth some thought. Then in the race, Richard Brooks had a strong run, finishing 5th in an unsponsored car. Too bad he didn't have a sponsor. Jim was a race fan first and foremost, but he was also, and more importantly, a very astute businessman. The next morning, Riesbeck visited the NASCAR offices, and he asked at the front desk, how does one get involved in sponsorship? And they kind of looked funny, and they sent down the NASCAR PR guy to talk to him. And the guy told me later, I saw a guy in shorts and a t-shirt. When he introduced himself as being with Corning Glass, that really got my attention. I took him right upstairs. Obviously, the talks were a success. Jim made a great impression on both Bill France Jr. and his father. Back home in Corning, Riesbeck quietly requested an economic study of the impact of Formula One and the 6-hour races on the region's economy. Some new players entered into the conversation. Glen Region Activities Director Tom Sparling had an auto repair shop in Riverside, just outside Corning. On March 1st, he went to nearby Putnam Auto Sales to borrow a few parts. During an ensuing conversation with Tim Putnam, who had been at the 500, Sparling learned that a Corning Glass executive might be interested in the track. When he returned his tools 3 days later, Sparling learned the name of the Corning executive, and he quickly relayed Jim Riesbeck's name to aid Ketchum. Ketchum first contracted Jim Escrow, the region's lawyer. He didn't know Riesbeck, but he said he would contact the Corning corporate attorney to see if they had any information. Aid also called Dave Davies. After a short conversation, Davies said he would call Riesbeck. Davies and Riesbeck then spoke on the phone for about 45 minutes regarding the track and if there were any indications that Corning might be interested in purchasing it. Dave told Jim to call him if he needed any additional information. Meanwhile, Escrow called Ketchum with the information that Corning Glass attorney had no knowledge of any attempt on Corning Glass Works' part to purchase the track. Then, Riesbeck received the results of his economic survey. He was pleased to find that both of the annual race weekends had a significant impact on the region. He was particularly impressed with the increase in sales of Steuben glass, which is high-quality crystal handmade in Corning, during race weekends. On March 16th, Davies received a call from Riesbeck to set up a quick morning meeting for the following morning at 11 o'clock. Ketchum and Davies took Riesbeck to the track for his first look at the place. Riesbeck was amazed that the circuit looked as good as it did. He had been told it needed a lot of work. The Green Flag Advisory Committee met the following Saturday at the home of Dave and Connie Davies. There was a discussion about a reported offering of $2.6 million by British motor brokers, a firm dealing with antique cars headquartered in Scotland, who were interested in buying the track, but those talks failed to materialize. During this time, only 4 members of the committee knew of Riesbeck's interest in the track. Next, Corning Glassworks formed Corning Enterprises, which was a wholly owned subsidiary to boost the economy of Steuben, Chemung, and Schuyler counties. Conrad Stimsky headed this group, which included the Corning Merchandise Store and the LPGA golf tournament held annually in Corning. Corning Enterprises felt the revival of top-flight professional racing at the Glen would provide jobs and boost the economy of the Tri-County region. From that point on, things moved very quickly. Around March 19th, Riesbeck met with members of ISC in Daytona to discuss a possible joint venture with Corning Enterprises. On March 26th, a joint meeting of the Glen Region Contest Board and the Green Flag Advisory Committee was held at Abe Ketchum's home. It was at this meeting that Tom Sparling had the honor of telling the assembled group that Corning Enterprises and Jim Riesbeck were the light at the end of the tunnel. Then at the end of the month, Riesbeck met with the Bank of New York Vice President Petrudius, who was in charge of the racetrack account, to discuss a possible purchase of the track with the backing of Corning Glassworks Board of Directors. At the April meeting of the Glen Region Board of Directors, members of the Green Flag Advisory Committee reported on Corning's projections for the track and were asked to keep discussions confidential. On April 7th, a groundbreaking dinner took place at Pierre's Restaurant in Painted Post. Cameron Argetsinger, the founder of Racing at the Glen, attended. Frank Ganung, supervisor of the town of Dix, where the track is located, was there. George Douglas and Riesbeck represented Corning Glass, with Abe Ketchum, Dave Davies, and Bill Green representing the Glen region. At this dinner meeting, Riesbeck said he was going to the Bank of New York on April 18th with a purchase offer for the track. After making the offer, Riesbeck returned to the bank on April 29th, and he presented a deposit check drawn on Corning Enterprises' account to purchase the property. 3 days later, the offer was approved. Corning Enterprises had a 90-day option for the purchase. On May 5th, a dinner meeting was held at the Corning Hilton, attended by Riesbeck, Douglas, Ganung, and Green. Of major importance was the need to permanently close the 2 town-maintained roads that ran through the circuit, Wedgwood Road and Reinhardt Road. Previously, the town allowed the temporary closing of these roads during race events, but it was felt the permanent closing of these roads was crucial for the future of the track. After considerable discussion, it was felt that this could be worked out, and a formal proposal was presented at the next monthly meeting of the town of Dix on May 20th. The meeting was successful, and the roads were deeded over to Corning Enterprises during the final closing of the property. Later in the week, Riesbeck, Ketchum, and Green took a 2-hour tour of the track, including 3 parcels not included in the foreclosure sale, 50.3 acres, which were part of the Grand Prix Corporation assets. Another important meeting took place at the M&M Club in Montour Falls, attended by community leaders and race-involved individuals. This included Bill France, Jr. of NASCAR and ISC, John Bishop and Bob Raymond of IMSA, Riesbeck, Stemsky, and Douglas of Corning, Vic Franzese and Gil Smith of Schuyler County Industrial Development Agency, Rex Richards and Phil Smith of the Schuyler County Legislature, attorney Cameron Argetsinger, founder of Racing at the Glen, Ganung Bill Clark, who was president of Glen National Bank, Ed Dalrymple of Whitewater Development, Gary Herzig, the Schuyler County Chamber of Commerce and publisher of the Watkins Glen Review, and Ketchum and Green of the Glen region. My next big event was the World 600 at Charlotte on Memorial Day weekend. One of the many Charlotte pre-race media activities was a press conference announcing a new sponsor. Jim Riesbeck took the podium and he announced Corning's new line of sunglasses. Chameleon sunglasses would become the primary sponsor of Junie Donlevy's number 90 Ford Thunderbird, driven by Richard Brooks, who was the 5th place finisher in the Daytona 500. Chameleon would also become the primary sunglasses of NASCAR. And Corning, in partnership with ISC, was taking an option to purchase the defunct racetrack in Watkins Glen, New York. I asked Jim Riesbeck at the announcement if that meant NASCAR Winston Cup racing would be coming to Watkins Glen. Riesbeck's reply was that that was not part of the discussion. Months later, when I was on the inside, I asked him again. He gave me the same answer. I also asked Chris Economaki what he thought, and he said, if anyone can pull it off, Corning Glass can. On July 17th, following the Sunday lunch break during the Glen Nationals, Riesbeck and Stemsky made the long-awaited announcement to the track workers. They told the volunteers and drivers of the plans they had for the Glen. The announcement met with applause and loud cheers of approval. I have a quote from Bill Green. I remembered being at the track on a very nice, bright, sunny day. It was like the Glen had just come out of a dark tunnel. The Glen was now alive and on the road to recovery. Shortly after this, Corning Enterprises appointed John Saunders to general manager of the track. A Corning native, he had managed Belhurst Castle and was running the Corning Museum of Glass shop. Corning PR director Eugene Saunders mentioned that his son attended races at the Glen while attending Ithaca College. Corning had found its racing expert. Saunders soon made his first hire, Carol Hadler, as his executive assistant, and that proved to be an excellent choice. The Glen did hold seven non-spectator events in 1983. Among the highlights, local drivers Craig Horning and Bob Henderson placed in their respective races. And also during the events, everyone helped in, drivers, crew workers, everyone, to keep the races going. And Dave Davies there as part of the crowd fixing a tire wall. Among the other noteworthy on-track modifications was the removal of the infamous Schechter chicane on August 17th. That had been in place since 1975, often called Jody's Joke. Its removal was a very big selling point for the new management. With the future looking very good for the track, the Glen Region Green Flag Committee was disbanded, having met its objectives. New to racing, Corning Enterprises joined with the business, the foremost name in American auto racing, International Speedway Corporation, owners of the famed speedways at Daytona, Talladega, and Darlington. ISC would take a 20% ownership of the circuit. A new entity, Watkins Glen International, was announced at a press conference at the famed 21 Club in New York City on Tuesday, September 20th. Conrad Stemsky was announced as chairman, Bill France Jr., the vice chairman. The final closing of the property was October 28th, when the two public roads were formally closed. On the ride back home from Newark on the Corning corporate jet following the big announcement, Roger Reinhardt of the Watkins Review and Express needled Stemsky about giving his new GM a little more clout. And Stemsky elevated Saunders to president on the spot. I wasn't at the press conference. I received a very nice invitation, even a follow-up call from Carol Ladler if I was going to attend. I asked her if it was to announce a NASCAR race. She seemed surprised by the question and told me it would be IMSA, Camel GT. Well, I wasn't excited about driving to the city unless there was a potential interview, maybe Bob Tullius, Al Hobart, or Hurley Haywood. So I asked if any drivers would be there. Again, no, the weekend guest would be Bill France Jr. So my next assignment for Economaki was the October National 500 at Charlotte, which was Richard Petty's controversial 198th career victory. I had one brief discussion with Humphrey Wheeler about possible employment on his PR staff. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it was cut off and I never resumed talks with Humpy. I don't remember any conversation about Watkins Glen up to that time. In the meantime, WGI's new president was looking for a media director. France had wanted someone from the region. John Cooper, who had helped out at Indy and Pocono, remembered me covering the Pocono races. I casually knew Jim Foster, the Daytona Speedway president. He once set up a phone interview with me and Bill France Sr. regarding the possible move of the Firecracker 400 from Daytona to Pocono. That was quite an exclusive. The headline story might have helped convince the Daytona business community that ISC was serious about possibly moving the race. I'm sure it also shook up Dr. Mattioli at Pocono. Later on, I heard ISC also contacted Chris Economaki, Associated Press lead motorsports writer Mike Harris, and Oscar Kovaleski about what they felt about my chances there. So I was surprised when I had a call from Carol Ladler working to set up an interview with John Saunders about possible employment. Now it was my turn to call Chris Economaki. He told me it was a great opportunity. When I asked Carol if John would be attending the upcoming NASCAR banquet at the Waldorf, we settled on that. So on Thursday, after the NASCAR press conference, I went up to Pocono owner Dr. Mattioli's suite, waiting to meet Saunders. I remember talking with writer Ernie Saxton. As people would come into the suite, we're wondering which one was John Saunders. Finally, a bearded kid tapped me on the shoulder and asked if I was J.J. O'Malley. And I said, huh? And he says, I'm John Saunders. That was not my last surprise from John. With permission, we went into Dr. Mattioli's bedroom for privacy. We talked for maybe 15 minutes. John always recalls me sitting on the high bed, my feet up from the floor, me almost falling back several times. And the result, though, I did tell John I was interested in possible employment. That night was incredible. Vice President Bush made a surprise appearance to congratulate new Winston Cup champion Bobby Allison. And even President Reagan made a telephone call. NASCAR was really in the NASCAR spotlight. So I was wondering what would come next. A few calls from Carol Ladler trying to set up a follow-up interview. And I wasn't thrilled about driving all the way up to Corning from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. So on Saturday, January 4th, I flew to Greensboro, North Carolina, and then we drove to Winston-Salem, where I had dinner with Jim Foster. Early the next morning, I went to the Winston-Salem airport and waited at the FBO office for a car parked on the runway. And John could see me pacing back and forth. Then I was called to the car. Foster and Ron Mead were in the front seat. I was in the back seat for a short conversation. He offered me so we had a short conversation. I was asked to step outside for a few minutes. So I was called back a few minutes later, and John offered me a salary with a little better than the Pocono record. Actually, it was a lot better. And then I was excused, having to drive back to Greensboro for the flight back that afternoon. Monday and Tuesday, I was finally back in Corning looking for an apartment. And John took me for a ride to the racetrack, which looked pretty desolate, with about a foot of snow on the ground. When I went to work at the Pocono Record the next morning, I was called into the office of editor Ron Bouchard. And how did he find out? Instead, he offered me a raise. I said, thanks, but I quit. And I gave him 2 weeks' notice, part of which I spent in Philadelphia for the annual Eastern Motorsports Press Association meeting, and eager to talk to members of the racing media about what they thought about Watkins Glen and why they should attend the races there. Then I came up to Corning, and on Saturday, January 28th was my first day on the job. John gave me a very easy assignment. I was to escort Bill Jr. to the Elmira Sports Banquet that evening. Unfortunately, for everyone but me, Bill couldn't make it. So that was much less pressure, and I got to meet Ron Lewandowski of the Star-Gazette, Paul Ulrich of the Corning Leader, Fred Yan of the Ithaca Journal, other members of the local media that I'd be working with. Carol Adler did a great job getting them to attend and sit at our table. The next day, I was off to Daytona for the Sunbank 24. I got to sit in the press box located behind the grandstands back then with Ron Mead, observed how he worked with the media. Mario Andretti won the pole for the first Porsche 962 that he shared with his son Michael. That car went out early. Also having problems were both of Bob Tullius' two Group 44 Jaguars, which drivers included Pocono winner Doc Bundy, David Hobbs, and Brian Redmond. At midnight, a group of unknown South Africans driving the creepy crawly Porsche March prototype were battling for the lead when I left for a short nap. Back at the track, while it was still dark at 5 a.m., Creepy Crawley had a multi-lap lead over the A.J. Foyt Bob Wolick Porsche. At dawn, Creepy Crawley was still way ahead. Noon, the same story. Back then, the Speedway folks thought if the race started at 3:30 in the afternoon, people waking up the next morning would hear the cars and realize there's plenty of racing ahead. Finally, at 3:30, Creepy Crawley beat Foyt by 9 laps, and Tullius' car was third, 28 laps down. That probably proved to be my least exciting Daytona 24. No idea. Someday I'd be writing a book about that race. So back in Corning, I wasn't thinking we had only 5 months and change to put together a major race weekend. In hindsight, I was just worried about getting through the next week. In hindsight, there was really no way we could possibly pull it off. Unfortunately, we didn't know it at the time. We were just working very hard, determined to make it work, not knowing any better. So those 5 months were a real blur. One meeting after another, late dinners, more meetings, more dinners. I continued to eat like a marathon runner, even though my training was cut in half. One of those meetings involved Bill Franch Jr. I think it was Hammerhead 2. I look forward to hearing his idea of promoting our Camel GT race. Bill Jr. rushed through the early items of the agenda. Then he announced, next item, tickets. The next few hours were like a graduate course on ticketing, and then credentials. I did make the suggestion to move registration from the Catholic Church in Watkins Glen to the racetrack. Then came a meeting with the representatives of R.J. Reynolds, including Ralph Seagraves, Duncan Lee, and Jeff Bird. Watching Bill Jr. and Ralph Seagraves was like attending a sparring session with Muhammad Ali and Larry Holmes. It was, part of it was talking about paint. I remember Ralph Seagraves telling Bill Jr., you can paint every darn billboard in New York State with that amount of paint. And there was a lot of paint. The Glen signature light blue guardrails would remain, but the remainder of the circuit would feature Camel's tan pigments. Included in the makeover was a new souvenir building, the Camel Pyramid. Corning's Jim Smith, who ran the downtown Corning store, helped out at first. One of his staffers, Tim Coleman, helped out to the point where he became a full-time employee. Phyllis DeSarno was the director of marketing and a key to building support with the community groups. In some ways, she was ahead of her time. One of her family-friendly ideas included a petting zoo. The former Kendall Tech Center was rebranded as the Camel GT Center, headquartered for our operations team, led by Peter Wadinsky, Matt and Andy Matuski, Steve Ely, and they were later joined by the world-famous sign painter, Tony Vicchio. The Glen Club was refurbished, led by John Brennan and Brad Beck, and later Marianne Shoemaker. The Kendall Tower became the Camel Tower between turns 1 and 2. If you ever wondered about the location of the giant Camel scoreboard in the infield paddock near the skid pad, far from the fans. It was in the direct line of sight for the R.J. Reynolds VIPs in the tower, most important. The major renovation for the press tower was the addition of restrooms, while the first floor risers were eliminated in favor of an interview podium. Then came Hammerhead 3, this time an overnighter at the Belhurst Castle. I remember an argument about Formula One versus Camel GT. And I knew we faced an uphill battle with the former Glen crowd. But we didn't talk much about actual racing at those mini meetings. Major topics were tickets, following up the directive from Bill France Jr. We talked about everything from printing them, more importantly, selling them. Security, no more B-O-G. Conrad Stemsky would turn pale if he even heard that word pronounced. Instead, we worked on building a family atmosphere. There was a focus on a strong and visible law enforcement, including a holding facility, jail, plus tear gas, other goodies, thankfully, were never used. And plenty of out-of-service police cars to patrol the track during the races. Also, no rock concerts. There were still lawsuits on the books from Summer Jam. We did have a lot of help. Ron Mead stayed for a week or two to help before he took a position at Lime Rock. Clarence Cagle worked with our operations team. Cagle was a racing legend. He was superintendent at a dilapidated Indianapolis Motor Speedway after the track was purchased following World War II. He was active behind the scenes at Daytona and other tracks as an advisor for ISC. Abe Ketchum's talking to him in that photo. One name I kept hearing was that of a driver whom I first interviewed for National Speed Sport News when he was still in high school in Arkansas. I was wondering, how did Mark Martin become involved with WGI? I quickly learned it was another Mark Martin. There he is. He was Clarence Cagle's counterpart at the Glen. The other Martin would make his name at the Glen, but not for a few more years. Bill Jr. toured every inch of that property. I know Carol Adler told me he put many, many miles on his rental van. He found roads we didn't even know existed. He even planned his own escape road from the property. And he also scoped out potential viewing areas. There's one area on Bronson Hill Road, which if you had parked your car off property, you could see the racetrack. He wanted to make sure that you couldn't see any racing without buying a ticket. Following the Sunbank 24, it was back to Daytona for another 500. And another headline story in Speed Sport for Cale Yarborough. Prior to the race, a gentleman saw me in my black WGI jacket and he introduced himself and volunteered to help if needed. I kept his card thinking maybe I'd call this Tom Hollering guy someday. When we were preparing our next major announcement in New York City to announce our Ford sponsorship, I gave Tom Hollering a call and invited him to join us on the Corning shuttle. We talked a lot about racing, mostly NASCAR, and Tom wound up being a key volunteer, helping organize Victory Circle, along with his family and racing friends, and they became very instrumental in track tours years later, and still to this day. If you see a picture of Jeff Bodine's first race car, the Plymouth has a Tom's Speed Shop logo on its rear fender. I was busy working with the media, sending out press releases, working on credentials with Mary Lou Thompson, doing ads, radio commercials. I got Brian Buchauer from Horsets to be our first announcer. He brought along Al Robinson to help. Also, did the souvenir program, media giveaways, included a Camel GT cap, a Corel plate with the WGI logo. I was asked several times, where do I get my Steuben plate? So we had many media tours, including American Challenge drivers Tommy Riggins and Patty Moise, taking them to local TV and radio stations. Before we knew it, the June Finger Lakes Nationals became a dry run for the grand opener, and it went off well. It was capped by a brilliant moonrise. Our first major race was the Camel Continental on July 7th and 8th. that revised the 6-hour format with a unique twist. The race was divided into a pair of 3-hour segments. After 3 hours of racing on Saturday, teams would retire to the garage where fans could observe them, working through the night, getting ready for Sunday's final 3 hours. We had one of the support races, the American Challenge, and that's where we have Tommy Riggins and Patty Moise, who did the media tour, joined by Clay Young and Irv Hare. So checkered flag 4, joined by Al Robinson, sang the national anthem, and that set up the first race. And the new format quickly took a hit. 2 top contenders were out of the race in the opening 10 minutes. Al Holbert was in Cleveland, where he was practicing his IndyCar, and Derek Bell was running in IROC. So Jim Adams was all by himself. I had a helicopter waiting for Holbert, and he got delayed, and he barely made it to the track in time for the race. So that's race went on, and the first 3 hours was out front was Blue Thunder. And they then came looking for their trophy, thinking they deserved one for their winning the 3 hours. Well, the next day, racing resumed, and the first hour was a brilliant battle between Derek Bell and Bill Whittington. Then Whittington went out, Derek Bell won the trophy, and with Mr. Hurrigan from RJ Reynolds. So we pulled it off, the Glen was back, but only through a great team effort. We worked hard, we played hard. After work several times a week, we'd get together and share stories, working together as a team. And over the years, I feel that was a real key to our success. And John Saunders put together a great team effort and kept us working together. We followed up the Continental with the Glen Trans Am, and it was a great race run by Jack Roush driver Willie T. Ribbs without a great turnout. Then the New York 500 for the Steuben Cup was won by Blue Thunder, and this time it counted. Of course, we had hoped for more spectators, but on the other hand, we had cleared some very huge obstacles. No problems at all with crowd control, law enforcement, rowdy behavior, and we were on our way to establishing camping that was safe for the family. I remember the key point, though, of my first performance development and review with Mr. Saunders. I was told to concentrate on activities pertinent to Watkins Glen, not NASCAR. Well, glad I listened. WGI survived its first year. The dark days were over. The next year, we opened up with the Sunbank 24, won by Al Holbert. Bill Elliott was awesome. And I don't know what I'm doing here. So Bill Elliott was awesome, winning the 500. And I don't know. Okay, we'll just... So, all right. And okay, Derek Bell and Al Holbert won the New York 500 and the Camel Continental. And in between, Paul Newman won 2 poles. He won the main event in the Glen Nationals, finished second in the Glen Trans Am behind Wally Dallenbach. But not even Blue Eyes could draw a big crowd for that weekend. The year ended with the very unique event, the Seagram's Cooler 24 Hours, which was fairly successful. But if you bought a package of wine coolers, you get a ticket. The next year, you bought a Whopper, you got a ticket. And getting away from my directive, throughout the year, we were hearing more and more rumblings about NASCAR. And when the NASCAR Fairgrounds dropped off the schedule, rumors really started flying. Next thing I remember, Tom Holler and I were going to Rockingham for the penultimate race of the Winston Cup season. We spent time there with Jeff Bodine and other drivers. That set the scene for another big announcement at the Glen Club. Now, over the years, when they announced the Daytona Continental, the sale of Watkins Glen, they held press conferences in New York City. This time, we had the big announcement at the Glen Club. We had enough regional support that we didn't need to go to New York City to make news. NASCAR was coming for the inaugural Budweiser at the Glen in August 1986. Jeff Bodine was there to help with the announcement. Years later, he would win the Bud at the Glen. And Jeff then really helped with the buildup by winning the Daytona 500. And from there on, it was nonstop preparation. And that's the topic probably for next year's story if you have me back. But we had one of the big challenges, where we were going to park the early arrivals. Bob Kelly, who was formerly the press director here at Watkins Glen, was now with R.J. Reynolds. He really helped out by getting air conditioning for the press tower to accommodate the major media we expected for the race. Tom Holleran and local radio personality Don Murphy got together every week talking about getting the community behind. I recalled in Talladega they had a race fever night, and I remember being in the Stroudsburg for the Pocono races. And when I was at the Pocono Record, you'd never even know there was a race in town. Fortunately, we were able to put it together with events in Elmira, Corning, and Watkins Glen, including a golf tournament. And this schedule got even busier over the following years as many municipalities wanted to be part of the action. We worked a lot harder for the NASCAR than we did for the Continental, and it paid off. Of course, having the big show really helped, but the work we did for IMSA and the Trans Am weekends really paid dividends. Bodine even came up for the Continental, and he won his class in a Levi Garrett-sponsored Chevy. The crowd came early, and so did the media, and we were ready. The facility looked fantastic. The racing was great. Bill Elliott nearly won the pole, but he crashed in turn 5. Jeff Bodine had a strong early run in the car, and Tim Richmond and Darrell Waltrip also up front. It all came down to the end of the race to Tim Richmond, and he was a very popular victory, getting the trophy from Congressman Amo Hoban. Oh, sorry, there is Amo. And who knew that his personal tragedy was about to unfold? So NASCAR got even bigger and better in following years, including Rusty and Ricky Rudd battling in the final turn of the final lap in 1988. There was one more major step. We treated vintage weekends just about above a club rental back then. The pro weekends were so demanding. In 1989, Aston Martin's Peter Levanis put a huge push behind the GT40 reunion, and that celebrated the cars that beat Ferrari at Le Mans. We hosted the largest gathering of GT40s up until that time. How are we going to follow this up? Oscar Kovaleski asked me repeatedly that weekend. He suggested a Can-Am reunion. That became a big hit in 1990. We had world champion Denny Hulme, Auto Week's Leon Mandel, a lot of great cars, drivers from the past, and more importantly, the Downtown Festival. Remember back then, getting cars downtown was pulling teeth. Now they all wanted to come and put on a very pleasing show for the many spectators. That there's the Arden Alligator and Brian Cunningham in the Cunningham continuation car. So, there it is. Cameron Argetsinger's dream of having America's best sports cars on the street of Watkins Glen came back to life. Mel Curry of the Grand Prix Corporation was on hand, witnessed the occasion, fittingly joined by John Saunders. The Glen truly was back. Thank you very much.
That was fantastic, JJ. Thanks so much. Questions from anyone?
The baseball games, yeah. Andy Hall hasn't forgiven me for that. Yes.
Where do you think we go from here?
Wow. That's the talk 2 years from now. No, I think we're doing everything I see. We talk about the Renaissance. It's so much has changed when they start really pumping money in. They've got a new press tower, all the amenities getting better and better. And the reviews, the fan surveys, Watkins Glen is near the top, if not at the top in many of those surveys. And I think just keep working on what we're doing.
All right, that was great. Thank you so much, JJ.
All right. Thank you. Thanks.
That's great. We did get that on tape.
All right, if we could all return to our seats, please. We are, everybody?
Thank you.
Everybody back to their seats. We're going to end the symposium with one of our own. Joe became the head archivist at the center, I think approximately 14 months ago, and has quickly had to come to grips with what the center is now, and hopefully what we aspire to become in the future. The center's mission from the beginning was to collect, preserve, and share the history of motorsports. That seemed daunting in 1998, and trust me, it's even more daunting now. One of the big things in terms of how to deal with all of our collections is digitization, and I believe that's going to be the main topic of Joe's talk today, but we want to welcome Joe. Joe is not from a racing background, but to his credit, he has learned very quickly. He's a great guy to work with, and we welcome Joe to the podium.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Am I good? Okay. So I have bad news. I'm going to take the next 2 hours to talk about library and archives. I hope you weren't planning on getting anywhere.
Oh, look at the time. It's all over.
Now, yes, as Kip pointed out, I do not have a racing background, so it's a little intimidating talking to the room full of experts here. But I don't claim to be an expert in the field of motorsports, but I do have a background in libraries and archives, and before that I was a high school social studies teacher, so I come at this from from a long interest in history, and I grew up in the upstate New York area, and I did attend one race at Watkins Glen in 1978. I came here when I was 10 years old and saw the Formula One race the year Mario Andretti, well, didn't finish that race, but he was the world champion. So that's my my racing background. I'm done now. Okay. So I've been here for just over a year, and as Arthur pointed out from earlier in his presentation for Rebs, I did reach out to him pretty quickly last year to touch base. I saw that he was coming from a university. There were a number of interesting parallels we had, because where he was at, WPI, was my son who is a second year at Drexel now. His second choice was WPI, and it was my first choice, but it was his choice to make. So he's not at WPI, but we had visited the campus twice the previous year. And Arthur also worked with one of my old high school friends, who is the head wrestling coach at WPI, and somebody who I'm not only friends with, but have a lot of family connections with. So Arthur and I have, while we don't have a racing background, we have a lot of connections in other ways. So we're really looking forward to working together. So I wanted to talk quickly a little bit about the topics on this slide. So a little bit about the birth of the International Motor Racing Research Center, the growth of our collections over the last 27 years, what we've done for digitization in the past and what we're planning to do in the future, and just make a blanket note that all the images from this are coming from our own collections here. So I love this picture of Cameron and Gene Argetsinger. As many of you, most of you have probably seen this picture before, but if you haven't, it's a classic Argetsinger photo. 1998, I think pretty obvious, was the 50-year anniversary of the first race at Watkins Glen, brought here by Cameron and others, but Cameron really was the key mover and shaker here. And I think it's appropriate to give Jean credit for the birth of the IMRRC, because she really had a huge role in working in libraries, being on the public library board. And so it really was a team effort. And they worked with other longtime friends and leaders in the field. John and Peg Bishop had a huge role. I mean, the center is dedicated to John Bishop, so that's a really important figure to discuss. And I like to think about these couples, these relationships. It wasn't just like the Cameron or John. They had partners in this, and they were critical, I think, in getting us to where we are and getting the center off the ground to begin with. And I also wanted to give a shout out to John Saunders, who's been here. I love the pictures of John. Is John still here? Oh, he's not. Okay. All right. Well, I love seeing the old pictures of John with the beard. Those are great. So John also has been around for a long time and played a key role in helping the center get off the ground. So, and these are just a few people. There's a lot of people who are involved in this, and these are just some of the key folks. So once people got word that the research center was opening, donations started flowing in. So we actually were getting donations as early as 1997, and they were really coming in heavy in the first few years. And when you just open up and you don't have a lot on your shelves, You know, you're taking in anything and everything. So we've got all kinds of stuff that we've had for a long time, and we have continued to take in a lot of stuff. And we are sort of, you know, as our staff knows, we're bursting at the seams. So we're looking to expand in the future. But we have, you know, in terms of types of materials, some of the major things that we have are books, periodicals, race programs, but also things that are, I think, even more interesting or more unique is the photographic materials, the prints, slides, negatives, transparencies, and some of the scrapbooks, which I'll talk about later. We have some really cool scrapbooks in various collections. And then the films, you know, we have a lot of reel-to-reel films, VHS and various other magnetic type materials. So a lot of this stuff, what I think is interesting about our collections is that we have a lot of film footage and photos, photographic materials in general, that was shot by not professional photographers, but by amateurs. And you really get a glimpse at what this kind of, I think many people have talked about the changes and what things look like today. You know, if you look at a Grand Prix event today, you know, it's like going to the Super Bowl, it's like going to the Olympics, it's like going to the World Cup, right? Most people can't afford it. It's incredibly expensive. And you see the photos, you know, behind the scenes, a lot at Watkins Glen, but like we have images from all over the place. It was just a different world, and it's a world that doesn't exist anymore. And so making that stuff available, preserving that for future generations. I mean, it's already, you know, when I look at it, I'm thinking like, wow, that's so different from today. And I can only imagine what future generations will be thinking when they see that. You know, the world is changing, and this stuff needs to be preserved so that we have a sense of like what did life look like? You know, for me, some of the most interesting aspects of this world are the kind of social and cultural environments that we see, like how motorsports affects people's lives and how they interacted with it, how they appreciated doing this for fun. It was a fun event, right? That's what it's all about. That's what it's supposed to be about, right? Anyway, is fun. It's not about making money, right? But it is about making money too. But people like to participate in this because they enjoy it, right? And so our collections help tell the stories that will be lost to history if they're not preserved. So that's really what we're all about. That's our focus. And some of the things as an archivist that I really like are the things that I will call manuscript collections or institutional records or organizational records. And those, I'll talk a little bit about I'll give some examples later, but just to give you a sense of what we archivists mean when they say manuscript collections or archival collections, or if something's, I'll use the word archivy. You know, those are the collections that have a variety of materials in them. They might have correspondence, photographs, film, records, design drawings, right? Some of our collections have all of these things in them. And those are what are really interesting because they provide you historical context. You know, they can provide you something that, you know, I'll talk about John Fitch in a little bit. His collection, his papers, I would say, right, include design drawings for safety features and things like that, photographs, you know, all kinds of documentation. Those things you can get a sense of like what somebody, you know, what their life was about, how they contributed, how they interacted with other people in the field, and it provides you historical context. In organizational records, I'll talk a little bit about some of the key ones we have in a second here, but yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. just some numbers. You know, we're approaching 7,000 books, 10,000 periodicals, 5,000 race programs, 250,000 photographs. I think we have a lot more than that, and this is photographic material, so I'm including slides and negatives. We probably have a lot more than that. Sometimes it's hard to add everything up, because we just have so many varied collections in different formats, but there's a lot. Films and video, well over 3,000. And a lot of these are things that go back, I would say the bulk of our collections are sort of mid-20th century on. We have some things, obviously, before 1950, especially late 40s. But most of the stuff is in that sort of period, mid to late 20th century. And again, like amateur films and that, by people like Andy Gerard, and the Bill and Virginia Close, folks like that. And so our total collection size is like 6,000 linear feet. And when, linear feet just means like how much space it takes up on a shelf. So think of like 6,000 bankers boxes, essentially. That's what we're talking about. So these are the institutional records or organizational records that we have that I think stand out. The IMSA records, that includes some really cool scrapbooks, and from throughout the 70s. The National Speed Sport News records. And when archivists talk about things like, use terms like collections, papers, records, they actually have significance. And so when we say we have somebody's papers, it means we have like this person's, their kind of life work. You don't just have like a few things. That's more of a collection, right? Records implies it's an institution, right? Like, so you have, we have the IMSA records. I mean, we have like what is available. We have those organizational records. National Speed Sport News, we have their files. So like, we don't just have like a full run of National Speed Sport News from the 30s to 2011. We have the stuff that didn't get used, and that composes a lot. That 150 linear feet is not counting the actual publication. That's the files that they had there, right? So this is the stuff that didn't get published, and if you want to see it, you'd have to come see us right now, right? Hopefully we can. That's a future digitization project right there, and that has been discussed in the past, and hopefully we'll get to that in the not too distant future. We can't talk about institutional records without bringing up the SCCA records, the Sports Car Club of America records. What we don't technically own, we are basically the custodian of those records, and that whole collection, that is like an archive in itself, and that is something that we manage and process and work with the SCCA on maintaining, and we get lots of questions from researchers about what's in those records, and that's a massive one. And then, well, a much smaller amount of records, the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation records. Now, some of those, some of the people here know were burned up in a fire, so we don't have everything. But what exists, we're the place that has them. Now, Mr. Green has viewed these records, and they're in pretty rough shape because they were in the basement or in a barn, I think, for a couple of decades, and so I think they need some conservation efforts before I would want people to be able to work with them, but they are quite valuable. And if you want to see the litigation and the lawsuits from the Summer Jam Fest, there's some pretty big folders with that in it. Yeah. So let's make make a statement about our digitization. The center holds a number of truly unique and historically significant collections in the form of film, photography, scrapbooks, and many of which were created by donors with unusually intimate relationships with racing circuits or race series. The housing and maintenance of many of these fragile and often deteriorating items is challenging and limits their regular usage. The ability to create digital images of this material would vastly increase their use by motor racing scholars and enthusiasts. This was written by Duke. Do you recognize that? Scrapbooks in particular, I think, are items that archivists have a love-hate relationship with because they're often very fragile and have a lot of preservation issues. But they're, again, thinking about the context of things. If you just take all the photos out or something, it kind of loses that context of where they came from. So there's various ways to deal with that and try to replicate, scanning a whole page as opposed to taking the photos out. But keeping it intact if you can is probably the best bet because you can see what the person was thinking, what they were, how they were putting it together, what was their MO. So a couple of things. We do have some of our collections, very limited amount, digitized in a couple of places. We have some photos on our website, so there's always that. You can find some of our stuff on our website, but in a larger extent, if you have ever gone to the New York Heritage Collections, there's a website that has stuff from all over New York State. It's a really great site, and we are a member through our South Central Regional Library Conference or Council organization. We are able to access, contribute, and they host images. So we have 3 different collections, and there are a few films from Andy Gerard on that, and there are some Kathy Meredith photos, and there are more on U.S. Grand Prix in it that we've put up. So that's a very limited example of what we have the potential to do. And in the future, we are going to be working with vendors who focus on digitizing film, digitizing photographs. We've already started working with one company. I don't know how many of you are familiar with digitization vendors. George Blood is in the Philadelphia area. It is one of the premier film, moving image, audio and video, archival quality digitization vendors. I mean, they work with all kinds of museums, large organizations like NPR, colleges and universities. They're kind of like the top. There's probably a couple of other places like this in the United States. Like it's one of the top places in the country. So we are working with them. They've already digitized some of our stuff, but we'll start sending stuff to them more heavily next year, using a $100,000 donation that we received last year for digitization. So we are working on that. We will start working with Backstage Library Works. It's in Bethlehem, PA, also an organization that just does digitization. So one of the challenges with doing in-house digitization is that you need staff and space. Those are 2 things that right now we're a little challenged with. So we're looking at working with a vendor who can, that's what they do. They have the standards. Arthur mentioned like FADG 4. These are things that these vendors know and do. Like they're just, that's what they're doing. So they're, you know, it's economy of scale. You send it out to them, you know, they get it done. So that's what we're looking at in 2026. So we also will be hosting our own version of OCLC's Content DM, which is the platform that's used by the New York Heritage site. So it'll be a similar look and feel, but we'll have our own version. One of the challenges with the New York Heritage site, if you're thinking, well, why don't you just use that, is you can only put stuff technically from New York State in it. It's a New York State funded organization. So yeah, we could put Watkins Glen stuff in it, but if we wanted to get outside of New York State, you know, they wouldn't be too happy about that. So I am planning on being quick, by the way. I don't think we'll be here till 4:30. So don't get nervous. Hang with me, hang with me. And there's pictures coming up. So I just put together a few examples of some of the collections that I think are, you know, pretty cool and would be fun to show off. That could have picked completely different ones, honestly. There's so many to choose from. But before I get into that, I just want to make a note on digitization as we hear a lot about digitizing things. And please don't ever ask me, why don't you just digitize everything? That's probably the question I would be most likely to just not talk to you if you said that to me. Here are the reasons. Not everything can and should be digitized. There are many reasons for this, right? Costs, it's expensive. Limited historical significance. You know, history is always like, in no era do we have everything that happened, right? And even in the late post-World War II era, the idea, the volume of materials that were being created, the paperwork, right? And now in the digital world, I mean, it's just gotten, every year it's more and more and more and more. You can't keep everything. And even if you did, like, what historian or who could ever look through it all, right? I mean, even with searches and even with AI searches, you're just going down a rabbit hole with that. You know, if something's available elsewhere, you know, it's not unique. You know, one of the things I think Arthur mentioned was having less duplication, or we've talked about that anyway, so that, like, you know, every place doesn't have to have everything, right? Like if you have it as more of a consortium where researchers can go to, you know, they know they can go to the consortium and find what they're looking for, right? Not every place has to have it. Or not every place has to have it digitized, or maybe you access it through that digital consortium in one place, and that one place has it. And there's always copyright issues, and I've found this to be more challenging in this field because there are a lot of professional photographers at all kinds of levels. You know, I mean, it doesn't have to be the super famous person. Anybody who is taking pictures and getting paid for them, you know, is going to have copyright. So there's questions about that. Yeah, and then the high cost of digital preservation. Once you have things digitized, your work's not done. You know, even after you get all the metadata and all that, now you've got to store it, and that costs money. Like the high resolution stuff, especially, right? The low res stuff, not so bad. The high res, that's a lot of data. It's a lot of data. So you've got to, you know, you have to think about what makes sense. Okay, here we go. Let's get into some. This is honestly one of my favorite collections, the Bill and Virginia Close collection. Again, I mentioned the husband and wife teams that have been involved in racing. I find fascinating. You know, whether it's a husband and wife rally racing team, which there's a ton of throughout, going way back, you know, to the mid-20th century, to folks that were doing timing and scoring. So this is, as far as scrapbooks go, I've got to say, these scrapbooks are amazing. Like, for a lot of times individuals are putting scrapbooks together and they make sense to those folks, but if somebody else is looking at them, there's a lot of questions like, well, where is that? What year is it? Things like that. They had great details, great pictures, where it was, who's in the picture, things like that. So it takes a lot of the legwork out of figuring out where you are here. So let me just read this little blurb on the close collection. Bill and his wife, Virginia, donated their large, well-organized collections of film, photography, and scrapbooks, as well as voluminous collections of book and racing periodicals, to the center after their deaths. Bill was chief timer and scorer at Watkins Glen during the United States Grand Prix era for many years, and an SCCA regional official. In his earlier days, Bill, who was an Englishman who emigrated first to Canada and then to the Buffalo region, was an avid fan of Canadian motorsports and an engineer by trade at the Cornell Aeronautical Laboratories. So was Bill Milliken, right? So these guys worked together. And in fact, one of the things, I didn't write this down, but I'm pretty sure if I recall, was that Virginia, Ginny Close, actually was doing timing and scoring before her husband, because she worked for Bill Milliken and was doing that, and she got Bill into it. And so I just think that's kind of cool. Am I right on that, Bill? I hear chatter back there. All right, I'll get a okay. So all right, so Ginny also worked as expert timer and scorer. The closest performed official timing and scoring duties for other American race circuits, including Nelson Ledges. Although they were not professional photographers, the collections of film and photography were very high quality and meticulously organized, annotated, and there's quite a bit of it. So, I'll give you some other examples of where they were, and roughly what we have, like around 2,400 images of Watkins Glen racing during the 60s through the 80s, including sports car, Formula Libre, Formula One Championship, Can-Am, Trans Am, USRRC, SCCA, regional and national, and vintage. There's another over 400 images from Canadian Grand Prix and its support races, regional, national SCCA sports car races at locations such as Dunkirk and Nelson Ledges, and events at European tracks. Closest were in a unique position to intimately access cars, drivers, and racing personalities. These standard-sized color slides are inventoried in detail and are unique and useful. And we're working on, some have been digitized, and we're working on, that's going to be one of the collections we focus on. I really want to do the scrapbooks next year. And the scrapbooks run like through the, let's see, I have something on that. The 22 annual scrapbooks created between 1948 and 1965. So those are some pretty interesting years. And they were at a lot of places. I mean, there's a lot of Watkins Glen, but there's a lot of other places in there too. Let me just go through. So first, these two are both Watkins Glen. Oh, do you want me to go back? Is that a Collier? Salmon Miles. See, there you go. I didn't even know that. Look at it, just like a lucky. All right. Grand Island Grand Prix. I'd never even heard of this until I saw this picture. These are the kinds of pictures, and you just, they're very, to me, it's very nostalgic looking at that. You know, like all these folks here, just, it looks like a big party, you know, it's fun. Oh, and here's Bill Milliken. So I didn't get a chance to identify the folks in it, but I'm sure some people here can identify who's there. But Bill Milliken's FWD there at Edenvale Airstrip. Sterling Moss, Charlie Lytle, and the Ford Mustang, 1962 Grand Prix, Watkins Glen. And another person who I find fascinating, Tex Hopkins. We have his lavender suit in our collection. Such a character. Lots of footage of him, you know, on film and photographs in our collections. This is at the 68 U.S. Grand Prix. How many people here have met or saw Tex Hopkins in their lifetimes? Oh, okay.
You have his suit too.
Yes, we have his suit. It's one of my favorite textiles, I guess I would say, you know. Yeah, pretty neat. All right. Another gentleman we have, and a bunch of, if you go to our website, and I would encourage you to take a look at the Irv Dolan photos on the website. There's a bunch of really good ones. This guy, I haven't been able to find out a ton of information on him. He was from New York State. I think he went to RIT because I found something online when I'm Googling him. And it looked like he did go to RIT and for photography. So his photos are good. I mean, like you can tell like that he was like a professional. But if anybody has knowledge of this person, his background and that, it would be great to hear more. We have a little bit of information, but not a lot. Most of his photos are from that we have are from the 1950s and 60s, and various tracks: Bridgehampton, Sebring, Watkins Glen. But this one's Erwin Goldschmidt in 1951 at Bridgehampton. Fred Wacker, 1952 at Bridgehampton. I think all the Irv Dolan ones I'm showing you are on our website. You can see them, and they are, I think, identified as such. Sebring and the Ferraris. Car 17 was co-driven by Juan Manuel Fangio and Eugenio Castellati. Was I saying that right? Won the race. Car 18 came in second. I think our website has more details on it. Like car 18 came in second, 19 did not finish. And I think the drivers are identified on the website. I realized after I had put this together, I'm like, oh, gotta put that on there. This is a fun picture. Giovanni and Roy Salvadori, just kind of hanging out, playing some cards, chilling. There's some really good kind of scenes like this where, you know, I don't know if you're going to see, you know, F1 drivers today playing cards like that, you know, just hanging out where people are taking pictures of them. There's a few pictures like this of the cars coming into Watkins Glen for the races, and I can only imagine the traffic. I mean, you can get a pretty good sense of what it was like trying to get in for the Grand Prix. This was the first year, and I think it gives a good indication of the excitement and the energy that existed at that time. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about John Fitch, and I'm going to read a piece that was published well, the title of the article is John Fitch's Archives Donated to International Motor Racing Research Center. This was in late 2016. It was November 10th. It was almost 9 years ago exactly. So I'm going to read you this. John Fitch admired and respected John Fitch. He was a racer, a patriot, a fighter pilot, track designer, historian of all things automotive, and an inventor with traffic safety at the forefront of his research. He amassed a myriad collection of trophies, books, photos, and a lot more in his travels. And thanks to his sons, John, Christopher, and Stephen Fitch, that trove has been donated to the IMRRC in Watkins Glen, greatly expanding its existing John Cooper Fitch collection. The collection reflects John Fitch's remarkable and varied life as a talented international race car driver, an innovative inventor of road and driver safety equipment, a designer of racing and production cars, and an author who shared his exceptional story through his books. That is a quote from my predecessor, Jenny Ambrose, the previous archivist here. We're honored to serve as the largest historical repository of materials related to John Fitch. The family's donation was facilitated by a longtime Fitch friend and historian, Larry Berman, a native of the Boston area, who said, to carry this forward, the IMRRC has developed a world-class reputation, which motivated me to obtain the Fitch archives donated by his family. Fitch had died in 2012 at the age of 95. A large part of the donation consists of trophies and cups that he earned by winning more than 20 major races during his 18 years as an active driver. In addition to being the first national champion of the Sports Car Club of America in 1951, Fitch was also won Sebring outright in 53, won his class at the 55 Mille Miglia, and captured Golden Jubilee Tourist Trophy win at the dangerous Dundred circuit in Northern Ireland that same year. Also in 1955, he was a member of the Mercedes-Benz Works team at Le Mans, which ended in tragedy, as we heard earlier today, when his co-driver plunged his exploding car into the crowd, killing more than 80. So John Fitch he saw some things, right? I mean, beyond the trophies, the Fitch collection also includes numerous photographs, clippings, race programs, and other documentation of his career. The papers include his correspondence on the cars he built, including the Corvair Sprint and the Fitch Phoenix, and his efforts to develop an early impact absorption system for racetracks, among other creations. So that's what I mean when I talk about like having some context. Like here we have this whole collection of John Fitch materials that he created, and sometimes there's other things mixed in, but the stuff it's his papers, it's his life. And we see Fitch at Elkhart Lake. And at that tourist trophy winning event in 1955 with Sterling Moss. John Bornholt, who's I'm guessing a number of you know, who just passed away this past summer in August. I like these two. I think these two photos again capture the sort of behind the scenes, you know, this type of racing that doesn't always make the front headlines, but was like certainly some stuff you come across in National Speed Sport News, and it's I think it really offers a lens on American society and culture in the 1950s. I'll read you a little bit about the John Bornholt collection. A lot of the stuff that we do have from John was the sports car racing related, but obviously not all of it. He was an SCCA steward since the 1950s when he oversaw the Giants' Despair Hill Climb, which was then part of the National Championship Series, considered one of the standards by which stewards are measured. Over many years, he was chief steward for most of the major SCCA professional series and the United States Grand Prix, as well as countless club races. Among the numerous boxes of material that John donated over the years are over 1,400 slides shot from between 1956 and 1979 at several U.S. racetracks, including Bridgehampton, Sebring, Vineland, and Watkins Glen. To the Andy Gerard. We have a lot of really cool stuff from Andy Gerard. He was a friend of motor racing worthies Cameron Argetsinger and Charles Lytle. And that's who he's in the picture. Well, we see him in the picture with Jim Martindale and Cameron Argetsinger. That one at Indy. And does anybody know Jim Martindale? Besides you, Bill, we talked about him, but.
Jim Martindale was Martindale and Hubble, the legal directory, the 100-year-old company that published ratings on lawyers.
Ah, okay, okay.
So I gave my father an A+.
Very good. So Andy Gerard, talented amateur photographer and racing enthusiast, produced a Lifetime's compendium of high-quality original racing film from Indianapolis, Watkins Glen, and other circuits from the mid-1950s to the early 1970s. He attended the Indianapolis 500 and the U.S. Grand Prix for many years, and the vibrancy of his work indicates that he had close-up access to the scenes of primary action in the events. While the IMRC has had the opportunity to digitize the Watkins Glen films, due from like grants through New York State, through the South Central Regional Library Council, and some of which has been put on that New York New York digital platform. There's a lot more we have yet to do with him. Yeah, and including stuff from Indianapolis. So. Again, some of his stuff is pretty classic. I mean, it's professional level, despite him technically not being a professional, I guess. Oop. Did I jump ahead? So we have Colin Chapman and Jim Clark. 1964 here at Watkins Glen. All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about Joe Bragg, who worked for Chris Economaki at the National Speed Sport News and covered a lot of the tracks in the PA area, Langhorne, Reading Fairgrounds, Williams Grove, and Trenton, New Jersey. But we have a pretty robust collection of his work. He was a staff photographer from the 1950s to about 1990 for National Speed Sport News. During this time, he covered many types of racing, including Indy cars, sprint cars, midgets, stock cars, modified racers, and motorcycles. Covered tracks in Langhorne, Trenton, Indianapolis, Pocono, Williams Grove, Reading, and Municipal Stadium in Philadelphia. Joe Bragg's rare pictorial documentation of this unique period in auto racing history is the only collection of this scope and quantity known to exist. Racing historian Joe Blindberry Jr. characterized this collection as a, quote, collector's treasure and of museum quality. The Bragg family donated this collection to us in 2023. The quality and artistic integrity of the images captured by Mr. Bragg are unimpeachable, and the scope of the collection captures an important era in racing history. These are some of his areas with Chris Economaki, and note from Chris Economaki and some of his press badges and that from throughout his career. I think the first one is from 1960 and the last one's from like 1990 or something. Kathy Meredith, kind of a local, I guess you could say. She was living in Canandaigua, although she was born and raised in Indianapolis area. She actually was a writer, photographer, and editor for the Daily Messenger in Canandaigua for about 40 years, from the late 60s to the 1990s. Her stuff is amazing. I mean, it's really, really cool. And I got some help identifying, well, I did know who Mary Andretti was, but the other two guys I didn't. And Bill helped me figure them out. And that picture is from 1970, and I think Ignazio Ginti died like the following year, or that 72, I forget. Again, yeah, a lot of tragedy in that time period. This may be my all-time favorite photo that I've seen so far, right here. I mean, cool, huh?
Who is that, Joe?
That's Sir Jackie Stewart, who I think was on hand to dedicate our center when we opened, correct?
That is correct.
I was not there. This is kind of a cool, this reminds me a little bit of the photo we had on the cover of our calendar last year. That was a Bernard Caillet photo, I think, at Le Mans. Does that sound right? 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 Like it reminds me of that, with like the photo of the people looking at something else while she's getting you know. Okay, and then let's see. Switch into Indy. There's a few Indy pictures here. As I said, Kathy Meredith grew up in Indianapolis, so most of her photos are either from Watkins Glen. She was based in Canandaigua, just up the road, really, in Indianapolis, where she had I think a pretty strong connection to. I had to include one of Janet Guthrie. I had to look at that a couple times to figure out, okay, something's up with this picture. Who is that woman? Okay, it's Janet Guthrie. Got it. Okay. So I gave myself a little tutorial on that. Because I also wanted to include, so she was the first woman to qualify for the Indy 500 in 1977. And the next picture, I'd already picked this one out to put in there, and I was like, because that just looked fun, right? Team Foyt, after A.J. Foyt won in 1977. Fun times. The last collection I have here is a collection from Randy Barnett, who was a motorsports editor at Stars and Stripes, based in Europe, from the late 60s to around 1990. And he was a close friend of Michael Argetsinger, who this symposium is dedicated to. And I believe this collection was hauled here by Rob Argetsinger in a tractor trailer or something like that. I was reading the newsletter. So the Argetsingers really heavily involved in this collection. There's some great photos in this one, and it's all international. So thought this was a fun picture here. Monte Carlo, 1969. Emerson Fittipaldi, 1974, in the Spanish Grand Prix. Bruce McLaren, 1968, in the Belgian Grand Prix. What G1? This is my last, that's it. This is my last one, 1968, Le Mans. Had to get a Le Mans picture in there. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I understand if people just want to like go.
Well, we're taking a break till the next hour of your talk. But,
it's intermission. Yeah, it's intermission.
Just, Joe, thank you very much. That was really great. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you, Joe. Job well done. I'm going to give just a very brief thank you to the guy behind the mic here. I want to thank all of our speakers. Everybody comes up here on their own dime. This is clearly a labor of love for them. There's absolutely no way we could pull this off technologically wise without the help of our friend Eric here. And the cool thing about sitting behind, well, the cool thing about sitting behind this big screen on a Saturday, we've watched 3 college football games already today. This is awesome. Set this up like this next year. This is a labor of love for everybody, but no more so than our friend Duke. And I want to thank Duke and all of his hard work and effort. And I just want to thank everybody who has come and who more or less kind of dealt with me getting in, getting back on time. I thank you for that.
Well, thank you, yes. Also want to have a shout out to our partners at SAH, Chris and Bob, for their partnership on this. We couldn't do it without you. Chris, you did a great job on the event program. It was beautifully done. Thank you to both of you. Again, to Eric for not only, for here, but we're live streaming too, and so that's pretty incredible. And to our volunteers, Alana, Dwayne, and Trevor. Kip, you're a great MC. I think you're a natural. You're hired for life. Great job. Great job.
Let's define the term life.
And then again, we do have some changes coming up at the center this year. Kip is going to dial back to part-time. He's going to be involved with center conversations, but we're thrilled he is going to stay on with us. So you'll see him at the center this summer, and again, if we have an educational opportunity. And then we are going to see Duke retire at the end of the year. We are very sad to see him go, but very happy for him that he will relax and enjoy his time now. And what a high note to end on for this symposium. Thank you, Duke. The symposium embodies the work of the IMRRC, and we are so pleased that we had you to lead it all these years, and we hope that you do flunk in retirement and come back and help us with it next year. We will start planning, so we'll let you know the date soon for 2026. And again, it's not often a gal does this, but if you're interested in watching the F1 race tonight, Eric has offered his hotel room. So you're all invited to watch the Vegas F1 race. Thank you very much for coming. It's been a wonderful event, and we thank you all.
It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers. Here's this young man, 27 years old with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge. And amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there was something like 50,000 people who showed up. But crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. And in 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix. And it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we're unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.
Bob Volek had a problem. He spun something on a bus curve, so we lost some more time there. And then we were recovering, but we needed a few more laps. At the end, we were about 4 minutes behind, and we could have recovered that because obviously our car was quicker than the McLarens that won. And the only thing I can tell you, I had a lot of fun because I drove my butt off, and I loved that because, we had nothing to lose, and I was qualifying every lap. And I remember one of my guys, JF Thorman was on the side. He said, "Oh, unbelievable the laps you're running. You're turning, So that part was fun, but we missed out. We finished second, but first in class. So I can claim I won Le Mans.
Thank you.